Let's see. Hopefully everything will work out better today. This should be streaming. There we go. Everything is connected. Let's go ahead and let the Discord know. Let's go ahead. I had to look at my phone, so my model's looking down. That's right. Stream starting now. Alrighty. I think everything's working okay. Hopefully my audio is good. I think in the meantime, I'm gonna start getting some of the story times ready. So we had that one, this one, mental, and prologue. Was there anything else I needed? I couldn't open this one. This one wasn't opening for me. So I think that's all good. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and restart my lo-fi beats so that we have plenty of time. And let's see, who was submitting for it? We have Chatty Maddie, Creative One, and What, who I believe did 2 submissions. I think those are our people today. Very Decaffeinated also posted something, but I can't quite access it. You might have come in at the right time. We just started. I was just getting everything loaded up. I have all my Google documents up. There we go. Hello, welcome in. Alrighty, which one, since you're here, so Chatty Maddie, we could start with you. You did, I'm looking at my stuff, the prologue plus first chapter, which is the one we're on right now. Okay. That's good. So let's see, the prologue is, I'm just getting a little frame of reference here, 1, 2, I was only like 2.5 pages for a prologue. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we won't be able to finish all of chapter 1 today just because it is a longer piece. But we'll be able to get it all started. We'll see what this is all about. We'll see. Alrighty, does everyone have their snacks and their beverages and we're all comfy and cozy? Are we ready for story time? My model looks so grumpy. Let me try lifting up my camera. That looks a bit better. I definitely look a little bit less grumpy now. You just sent both so you can simplify? Yeah, it's whatever you want. I was just letting you know, like, I might not be able to read a full 22 pages in one sitting. But, we'll go ahead, we'll read as long as we can. That way you can get some good feedback and critique back, okay? Thank you for being such a brave raccoon and submitting for story time. I know sometimes it's really nerve-wracking submitting your stuff to be read on stream and hearing critique back, which is why I think everyone who does it is really, really cool and brave and wants to improve their craft and their stories. Chapter 1 is just long because character plus world. Hey, 22 it's not that long. I'm just saying it's a little long for me to read live on stream. But no, that's not a very long chapter. That's perfectly normal. You write on stream? Yeah, I do that for November. I was writing my rough draft and my plotting live on stream, and it was really fun. It definitely got me motivated to write and show up and get the writing done, but it was also a little nerve-wracking. Oh my goodness. So anyway, let's see here, the prologue. The 30th era, the age of 12. Endymion? I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. I think I'm not saying that right. Selene. I believe is that a constellation or a planet? It sounds familiar. It began with a god unbound. Nobody knew who had set him loose, or why. His name, the Wicked One. That was all the galaxy needed to know. His war had swept across the stars like fire through dry grass, scorching worlds, toppling empires, bending even time to his fury. The stars themselves had learned fear. And she moved like purpose made flesh, striding the forest path with a determination that could bend mountains. Blah. Why can't I read today? Hold on. I'm making a lot of errors. Let me take a sippy. So the prince from Greek myth who the goddess Selene fell for? I feel like it's also... Is it not stars? Isn't also... Okay, no. I thought they named like a constellation or something after it. 7 suns pierced the canopy in ribbons of rainbow light, catching dew on the lunar foliage. Droplets shimmered like stardust, scattering warmth over her bronze skin. Dappled shadows danced across her sleeveless white top. Her leaf-green waistcape rippled behind her, echoing the intensity of her stride. The soft creak of leather from her knee-high boots fell in rhythm with the hush of rustling leaves. Their supple grip flexed around her calves like a second skin. Wind sifted through the trees, carrying the breath of something ancient. It tangled in her snow-white hair, sending it streaming behind her like a silken flame. Her pants hugged her legs before disappearing into her boots. Her forearms were bound in quiet armor, leather straps wrapped with ritual care. A soft, repetitive thump followed her. Her brown quiver knocked gently against her thigh, a heartbeat of readiness. Then the path forked. Artemis slowed, gaze sharp, breathing steady. Her pointed ears twitched, hazel eyes scanning. To the right, shadows thickened. Trees pressed close like silent watchers. To the left, light filtered freely, warm and clear. One path offered answers, the other, safety. Her lips parted, her pudgy nose crinkled in thought. Oh, hi, Poodle. Without hesitation, she veered right, into the dimming forest where moss muffled her steps and silence pressed close. Then, a rustle. Subtle, measured, too precise to be wind. She froze, instinct surged faster than thought. In one fluid motion, she drew the silver bow from her shoulder. The string sang as the arrow knocked. Her eyes cut through the dark, sharp and unblinking. "Whoever you are," she called, calm but cutting, "show yourself." Silence held like a breath. Then a figure stepped forward, wreathed in soft light. White wings folded neatly at his back. Silken robes, luminous and pale, billowed like celestial mist. Ethereal, timeless, not trusted, not yet. She didn't lower the arrow. Light flickered strangely in the undergrowth, shifting as if to deceive her eyes. It could have been anyone. "Artemis," came a voice smooth as a lullaby. "Must every encounter we share begin with you threatening to impale me?" That voice. Her heart lurched, a jolt beneath her ribs. She narrowed her eyes, grip on the bow relaxed only slightly. Familiar, yet still impossible. "I swear to the ancestors," Artemis exhaled, half exasperated. She lowered the bow, replaced the arrow with a practiced flick, and slung it back over her shoulder. "Lunarium, you'll get yourself killed pulling stunts like this. You earned a House Mintaka's protection. Remember, you came to us for safety from the Wicked One." Is that... So I was wondering, because this is me, so I was mentioning earlier with critiques, I'll try to give critiques as I notice stuff. The prologue is supposed to be probably like one setting, one scene. And then chapter 1 will probably be a different setting and scene, like a different place and time. It's like a different moment. The prologue, even though it's short, it's just over 2 pages, already has 2 different ones. It's starting with this God unbound, galaxy needed, the wars happening. It's all of this. And then it's with Artemis here. To the point where I actually thought, and she moved with her, I thought she was the wicked one. And I was confused because it said his name. So there's 2 different things happening here. So I'm not quite sure if I would have this, if most of it's following Artemis. Just to keep it a little bit focused on her, if the prologue's following her in this moment. I only remember that because we're back here with the Wicked One. Lunarium shrugged, maddeningly casual. If you can name one thing in Selene that could harm me, I'd be impressed. Artemis smirked. I've never met an idiot bolder than you. They walked deeper into the trees. She didn't miss the quiet tension in his wings, nor the slight hesitation when she asked, "How is the human we found?" Lunarium's silence spoke volumes. Artemis stopped, voice dropping. Something's happened, hasn't it? A beat, then. Crius. He fell ill. Gravely, mysteriously. He's gone. Lunarium's words landed like steel on stone. Artemis froze. Crius? Gone? Her chest tightened. A shiver clawed down her spine. And the human? Okay, so the human and Crius are different. Dead, at first. But his eyes glinted red gold. Crius did the impossible. He resurrected him. Her stomach dropped. Resurrected? That's impossible? Yes. And his fleece now holds his power. Healing so strong it can heal even death itself. Fist clenched, jaw tight, Artemis felt the forest tilt. A relic capable of defying mortality. In the wrong hands, it could endure this 1,000-year war before more lives were lost. Lunarium's gaze sharpened. Before we could intervene, the human took the fleece and vanished into the woods. Artemis exhaled slowly, controlled, fire in her eyes. Then we find them, both, before anyone else does. Then the sky erupted. A flash, white, blinding, searing, split the canopy, searing into her bones. Searing's twice. She flinched, shielding her eyes. The forest flared, then dimmed as though nothing had happened. But something had. Pressure, warning. Something ancient shifted in the ether. Something dark. Something empty. Lunarium's saddened expression spoke enough. Time was short. Too short. Artemis's breath steadied. Then we find them, both. The fleece and the human. We can't let anyone else reach them first. I almost thought you copy-pasted it here, that this is the same dialogue. She didn't speak the name haunting her thoughts, not aloud. A chill coiled at the base of her spine. Above them, the canopy glowed faintly, like unseen eyes through the veil. And far off, the sky blinked again. The Wicked One was coming. Yeah, see, this, just hearing the Wicked Ones come here, this seems like ominous. I'm like, ooh, that sounds spooky. Having the little beginning here, where I kind of understand it, but I kind of don't, and it's not in the same scene as the rest of the prologue, I think this is a little distracting. Hello, Ashmere. It's very good to see you. Thank you for coming to the old Christmas Eve stream here. The reason you did that for context for the main plot itself, but I get what you mean. Yeah, and again, that's one of the really hard things with world building. You sometimes, any writer, sometimes we feel the need to like do a little plot dump, like, here, let me tell the readers, let me tell the audience the setting and the background and all this extra information, and that's It's really hard. It's difficult. It's 99% of the time it's better not to do it. It feels a little jarring and it feels a little plot dumpy. It's really difficult to pull it off. Someone's gonna be in chat and point out, oh, like, oh, but so and so author did it in this famous historical work, and I'm like, yeah, that's why I say it's not 100% of the time. You'll find exceptions to every rule. There's no laws in writing, but they are kind of general rules and guidelines for a reason, because it's really hard to pull it off when you try to go against them. And this one, it does feel a little thing. So I feel like instead 99% of this prologue is Artemis going through here and getting this news. So I feel like maybe not having that part, just having Artemis and having the little hints about this war and about the Dark One, right? She's mentioning it here, like, oh, you came to us for safety from the Wicked One, and then at the very end, the Wicked One was coming, right? So we as the readers then get, oh, we don't quite know what happened, we don't quite know what this Wicked One is, or like what's going on here, but that sounds spooky, that sounds ominous. And for a prologue, that's all we need to know. The little extra tidbits of the purple prose of the galaxy bending time to his fury. He was a god unbound. Nobody even knew what set him loose or why. It's a lot of purple prose that's different from Artemis's scene. So that's my main thing with the prologue. Okay. And hey, if you don't like it, it's totally okay. I'm not the boss of you. My model's glaring. I swear to God, I'm not glaring. There we go. Hello, Zone. It's good to see you. Yeah, so it's always up to you guys to know your writing first. I'll give critique, I'll give ideas, I'll give feedback. But it's not like I'm the boss of you. If you don't like it, you don't have to listen to me. It's advice given for free. You can throw it into the dumpster for free. It's whatever you want. But that was the prologue. I feel like all the parts with Artemis, it was really strong. I'm like, okay, I'm immersed. We're following out this character. We're hearing this news the same time she's hearing it. We're getting these little tidbits of a Dark One, of the Wicked One, who's like all spooky and stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Hi, Callie. It's good to see you. Relic's gonna find you here again. Are you and Relic playing like tag on Twitch? Is that what's happening? Do you guys just go into different accounts trying to hide from each other? Okay, now we're gonna start chapter 1. And again, this is a longer chapter. I'm not promising we'll finish it, but we'll do a few pages here. We'll get a little tidbit of it. The 21st of Ploria's Odyssey. I probably said that wrong. 2100, the Age of One, Orion City, Exia. The forge throbbed like a living heart. Hammer strikes rang in rhythmic bursts, metal screaming and singing under pressure. Sparks spat across stone floors, sizzling as they died. The air was thick with heat, thicker with ambition, and every clang, every hiss of steam carried the pulse of creation. Her corner of the forge felt like its own world. The roar of high-tech furnaces bled through the walls, but in here, it was just her tools, her thoughts, her fire. Her goggles glowed faintly, lapis lenses catching reflections of molten gold. Behind them, her cyan eyes burned brighter still. Sweat traced slow paths down her orange skin, gathering at her jaw before falling to the gray jumpsuit clinging to her frame. Her brown tool belt knocked softly against her hips with each subtle motion. The golden gauntlets on her hands hummed with power, a low vibration that thrummed through her bones. At a flick of her fingers, metal fragments rose, floating like obedient stars in a small private galaxy. She coaxed them closer, the pieces spinning and locking in midair with sharp, ringing clicks. Heat kissed her cheeks as she leaned forward, breath fogging the inside of her lenses. Every gesture was deliberate, her pulse syncing with the slow rotation of steel in the air. Almost there. just a fraction more. The last piece sealed with a hiss, like a creature exhaling after being born. She grinned, heart hammering against her ribs as pride flared hot in her chest. She plunged the finished piece into the quenching bath, and the water erupted in a shriek of steam, rolling upward in twisting, ghost-white ribbons. She tore off her goggles and stared through the mist, watching her reflection ripple on the surface. She couldn't help but smile. This wasn't just metal. This was her heartbeat, forged into something real. She guided the creation to her work table. Heart pounded, excitement soared. Heart pounding, excitement soaring? Wait. Watching. It hovered, then settled gently. Her fingers lingered on its cool surface, rough in places, slightly uneven, but still. A model star sailor she'd made. It was just a model, she knew that, but she hoped it would make him proud. Hoped to sail the stars one day. Her fingers ran along the model's hull, her brows knit. A flaw, a subtle scar in the hull. She sighed, frustration bubbling. Brother, what are you saying in chat? Cryptid hates Santa. Don't get me on the naughty list. She slipped off her gauntlets and swept her wavy chocolate hair aside, stepping to the window. Below the second-story floor of the forge, the city buzzed, and at its center stood a statue. His statue, heroic, flawless, eyes fixed on the horizon. Her back straightened as if on instinct. It was towering and untouchable, much like the man it depicted. Dauntless, ready. I can do better, she thought, criticizing her work as she caressed it more. It has to be perfect. It has to. She hated the crack. Subtle, nearly invisible. No one else would notice it. But she did, and it vexed her. Her hand reached for a file on her workbench. Paused. Perfection wasn't just symmetry. Perfection wasn't just smoothness. Perfection was... it was everything to her. Perfection was affection. Well, try saying that 20 times fast. Blah. Her fingers drifted to the ruby ankh around her neck. She traced its edges with her thumb, the carved loops warm against her skin despite the forge's chill. The pendant pulsed with memory. Not hers, but her mother's and father's. In the creak of its worn metal chain, she imagined laughter. In its quiet weight, the echo of an embrace. She closed her eyes, felt warmth. They'd never met, her and her father. But somehow, she felt his laugh, heard his voice, sensed his touch. She opened her eyes, fingers caressing the ankh one last time before releasing it. The steam from her quenching barrel curled around her as she returned to her workstation, brushing the last bit of soot from the model's base. She whispered, "Would you be proud of me, Dad?" The statue outside didn't answer. Then, her pointed ears perked up. The workstation door hissed open, a faint whoosh that barely registered over the quiet hum of the furnace and the buzzing tech lining her workspace. She turned at the sound, her gray boots scraping against the stone floor with a dry skirt. Daedalus stood in the doorway, blocking it almost entirely. Towering and wide as a forge gate, the Tracthalon's bulk was wrapped in tangled, earth-toned fur that hadn't seen a comb or a wash since maybe ever. Dirt clung to him like barnacles on a shipwreck, especially in the matted tufts clumping around his shoulder and arms. A thick, musky stench followed him in. Fermented oils, scorched metal, and something Barry could only describe as old forge. The smell hit her nose like a hammer blow, and she instinctively scrunched it. I like that. For someone so massive, he moved with surprising grace on his narrow, cloven legs. Each step marked by a faint clack of hoof against stone. Curved horns jutted from his temples, sweeping back like a pair of fractured crescents. His goat-like ears twitched, always alert. Something Barry. I'm looking back real quick. Is that the first time we get her name? I'm just double checking real quick. I think it is. Whose book arrives on Saturday? Oh, Author Relic's book? Yeah, I think this was kind of randomly put in. On the second page, almost the end of the second page, maybe mentioning Barry is her name a little sooner. Might blend in a little bit more seamlessly. Because here I was almost like, wait, who's Barry? And then I'm like, oh, it's probably our main character here. His rectangular, pupilled eyes locked onto hers, and that familiar crooked grin tugged at his caprine lips. It wasn't unkind, exactly, but it was the sort of smile that made your spine tense in advance. Barry braced. "Bernice!" Daedalus boomed, arms spreading wide like he was about to envelop her in a wall of fur and forge smoke. Her heart jerked. From excitement? No. Dread. Definitely dread. Berenike. She whispered it mentally like a prayer. Not that he'd ever get it right. Daedalus, she chirped, pasting on a smile that didn't reach her eyes. So nice to see you. She fiddled with a lock of hair, tugging it behind one ear. Nervous tick. Daedalus laughed. That laugh. Not cruel, but obnoxious in a way only he could achieve. Like a chorus of goat impersonators trying to harmonize through a megaphone. Barry, he repeated almost gleefully. That's a fruit, Bernice. Don't go telling me otherwise. Wait. He says Bernice. She then says Daedalus. So nice to see you. But then he says Barry, he repeated. She didn't say Barry. It's okay. It's like, this is why you have people read stuff. That way we can catch things like this. Anyway, that's a fruit, Bernice. Don't go telling me otherwise. She sighed. No use correcting him. 23 years in this forge, and he hadn't gotten her name right once. Not even close. She turned back to her station, brushing away metal shavings and scrap with a sweep of her arm. Her eyes flicked toward the miniature star sail resting just beyond the furnace's flickering light. A flick of her wrist activated the console. A blue hologram buzzed to life above the work table, casting a soft glow on her orange skin. A list of orders scrolled past. More than she could count. A dagger, a toy, computer repair. Too easy, too dull. She scrolled rapidly, eyes scanning. There had to be something more interesting. Something with teeth. Why did you come here, Daedalus? She asked, not bothering to look up. Her tone was airy, almost bored. He leaned on the edge of the bench, furry arms crossed, eyes twinkling with that awful glint of smug mischief. The boss has got to check on his crafters once in a while. This is a prestigious forge, you know. Barry rolled her eyes. Thought you said innovation shouldn't be interrupted, she replied, mimicking his tone with a smirk. Innovation mustn't be disturbed, he parroted with mock wisdom. but only when it's not important. She snorted. Her finger halted mid-flick. An order blinked on the screen. Robot repair. Slightly more complex. At least it would scratch the surface of her itch. I'll take this one, she said, selecting it. It's been sitting for a month already. Daedalus squinted at the hologram, grin faltering for half a second. A robot, huh? Not bad. His voice dropped, serious now. But I've got better. Barry's pulse skipped. What do you mean, better? His grin returned. Less guilt, more wolf. I like that. Her stomach sank. Here it comes. Ah, yes. Now that you mention it, Bernice, there's been a very special request. The word special dripped with satisfaction. Barry narrowed her eyes, arms crossed now. From who? Hello, hello! Thank you for the follow and welcome to Cryptic Cult. Barry crossed her arm. Blah, blah, blah. Barry narrowed her eyes, arms crossed now. From who? Queen Andromeda, Daedalus said. She wants a sword. For her daughter. A beat. Princess Gorgophone. I do not know if I said that right. Barry turned back to the Star Sailor. She smiled. Only slightly. And only where Daedalus couldn't see. You walked all the way here to tell me that? I'm honored, she said, voice syrupy. Of course I did, he puffed. You're my best crafter. The word seemed to pain him. And the Queen specifically asked for you. On your aunt's recommendation. Barry blinked. Of course. Riri pulled strings. Again. She shelved that thought for later. Her brain was already flipping through designs. What kind of sword? She asked, her voice speeding up. Kopis? Cutlass? Xiphos? A harpy? He declared, patting his round belly like it were a war drum. You know, the one House Pleiades uses? Pleiades uses? Been around a few thousand years? That's a little awkward. Barry's throat tightened. She knew the harpe. She'd only ever seen one in real life. The late Crown Prince's. She exhaled, slowly, steady. Got it. Do they specify the material? Adamant. I'm saying all these words wrong. Oh my god. Normally I'm so much better at reading, I swear. I'm so sorry, Chatty Matty. But overall, let me look back here before we get too far and I forget some of my critiques. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. We're halfway through the 4th page of the 1st chapter. I think the scene is pretty strong. I like this. I like her interactions with Daedalus a little bit more than just her being in the forge by herself. The forge by herself seemed to go on a little bit too long. But when she's now interacting with another character, now the interactions in the writing, it feels stronger. It feels like it has a better flow. You get more caught up in the story. Is there anything else I want to point out? I'm wondering, so he is talking with her. When she did mention, he walked all the way over to her, I'm like, we have holograms. We have, it seems future sci-fi-ish a little bit. Like there's holograms, there might be space stuff here happening. I'm wondering, do they not have space sci-fi telephones? You couldn't just call her? You couldn't appear on a hologram and tell her the order? There's robots. Yeah, it's sci-fantasy. There's robots, there's holograms, there's stuff like this. I am wondering if there's not the technology, just for him to appear as a hologram rather than purposely coming to meet her. And that's not saying like, oh, he has to appear in a hologram. That's just like you being aware of your stuff. He's just basically coming because he wanted to be dramatic. Okay, yep. See, that makes sense. But maybe having the characters mention it, like, oh, you walked all the way over here, rather than just whatever sci-fi word you would use for like calling. Rather than just sending a hologram, rather than just sending a message, like you walked all the way over here just for that, rather than sending a message. Because right now I'm like, wasn't there a better way? But yeah, it would be in character for him. I'm not saying it's against his character. I'm just saying, like, wait, is there not the technology for it? So anyway, she says that carefully. Not much room for mistakes with that metal. I'm sure you'll manage, Bernice. His tone feigned encouragement, but his eyes wandered again, over her workstation, toward the little ship. Her jaw clenched. Queen Andromeda is a welder, she said, trying to refocus. So I assume Princess Gorgophone is too. That means she wants an Aurelchalum core? Not a welder, a wielder. She's a wielder. Daedalus chuckled like she was a prize goat at auction. Sharp as a blade, Bernice. Yep. Aurelchalum core. Training or channeling. Those were the only reasons a wielder used Aurelium. Oh my god, you're making me say this word a lot. Orichalcum? Barry swallowed hard. Guess I'll get started then. She gave a brittle smile. Daedalus turned and lumbered toward the door. Each hoofstep echoed like a tinkling clock against stone. She exhaled, finally. But then, he stopped. Oh, and quit making model starships, he called without turning. I pay you to take commissions, not to waste time on passion projects. The door hissed shut behind him. Barry's face flushed hot. Yeah, not like you complain if I made one for you, she muttered, scowling at the little star sailor like it had betrayed her. She nudged a corner of the sheepskin over it with her boot. Then she paused, exhaled again, longer this time. And it's Berenike. Her voice rose in pitch with each syllable. Is it really that hard? It's a little bit. It is a little bit that hard. Orichalcum is how you say it. Makes Autobot. Oh no. Richard likes to point out words like quiet or quietly. That's only because you use them so often. I had to point things out to you because the point of this is critique, is to point things out that your readers might notice or suggest or fumble over, to bring it to the next level. And you, Relic, absolutely love. You find a few words that fit your vibe, and then you're like, I am gonna put these words all over my book. And I was putting out like, hey, this is a lot. You might want to tone it down. So that was one of the things here. Actually, I'm noticing a very similar thing too. Of both you and Author Relic actually have a similar thing of liking to space out and focus singular sentences as paragraphs very frequently. It's a similar writing style you guys both have, and I'll give you the same little critique I told Author Relic, where it's like, not every sentence or paragraph has to be its own thing like that. They can be part of paragraphs and still be a good important one. You normally only want a sentence as a standalone paragraph when it's like you do it unconsciously. yeah. But that just might be like when you get an editor or something later to look over your work, or when you do a self-edit later. If this is for publishing, they'll go through it and they'll actually do the spacing, because right now there's not a lot of spacing between your paragraphs. And they might take some of these and put it inside a paragraph as well. Yeah, flow state writing. Lord knows I don't care about paragraphs and grammar and stuff when I'm doing rough drafts. But so just depending if this is a rough early draft, if this is a later draft, just as a note to be aware in the back of your head before it's at its final draft, just take a minute to go over the paragraph structure. You and Author Relic have it too. Oh, you missed the start of stream? Oops. No, it's all good. And hey, Coral, it's nice to see you. And hello, what? It's good to see you too. Berenike. 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 No, it's key. Berenike. She kicked at the forge floor, teeth gritted. 23 years. Barry thought once would be enough to learn her name. Barry almost despised it when people mispronounced her name. But she shook off the feeling. She didn't have time to sulk. She had a sword to make. She made her way to one of the nearby shelves, fingers already tingling with anticipation. Metal bricks lined each level, neatly labeled by type. Barry's eyes danced across the names. Steel, titanium, alloys she'd worked with 100 times over. Xiphos grade mix, reliable, predictable. But not today. She'd made hundreds of Xiphoi. She'd never made a harpy. And hardly ever touched adamantine. Her gaze locked on the second shelf. On the third. Her breath caught. There it was. Between the steel and titanium sat the crystalline gold of... Hold on. Orichalcum. Orichalcum and the silvery gleam of adamantine. Her lips curled into a slow, wicked grin. She reached out, lifting the adamantine first. Heavier than expected, dense, unyielding. It drank the weight of stars. The orichalcum was the opposite. You're saying it's cal. I almost want to say chow, because it's CH. Ori. I think the CH is, so to me it almost looks like it should be orichalcum. Orichalcum instead of orichalcum. Was the opposite. Light, impossibly smooth, humming faintly against her palms like it knew what it could become. She grabbed a few more bricks of each, clutching them with reverence, and hurried back to her workstation. The metals clinked gently as she arranged them with practiced care, forming two neat lines. Her eyes settled on the adamantine, and for a moment the thrill drained from her chest. Adamantine, the strongest metal in the galaxy, and the least forgiving. One wrong move, one tiny imperfection, and you started over. No second chances, no fixing. Her gaze drifted toward the high window. Through it she could just make out the statue again, its silhouette sharp against the fading sky. Would he be proud? Thump, the thump. Her pulse quickened. What if she messed this up? What if she wasn't ready? Is it from X-Men? That's adamantium. It's because it comes from Greek. CH has a k sound in Greek. Okay. But that's okay. I'm not sure if anyone read what you posted in the Discord or not, but that's okay. You're just curious. Let's see. This is Coral. Oh, Author Relic posted something else too. Okay, Coral. Is it the C dot dot dot? I'm scrolling up to see if anyone's called Coral in the Discord. I think is yours the Coral dot dot dot? Is yours the saddest story? Is that what it's called? Sometimes it's hard when the Discord names and the Twitch names are a little bit different. It's hard to tell who's who. Well, she wasn't ready. Barry shook her head hard, snapping herself out of it. No, she was ready. She was Exia's best crafter. Mistakes weren't in her vocabulary. She turned to the orichalcum. Its surface shimmered faintly, warm and inviting. Unlike adamantine, orichalcum wanted to become something more. It wanted to be shaped, to be bonded. It was a living marvel, an aura channeler. Watching it resonate with its wielder had always been her favorite part. Barry's excitement reignited, burning hot. An idea struck. She reached into a drawer beneath her work table and pulled out a small, dome-shaped device, smooth, silver, and humming with stored energy. She set it beside her tools and tapped its center. Music filled the workshop, upbeat, soaring. It spilled into every corner of the room and into her bloodstream. Okay, you got this, Berenike Mintaka, she whispered to herself, slipping on her goggles and golden crafter's gauntlets. According to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Annalise Cardinal. I do feel like I had to focus. I had to lock in to say some of these over and over again. Yeah, that's mine. Okay. Yeah, I am noticing a bit. I think a lot of my raccoons just submit for critique on stream, but I don't actually see, and it could be happening, like you guys could be messaging each other, right? I don't know, but I'm not seeing a lot of people critiquing each other. And that is something I encourage. If you guys do want to critique each other and read each other's stuff, that's more than welcome. That's more than fine. Hello, Noxley. Welcome to the stream. Yes, Christmas Eve stream. Okay, you got this. Berenice. Oh my god, I had to scroll up again. How do I say it? My dyslexia is not happy. Because it's spelled differently than how I want to say it. Oh, I think she said it earlier. Berenike? Was that it? Berenike. Okay, you got this, Berenike Mintaka, she whispered to herself, slipping on her goggles and golden crafter's gauntlets. Did she take them off? With a quick twist of her wrist, the emitters flared to life, streams of flame blooming from orange to brilliant blue. Barry's fingers flexed, and the orichalcum floated into the air. She grinned wide. With a flick of her hand, the first brick hovered above her gauntlet, the blue flames licking at its surface like eager, fiery fingers. The orichalcum pulsed, catching the light. It shifted, gold melting to white as the heat took hold. Barry's eyes sparkled with joy, mirroring the brilliant metal before her. She guided it carefully, her hands and fingers moving in fluid harmony with the music. A shape began to form, elegant, primal, the hilt of a harpe. She spun and danced as she worked, her voice rising in song, weaving melody into metal. The flames obeyed her every gesture. And as she worked, memory bloomed. The scent of oil and metal from childhood, her aunt's hands guiding hers, her mother's proud eyes, the laughter, the messes, the tiny metal sculptures cluttering every shelf in their home. It all started there. Queen Andromeda's vision of Exia had made everything possible. Her family's move, her education, her craft. Her aunt enrolling her in the Crafters Academy. Her instructors awestruck by her work. Fixing broken machines, rebuilding ships, improving prosthetics, making impossible things real. She remembered the trembling precision required to fix her aunt's delicate prosthetic arm. The way one wire out of place could fry the entire system. And yet she'd done it. Perfectly. Just got done exchanging gifts with your siblings. Now sleep time? Oh my goodness. Have a good night, Noxley. Thank you so much for coming on in. Once Christmas and New Year's is over, you'll start posting reviews and critique for people's story in the writing channel. That'll be really cool. Oh, hydrate or dihydrate. Okay. Here's your sippy. Today I have, Red Zero Gatorade, the fruit punch flavor. Okay, I'm taking another sippy. I'm watching you guys. I'm always watching you guys. Hold on. You guys are troublemaking raccoons. I'm starting my little fine. Okay. Okay, so she's... Where's my music going? There we go. Phew! Her bestie is also in this chapter too. Okay. They were all proud. Her mother, her aunts. She just hoped her father would be too. She pulled the nascent hilt from the flame and dipped it into the cooling barrel. Steam hissed upward in the rush. Her heart thudded as she pulled it out. If you can craft things this fast, why are you even worried? Rough, imperfect, but unmistakably a hilt. She held out her hand, and the hilt floated above her palm, slowly spinning in the air. Barry leaned forward, eyes glinting with wonder. A quiet gasp escaped her. It was working. She was making this work. Then, bzzzt, a shrill buzzer cut through the music. Yellow and red lights flared across the ceiling. And a shift alarm. No. Mary groaned, deflating. Her shoulders slumped. Come on, just 5 more minutes. But the lights didn't care. All crafters had to stop now. Rules were rules. Barry clenched her jaw. Tomorrow wasn't now. Tomorrow wasn't when the metal was singing in her hands. The forge was still hot, the harpe still whispering its potential. She couldn't leave it half-born. Would he stop now? Would he walk away from a blade like this? Barry moved fast. She packed the remaining aurichalcum and adamantine bricks into a reinforced bag, one designed to hold volatile metals without melting through. She gently laid the cooling hilt in a protective wrap, slinging it in last. The buzzer blared again, louder this time. Barry yanked her goggles off, powered down her gauntlets, and slipped out the back corridor, just as the first security drone rounded the corner. The forge behind her dimmed. The city ahead of her glowed. Her eyes flicked to the darkest corners of the forge, ears straining for any trace of hoofbeats or groaning pipes. Nothing. Good. She was going to finish this. Tonight. No rules, no limits. A glint of pride flashed in her gaze. The stubborn kind, the kind Daedalus called unruly, the kind Auntie Riri once called unstoppable. You have 7K for the Day of Reckoning? The idea is that the crafting process takes hours in universe time. She's just time blind. Yeah, I still got okay, maybe an hour's passed, maybe a couple hours passed. But like, in one workday, she's finished the starship prototype, the little miniature. And she's finished the hilt of this new project. For a really high important person, it sounds like, for a princess or someone. Or Queen Andromeda's relative. I forget if it was a daughter or not. But very high important person, very high important commission. And I'm like, damn, you got a lot of stuff done. Why are you... Why are you annoyed with it? Jeez, that's a lot of things done. If you can get, just with her being off the clock, if she can finish both those things in one day, it's like, damn, that's really fast. Why is there stuff on that list, on that commission list, that's a month behind? She's got ADHD. Yeah, well, I get that. But even then, even with my ADHD and my hyperfocus, I still don't get huge projects done in one day. That's a lot. I'm gonna highlight that just so I can see where we were. I am wondering if she calls herself out loud Berenike, and she's mad that other people don't call her Berenike. They get it wrong. I'm wondering why in the narration for herself she's referred to as Barry instead of Berenike. I'd almost feel like other people would call her Barry, and she'd be like, no, it's Berenike. Then came the medal. An idea snapped together in her mind with mechanical precision. She knelt, fingers deftly unfastening the clasp of her crafter's gear. The metal plating whispered against her skin as she slipped it off, each movement practiced and sure. Piece by piece, she tucked it into her bag, the once heavy ensemble vanishing like a magician's trick. Then came the metal, 3 bricks of adamantine, dense, dark, and heavy enough to warp the spine if packed carelessly. She cradled each one like it was alive, slipping them into their padded sleeves with the reverence of a priestess preparing a ritual. Then, finally, the Ericalcum. It shimmered faintly even in the dim workshop light, like gold alloyed with sunrise. Last of all, the hilt. Didn't she... She slipped it in. Last of all, the hilt, simple, unfinished, but it pulsed in her hand with the silent promise of something grand. Barry smiled, tight-lipped, sly. She'd finish the sword. She'd make it legendary, and she'd do it whether Daedalus approved or not. His rules were just obstacles, bendable ones. Ponytail tightened, bangs framing her soft face. Barry slung her bag over one shoulder and took a deep breath, enough to press the tension, and took a breath deep enough to press the tension out of her chest. Then she stepped into the evening. You just realized she packed them right. Okay, I was wondering, I'm like, maybe I skipped something. Maybe my brain's just like doubling stuff. I'm like, I thought she already packed the hilt. The twilight-lit streets of Eos opened around her like a blooming flower. Above Orion City, the 7 sibling suns bathed the sky in living color. 6 revolved around their violet mother star in slow, majestic orbits, creating a celestial prism that painted the skyline in hues of amber, teal, magenta, and sapphire. It never failed to steal her breath. Light refracted off windows and rooftops, rippling over the cobbled streets like stained glass in motion. Patterns danced along Barry's skin, her eyes reflecting the sky's shifting palette as she made her way toward the old statue of her father. The city buzzed softly around her, alive, familiar. The sun-drenched market was already humming, aglow with lanterns and streaked in multicolored shadow. Rows of stalls crowded the main street, each brimming with voice, smell, and texture. And there, just ahead, stood her favorite vendor. And I think we are now on the 10th page. I think that's a good place to pause for now, because there are other people that we want to... Sorry, I'm stretching. The model's gonna freak out. To to read and edit today, but overall, I think the world is interesting. I think the characters are interesting, which are the two most important bits, right? That's the hardest stuff you want to nail down. People always talk about sometimes a prologue is unnecessary. I'm not done yet with chapter 1, let alone the whole story, but I'm kind of leaning into if so much of this is about Berenike, I'm wondering what all the stuff with Artemis and the other war before was. But we'll see. It might go back and forth between characters. It might go back and forth between time. We're not sure yet. If it does, then I could see the point for this. But overall, I always warn authors a lot. Hey, be careful. You might think the prologue is absolutely necessary, but you know, be open. She's Barry's ancestor. Okay. Artemis's role is referenced. I wonder what her role is. She doesn't really do anything here. She just learned info that somebody else told her. Less is more, you always say for Nevermore. That's the hard thing too. It's always a balance, right? Some things you really want to like go into because it's a cool thing, and you always want to, you know, rule of cool. That's something in D&D at least. Always want to show all the cool stuff. But I think it's sometimes hard to tell exactly with a prologue until you get a little bit further in, so I will save judgment on it. But right now, I'm kind of like, I'm a little wishy-washy on a prologue. I think the chapter 1 should just be standing pretty strong on its own, and right now it kind of is. I do like it. I think it's stronger when Daedalus enters, and then we actually had the interaction between Barry and Daedalus. I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but whatever. I'm probably saying a lot of things wrong. Lots of fantasy folk really love their prologues, and I do love a good prologue. I love a lot of songs, I love a lot of poems, I love a lot of riddles, I love a lot of prologues, I love a lot of prequels. I love all that stuff. So I am saying, like, I am the market for fantasy, not so much sci-fi. I will admit I'm not the biggest sci-fi person, but for fantasy, I am a huge reader of prologues and stuff. But they do have to, they have to be there for a purpose, not just the extra fluff. And that's one of the things. That's why I'm not saying yes or no to it either way as a critique. I think that's something that reading more of the story, maybe we can make a more informed decision on it. But I do know that as writers, right? So I'm not saying as a genre thing, as writers, right? Writers as a group, as a class of writers, we sometimes really like to do. I've met writers who do 2-part prologues, even, right? They do multiple prologues because they get in their heads and they just think like, yeah, this is a cool part in my brain, so I have to include it. So they'll do the first prologue 1, and then prologue 2, and then finally chapter 1, and it's like, whoa, wait. And then you actually read it and you read the whole story, and it's like, you didn't need either of those prologues. If what's in the prologues really mattered to you, if it was really that important, that could have been its own separate spin-off series or story. But I know as authors, as writers, sometimes we get really like, no. I really want to include the prologue. It's really cool. And that's really, really hard, right? To step back a bit and look at the whole work and be like, is this actually necessary? She's got more scenes and interludes and the epilogue, and her role is stated later on. She has a key role in regards to the Wicked One stuff. Okay. If you write like pulp, like me, like pulp fiction, I tend not to do prologues too much, to keep it at least 1 page or less. If you were to do prologues, yeah. Use the prologue to introduce the backstory you needed for context. To introduce the backstory. What did we learn? Not this part. This doesn't really tell us anything. We learned there is a Wicked One. There is a war at this time. We learned Artemis exists, Lunarium exists, and that there's something here with Creus and a human. Creus and the human is what we learned. So then I'm almost like, should Creus and the human be the prologue? Because that's the only thing that we learned, that Creus and the fleece and the human got resurrected. Basically, the fleece thing, Barry's ancestry, plus the... Well, we didn't learn Barry's ancestry here. We did not learn that here. The fleece thing, yeah, we learned in the final couple paragraphs. And then the wicked one. Okay, for your superhero story, you set up a myth about a sleeping dragon for 1 page, and then you introduce the superhero team. Hey, that's cool, like the little myth. The only prologue he ever wrote was a paragraph long. If it's only a paragraph, then I'm like, It was the one paragraph so necessary. Was it a make or break for the story? Was the one paragraph. That's what I'm like. So, writers are a funny bunch, right? We as writers are a funny bunch. With what we think we need to start the story. So yeah, for this whole prologue with Artemis and everything, feels like the only... Oh, that's the poodle barking. Good story to whoever wrote this. Yeah, it's a really cool story. I really like it. And I am biased. I've admitted this in other streams. I'm not the biggest sci-fi person. Oh, did my lo-fi stop? Come on, music. Okay, my music's going. I couldn't hear it for a second. But I do really like it, even with that bias, and I was trying to focus past the bias. I'm like, no, this is like really cool. I think the characters are strong. I think the setting is really, really interesting. I think it's a world people could get immersed in, especially with this character who's this forger, this blacksmith type of character. I don't know if they said her exact role, but she's working this forge. I think it's interesting. I think it's in the world, which is one of the hardest things to get authors to do, right? To be immersed in the world. I think it's really, really good. It's a very strong draft. It's really good. You blame Assassin's Creed for your love-hate for prologues. Roots is more of a big action boom boom kind of book. You guys are just making shit up about Roots. You guys are such silly raccoons. You guys have no idea. Cryptid strikes me as a dark romance kind of girl. Please no, I'm tired. I just hear the tropes with dark romance on Book Talk and TikTok, and I'm like, I'm already tired just listening to you guys talk about the dark romance tropes. Please no. I couldn't deal it. I couldn't be the protagonist person in a dark romance. Some like dark alpha romance dude bro would try doing the dude bro alpha shit to me. I'd just smack him. I'd push him off a cliff. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. You guys ever feel like that way with certain genres where you're like, I know I'm not hating on it, as in like other people shouldn't like it. I know it's a genre that a lot of people like, and good for them. So I'm not saying like, oh, it's shitty if you like dark romance. I'm just self-aware enough that I'm like, I could not. I could never be the main people to like immerse yourself, to like picture yourself as the main character in the dark romance type things. I'm tired of normal guys bullshit. Now you want to give me like this dark alpha shadow daddy dude bro type thing and you want me to put up with them? I couldn't. I couldn't. Please, no more. No more. I'm emotionally drained just thinking about it. Her role is implied at first, but in the scene with her bestie, you start to foreshadow her role too. Okay. Wait, so you're telling me you don't like the stories that has Mr. Man with his broody abs and his brother as the young hot queen that you're secretly in love with? So you take her into your trading and fall deeply in love, but alas, your brother finds out and casts you out. Wait, is it my brother or his brother? Now you must save the kingdom and your woman. Okay, wait. Wait, you didn't say it was a lady. You didn't say it was a woman. I can put up with some stupid bullshit for a pretty lady. You might come up with a fantasy story at some point. Gotta finish what you have first. Well, I feel ya. I've been wanting to write some more fantasy ideas too, but I'm like, no, I have to finish. I have to finish scripting out my Three Witches storyline. Oh my god, I really want to finish all those episodes. I'm like, I'm finishing this. Not this. This is someone else's work. I'm finishing my story, my script. I'm gonna just get it done. You want to say more, but you go on for hours. Well, hey, I hope at least the little things we pointed out here. Oh my god, what did I even critique? I said keeping an eye on your paragraph and your single things, but you'll say like that's something that either you or someone else will look at in a later edit, so it's not too important for that. Saying, hey, bear in mind if this prologue is really important, like kind of in your back of your head, like turn it over in your head. And if you do keep it, I'm a little hesitant on this intro. This intro and everything else are all different. This is two different things happening in the prologue. So I was like, if you do keep the prologue, I would just focus on Artemis, and then following Artemis, we already hear stuff about the Wicked One, right? The Wicked One was coming is at the end, and she mentions to the one dude that she's talking with in the woods of like, hey, yeah, like we saved you from the Wicked One, like don't be starting your shit. I'm trying to see his name again. Lunarium. She's like, oh yeah, we protected you. Yeah, you're under House Mintaka's protection. Remember, you came to us for safety from the Wicked One. So she does mention like, oh, you're... Is that really saying that she's Mintaka? Because I do remember reading this, but I didn't get the fact that Artemis was an ancestor Mintaka. You're under House Mintaka's protection. Remember, you came to us for safety from the Wicked One. I was like, Artemis could just be like somebody serving House Mintaka. She could be like best bros. She could be like under House Mintaka's like orders. I'm like, she's queen of House Mintaka. Okay. I did not get that from this. It might come up in later things, but just from that little reference alone, I didn't quite get the fact that she's queen of House Mintaka. I just got the fact that she's at least affiliated with House Mintaka. That comes up later on. Okay, so then yeah. That's fine. Every dark romance novel on TikTok be like, I'm waiting on Prince Charming. Fuck Prince Charming, get the wolf. He'll hear you better, see you better, nom nom. We're I thought like you're gonna get the banhammer. Oh my god. Isn't Twilight a dark romance? Is Twilight a dark romance? I guess it depends on what you would classify as dark romance. Is it just the category of, oh yeah, there has to be supernatural creatures in it? Like it has to be supernatural romance. If your category is that, then yeah, absolutely, there's vampires in it. Ta-da, dark romance. To me, that reads more supernatural romance. It's a modern supernatural romance. The Twilight books are so cringe. Vampires don't share it. Yeah, but you know, we're just talking technically now. So isn't Twilight a dark romance? God, you hate romanticy. But please continue. Oh my goodness. But yeah, so it is romance. It is supernatural. I think it's modern supernatural romance, but would I classify it as dark romance? To me, dark romance has to have some harsher vibes. Not harsher. Darker vibes and tones. Dark romance books be like, I'm designed to kill. I don't care, Mr. Man. I've killed people before. Doesn't matter, Mr. Man. I wanted to kill you. So do it! Hold on, spider monkey. Wait, what? I was with you until the end. I've read plenty of romance in the past, but current romantasy is just a buzzkill. Your story eventually gets romance in it. Thanks, princess. I still find it odd how quickly she fell in love with him. Well, also remember, is it confirmed or is it just really strongly suspected, Stephenie Meyer, that the author is Mormon? And a lot of, when you then look at the book from the fact of like, hey, the writer is Mormon, you're like, oh. Oh, it was still Twilight. Whose story is next? Let's go ahead and see. So this one we are done for now. Our critiques were mostly with the prologue, and I had some questions of like, do we... Is calling her Barry when she wants to be Berenike? If that's how she already views herself, then from her perspective, always being called Barry feels a little bit weird. But no, nothing super off. I think it's still a really strong draft. I think it's really, really good. Hold on. Emo vampire and his family. Okay, cool. And oh yeah, your childhood best friend is a werewolf and she's just okay with that. What was I saying? She is Mormon, I believe. Yeah, I believe she is Mormon. Then when you look back at Twilight through the lens of like, oh yeah, the author was Mormon, you're like, oh, a lot of things start clicking into place. Okay. So let's see, whose is this? This is... Oh, I should probably go in order for who submitted stuff, right? So that was... Chatty Matties is done. I don't really know in order. This is... Elemental by Zachary Creek. Who was my raccoon that did so? Elemental is... Is that Creative One? Is Creative One in here today? Are they here for critique? If they are, we'll do theirs next. Otherwise... I said earlier, I don't know if Decaffeinated is in chat right now, but I had trouble accessing it. I couldn't load it. She has this thing that says the... Why she uses Barry. Mostly the, if you can't get my full name right, Barry works. I like that too. Decaf is not in chat. Okay. So yeah, I couldn't open that one up anyway, so I'll make a note for them that I couldn't access it. Who is... Creative One I don't think is on. DFPL is by what? I think what? Yeah, what's in chat. Hi, what? Okay. There is... You have two what? You have Flash, and then you have DFP/L. Do you have a preference for which one you want read first? Here's Flash and DFPL. I have both. I have both already up and waiting. They are not in the viewer list? There's a viewer list? There's a fucking viewer list? Oh my god, I learned something new every single fucking day. I have a viewer count. There's like a viewer count at the top that's unreliable. But I have a viewer count. I didn't know there's a viewer list. That's fucking crazy. Hold on, let me take a sippy. And you said the P/L is the one for critique. Okay, that's what we're on now. And the Flash is for fun. Okay, hold on. So you said Flash is for fun, so I'll go ahead and get out of that one. So we just have the DFP/L. Okay. I had no idea. Anyway, so we have a series titled Spelling Ideas. Solaris. That one might be Seal-Eris. Is it Solaris or Seal-Eris? If it's Seal-Eris, Dan Cryptid, you haven't read submissions in a while, huh? Going back to the 16th? 16th? Has it really been that long? Has it been that long? I feel so bad. Maybe what wasn't in some of the earlier stuff, and that's why I didn't? It's also because I'm streaming every other day. That's also one of the hard parts too, right? So I'm not streaming every single day. I'm streaming every other day. The last one was a game collab day with Penny VT. Yeah, I guess it has been long. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, where was I? Hold on. I know it's still showing the document for me. I have other tabs up. There we go. I'm here. So yeah, for what? If it's Seal Eris. When I read these first two, I think Solaris. Solaris? That's how I'm at least initially reeling it. Seal Eris. Eris or Aris? Solaris. Solaris, Solaris. Seal Eris. Cielers. Your mom is talking to your dad on the phone and judging your taste in booze. What's your taste in booze? You gotta tell us now. Now we all have to judge you. You got it the second time. Oh fuck. Wait, how was I saying it? Solaris, Solaris, Seal Eris. Seal Eris. Seal Eris. Yeah, the first two, I like the way that they look better. Not that my opinion matters, but if you wanted opinions, I like the way they look better, but I think a lot of people say Solaris. If you want Seal Eris, Seal Eris. This one's closer. I almost like the S better. Hold on, I'm gonna cough real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna mute the mic. Okay, hopefully you guys didn't hear it. You've got to delete that part? What part? I don't see any part you have to delete yet, but anyway. So here's the plotting for The Forgotten Prince. Act 1 takes place over 18 years. Okay. The early years, it's age 0 to 5. Black Rock, a place that the Forgotten Prince is going to, is 5 to 18. And Homecoming, he's now coming back home at 18. That's all in the first act. That is a lot to cover in the first act. That's 18 years in one act. Okay. Act 2, picking up from there to an undecided timeline. We have a war, the Iron Helm War, where the character is 19. Okay, I do have everything working still. The pronunciation. Hey, that helped me. Seal Eris, that helped me, so it's fine. So there's a war, the royal fallout, and a fake wedding. And there's going to be a trigger warning for that chapter. And a warden investigation. Okay. War investigation for stuff? I'm not quite sure in reference to you, but as long as you know, that's the important thing. It doesn't matter if I understand this. The important thing is you do. Act 3 is the Northern Investigation. The character's then captured. And the Northern Silver War. And a finale. Finale. Final finale. I'm glad that you have everything placed out. I am worth this for one book. If it's act 1, act 2, act 3. So I'm guessing this is all acts in one book, not 3 separate books. This is a lot of ground happening. I mean, you have 18 years, a homecoming, a war, and then another war. You have the Northern Civil War. There's 2 different wars. It's a lot. How many chapters is each act going to be? I'm not sure if we know yet. This might still be in the planning stages. The Seven Kings War is then a prequel, and you're still deciding the exact timelines for that. That's fine. Follows Delphina and Gideon before, during, and after the Seven Kings War. Untitled, there's going to be a sequel, which will then take place after all of this. Starts sometime after Forgotten Prince, possibly 5 to 10 years afterwards. Okay, okay. So yeah, this is gonna be different series, and I think that's kind of good to match things up by timeline. This covers a lot amount of time. The lore. The magic. Magic is genetic. You must be born with the trait for magic in order to use it. This is tested by dropping a person's blood into a special clear liquid. If the liquid turns blue, then the person has the trait. The trait can be either dominant or recessive. That's weird. Normally it's not either dominant or recessive. As time went on, the number of people born with the trait dwindled, and now the trait is rare. And those born with the trait normally have a high standing or use it for their own means. I'd say... I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying, you're trying to go for 4 chapters each, but you might expand during the last one. Yeah, that is a lot to pack. That's why I was worried. I'm like, this is a lot happening in a very short amount of time. Time is in not time is in like timeline here. It's a lot happening in a very quick amount of book pacing. Like, you could have a character. This could be like the lore that you know. This is stuff that you know from the early years and how he's treated, and that he's in this Blackrock Academy, which is kind of like the Witcher stuff. I think when I was reading it earlier, I'm like, oh, this kind of reminds me of The Witcher, right? That stuff can be the lore, but it seems like most things. 18, he's coming back home, the war starts at 19, it's gonna be a fake wedding, there's the warden investigation now that he's a warden, and then there's gonna be another civil war. I think maybe this stuff might be your one book, and this is just the background stuff you reference, and that's part of your character's lore. But it is a lot to pack in chronologically. So that would be my first thing. Like, you might want to zone in. You might want to, like, this is very zoomed out. You might want to zoom in to cover some stuff. And I think the trait could be random. Like, oh, we don't like, the people don't understand who has it. It's kind of like up in the air. It's a toss-up. They can't quite figure out. I'm not sure the trait can be either dominant or recessive. That doesn't quite make sense. So it might just be better like, oh yeah, the trait is random. There's no way for these people to know. The Grim Wardens. Okay. These are ancient warriors who have superhuman strength, stamina, and speed. Wardens are recruited as children. Where the children come from is dependent on the clan's rules. So there's different clans. Okay, there's different clans. They age differently from humans and other wardens. Oh, so each clan is different? Depending on which creature they bond with during the familiar stage determines their aging rate. Some wardens have even developed special abilities due to their soul bond. Their familiars can vary depending on location. They live in a clan system led by elders who normally are bonded with long-living creatures. Each clan has their own rules and regulations. Currently, there are 53 active clans in the current time period. Each clan specializes in different things. There's 53 active clans. I'm like, okay, each clan has to be like a couple people. Like, there's not like a clan of one. Oh, Grim Wardens is used in Warhammer? Okay, I didn't know that. I'm out of the loop on the Warhammer stuff. 53 active clans. Is this going around like the globe, or in like one kingdom or a couple kingdoms? Because 53, that's at least couple hundreds of people, right? If each person just even has like 4 people, we're already like past the 200s. And if it's all in like one kingdom or like 2 or 3 kingdoms worth, right? It's not a huge area. That's actually kind of a lot of people if the trait's supposed to be rare. Oh, worldwide. Okay, worldwide, that puts it that's a little bit more feasible. Okay, okay, so I won't critique that. That's pretty good. 53 active clans for the world. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Each clan specializes in different things. Yep, that makes sense. Gale clan located at Black Rock. Specializes in combat. Normally works as mercenaries and bounty hunters. Warwick clan, located near the Gaelic Forest on the western side of the continent, specializes in environmental protection. Their familiar process is completely different from the other clans. Their soul bonding process is a lot more ceremonial than the other clans. Okay, the Gale clan, Warwick clan. Morwich clan is located in Avalon. So we have like the Gaelic Forest, we have Avalon, we have Black Rock. Specializes in learning. They run the biggest library on the continent. Gandor clan, located in the southern continent of Freyla. They don't speak the common language. They speak an older language that many people on the northern continent don't speak. I'm gonna hope maybe people on the southern continent do. Specializes in everything as they serve civil jobs, guards, teachers, physicians, etc. Believing their soul bond expands their connection to the spirit realm. So when you're saying that they have these jobs, is this like if they're teachers and physicians, are they being teachers and doctors to non-Grim Warden folk? Is that what they like people outside the clan they're teachers to and doctors to? Because I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, oh wait, but Gale clan and Blackrock had teachers, right? They had people teaching the new recruits. They if it's a clan, they already kind of have everything they need there. They already have teachers in the clan. They have leaders. They have guards. Right? Because it's a functioning clan. So I'm guessing when these are the jobs, they're doing these jobs for other people outside the clan. To everyone that lives in their communities. So then if Gale clan needs a teacher, is it secretly from the Gandor clan? You see, like doctors and stuff, like Gale clan's still gonna need doctors. Because they're mercenary and bounty hunters. They still need doctors. Warwick clan needs teachers to teach environmental protection. Like they all still need this job just to make their own clan functioning. They serve, believing their soul bond expands their connection to the spirit realm. Riven clan, located somewhere in the west. An older clan that no longer exists in the current era. They thrived 400 years ago during the Seven Kings War. Okay, so you have even this different stuff for that. That makes sense. I like that. Northern clan, name pending, home to the main antagonist, Arkin. Okay. There's a medallion system. If you were to publish this, you would more than likely be fine, but you could run into issues with trademark problems if multiple things overlap. Stay away from fantasy knights, post-apocalyptic scavengers, and urban vigilantes. Then you're in the safe territory. Is that just Warhammer stuff? Is that what Warhammer covers? I have no frame of reference for what Warhammer does. I'm like, yeah, they have minis. I know people who paint the minis for Warhammer. That's all I know. A medallion system. So yeah, this still reminds me of Witcher. Okay. At graduation, a trainee is given a medallion with the clan's sigil on it, marking their transition from trainee to warden. So they're all still called wardens. This acts as a warden's ID. The Gale clan takes pride in their medallions. When a Gale clan warden dies, only their medallion is collected. If the warden had a trainee, their medallions are melted down and reforged together. So that way their teacher is always with them, watching over them. If not, their medallion is buried in a funeral ceremony. If the warden's body is recovered, they are burned on fire during the medallion ceremony. There are people who live with them who aren't wardens in the Gandor clan. Okay. In the Gandor clan. So then they're doing it. So then the clan isn't necessarily just of wardens. The clan can be people out who aren't wardens. Okay. Eldoria. Located near the center of the continent. The royal family consists of King Elric and Queen Vera, deceased due to complications of childbirth. Their 4 children. Prince Alduin, deceased from illness. Prince Edwin, who is the King of Eros. Princess Allura, who is the Queen of Eldoria in 623. And Princess Ilia. So they have 4 children, one of them's already dead, and then we have the next one, who's going to be the king, a queen of a place, and then a princess. Princess Ilia has a son named Rendalis. Queen Allura will have 2 children by the sequel. Okay, so the sequel, but we don't need to worry about that yet. So since Princess Allura is going to be Queen of Eldoria, and she has 2 children, then the son, Rendalis, isn't in direct line for the throne for Eldoria. Because Prince Edwin is going to be the King of Eros, so he's somewhere else. Surprised he's not the King of Eldoria, but okay. Okay, Keldor, the King of Eldoria in 623, and Talon, who died in battle, are a part of the Wainridge noble family. The Wainridge family for generations have served as knights in Eldoria. King of Eldoria in 623, she's the Queen of Eldoria in 623. So that knight's gonna marry Princess Allura, I'm guessing. And then waving lord to King Elric, Keldor, and Talon were betrothed to the princesses. Okay. No wait, I'm behind in chat. Whoa. Warhammer 40k has a faction in their books and games called Grim Warden, so it could be murky. So many things have already been thought of already, so it's hard to come up with something new when writing. Yeah. You always end up with something inspired by something else. True to be safe, you want to research and all that while writing to make sure you're good. The last thing you want is any kind of snag to happen. Yeah. And it seems, and again, this is just for you as the writer. So like, if this is this, blah 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 blah. Let me rephrase. Let me think of how I'm gonna say this. If this is just notes for you, then that's fine, right? I'm not saying you had to edit your notes to yourself. That's crazy. I'm saying for the work that you're going to be making off these notes, I am noticing that sometimes they're called Grim Wardens, and sometimes they're just called Wardens. So if they, in the book, in the notes, just calling them Wardens is fine. But if in the book of the series you're writing, if they're just referred to as Wardens, then and you might not need the Grim Warden part. They could just be Wardens. Because I am seeing, like, oh, Wardens is used a lot. So let's see. It seems like, from what you hear, it sounds like some of these can be ambient details, but that's coming from someone who made a 50-page story Bible. It's just infuriating when you come up with something, do research, and then get discouraged. No, and that's one of the things, too. Like, we never want to discourage people. It's just to be aware, because you can still use stuff as long as it's, like, as long as it's different. You know what I mean? Princess Allura is a name in the 1988 fantasy film Willow. Oh, that's cool. Alduin is a character in a World of Warcraft as well. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, some of them I forget what it was. It wasn't that particular name. It was some other things that I was getting a World of Warcraft theme. Maybe it was just Blackrock. Because I remember some of the stuff in the, not World of Warcraft, but the Warcraft games. Like, I think it's Warcraft 3. There's, the Blackrock clan, and then it's like Black Rock and Roll, and then you, like, fight them later. It's Black Rock and Roll 2. There's, like, some funny quests and stuff with it. When you make outlines, you don't bother with proper grammar unless you're lost. Yep. That's what I say. Like, I'm not telling you to edit your notes to yourself. That's what I was saying. That would be ridiculous. Like, oh yeah, you should edit your notes. That's ridiculous. I'm just saying, hey, as somebody here reading your notes, I am noticing that you do sometimes just refer to them as wardens. So if you are worried about another franchise having the Grim Wardens, it might be a thing, like you could just call them wardens. They might not need to be Grim Wardens. They could just be wardens. And if that was a worry for you, that it was similar to Warhammer, that kind of solves the problem, right? and it doesn't mean you have to. I'm just saying, like, hey, that's an idea. It's a theory, a game theory. You had that as a regional differences. Some people say Warden and others say Grim Warden. Okay. Eldoria is a popular name used in fictional fantasy worlds. Yeah. You have super detailed notes in chapters. Sometimes basically, they fight or they talk. Yeah, with my story with the Three Little Witches, there's this one person who's getting these nightmare sequences from her demonic familiar, right? And I was just like, oh yeah, nightmare sequence about her doing this, or nightmare sequence about this happening instead. And they were just super vague because I'm like, no, I can focus out the details for the nightmare sequences later. Just nightmare sequence, da-da-da-da-da. That's all that, it's just a note, right? That's why I'm like, I don't want to like edit this too hard. I'm just pointing out little things that I can to help. But it's not like we're like editing this as a finished work, right? This is just plotting. This is just notes to the author. You had it spelled differently, but then you went simpler. You might go back to that spelling. Okay. So let's see. I think we're on the kings and queens and stuff. So okay. So these two knights are the Wainridge noble family. The Wainridge family for generations have served as knights for their unwavering loyalty to King Elric, Caldor, and Talon. Part of the Wainridge noble family were betrothed to the princesses, Princess Laura and Princess Ilia. So Caldor becomes king. I'm wondering why Prince Edwin doesn't become king. He's king of Eros. Eros. King Rendalis. Where's King Rendalis? Okay, that's gonna be my character. The son. King Rendalis the Great. Oh, when does he become king? I'm gonna guess that's what the story follows. 17 served as a general in his father's army during the Seven Kings War. That's 17. Is the prequel. So sometime while he was at Blackrock, he then serves in the Seven King War. It was mainly from a game idea you had a few years ago that you slowly rebranded. There's one chapter I literally put replacement chapter. Barry talks to her bestie. Bestie confesses feelings. Barry's conflicted because she likes the princess. Yeah, sometimes with our notes, that's all we put, right? I absolutely feel he's a chatty batty. Oh, different person. This is a different person? Okay. Okay, so never mind. I was getting things mixed up. So at 17, this King Rendalis the Great served as a general in his father's army during the Seven Kings War, which is during the prequel stuff. During the war, he became aware of how poorly the commoners of Eldoria lived. After the war, he confronted his father about the conditions of their kingdom. Seeing him for the man he is, Prince Rendalis kills his father to take the throne. He fights a small war for the throne with his brothers. He leads Eldoria into the most prosperous era the kingdom has ever seen. We're going to retcon the amount of greats in chapter 1. Okay, so you have note for yourself here, that's fine. So he is the king during, well, after Seven Kings War. Seven Kings War happens, then he's king. He's then... So yeah, I'm not quite sure about how far in the past that is. Eros. Okay, this is the one that the older prince is going to become king to. Located in the northern region of the continent and is split by a large mountain range. The Eros royal family consists of King Edwin and Queen, pending name, that's fine, and their 5 children unnamed, as well as King Edwin's bastard son. Eros and Aldoria fought a bloody war for several years, but for it ended with Edwin marrying the princess of Eros as a peace treaty between the two kingdoms. Many northern nobles aren't really thrilled that Aldorian sits on the throne. Before it ended with Edwin. Okay, this is this prince. Marrying the princess of Eros as a peace treaty between the two kingdoms. Was she the sole princess? Because I'm wondering, I'm like, okay, why he as the older son would become king of Eros rather than this princess becoming queen of Aldoria, and he becomes king of Aldoria because he's the oldest son. But I don't know. Peace treaties are weird. Reads could be like, this sounds like Warhammer Eros breaks immersion. His brother was still alive at this point. Okay, so it was he's the oldest brother after Prince Alduin dies. Yeah, but there is the older prince. They were planning on Prince Alduin ruling Aldoria. They gave the second prince to Eros, not knowing Prince Alduin was dead yet. Okay. Avalon. It also depends. So, with fantasy, we can do kind of whatever we want with the royal family, if your government family, however you want to do governments and stuff, right? You could call them whatever you want. You can do whatever you want, right? It can be your own thing. If this is following more traditional, like our real world kings and queens and stuff, if the Eldorian married into the Eros family, I think he technically, if this is going off like UK stuff, he becomes prince. He's the ruling prince. And then the queen of Eros is still queen. Because that's why, with the late queen in the UK, that's why her husband was still prince. He didn't upgrade to king. It's like, when the woman married in, she's elevated to queen, but when the man marries in, he's only elevated to prince. And that's something that happens in our real world. Now, do you have to follow that? Absolutely not. Why? Because it's your fantasy world. But maybe being aware that some people might be like, wait a second, because you're using the same things like king and queen. Some people might be a little confused with that. Avalon, located in the southern region. Avalon is a coastal kingdom, a hub for trade and pirates. Yep. Avalon is ruled by King Dorian. He's the nephew of Baroness Felisandra Brookhart, an older cousin to Eliza Brookhart. Okay. Ironhelm is an independent barony located in Avalon. Okay, it says inside Avalon. Ironhelm sits north of the main port and acts as a buffer between Avalon and any sea-bearing force. Ironhelm is ruled by Baron Clovis Brookhart and Baroness Felisandra Brookhart. Their daughter Eliza serves as a general within their small army. Vampirian. Cassian believes he's the rightful ruler of Ironhelm. Religion. The northern continent has a polytheistic religion. The southern continent has a more spiritual belief system. Okay, now it even play with the clans and stuff too, right? You're saying like even the clans of the Wardens act differently. There is a spirit realm that all living creatures belong to. The Vampirian Isle worships a different set of polytheistic gods that are going to be similar to the Norse gods. Known Warden familiars. Ren, the character Ren that we're following in the story, not this King Rendalis the Great. So our character Ren has the Great Wolf. And he has a slightly slower rate of aging. Aleste has a Wyvern, Grey, Unknown, Thorsten, a muzzle bear. Creatures that aren't familiar. So these are just creatures. Draconic creatures, wyverns, dragons, great dragons, and then ancient dragons, which are colossal. Forest creatures, great wolf. Okay. And the muzzle bear. Ocean creatures, flying creatures, phoenix. Sand creatures is a Threscar. This giant sand serpent is an elusive hunter. Okay, I'm like not even including like the creatures and stuff. Characters. Do you also review outlines? Yes, yeah. It's whatever. If you guys have plot outlines, if you guys have just intros, if you guys have like a random chapter 17 that you want to, it's whatever you guys want to put in, as long as again it's like it's not spicy, and God, what else was it? just no spicy sexy stuff, and if it's something like different, like one time I was really struggling with critique because I thought I was reviewing like a story thing. And then the person was like, no. And then I was like, is it just a recap thing? Is this just a letter you're sending out to your friends? And they were like, no. And it turned out it was like a YouTube script. So like if it is anything different, like a plot outline, like author notes, like chapter 67 instead of chapter 1 or a prologue, like let me know. That way I can understand what I'm critiquing. Because I was really struggling with the YouTube video one because I had no idea it was a YouTube video script, right? That's why I was really struggling with it. What you don't like is when your brain does make everything in the story a portmanteau. Mostly because Tracthalon doesn't automatically make me think satire, but more goat. I have no idea if I said the Tracthalon thing right. Thought you were going to stop at do whatever we want, and I'm like, yep, that's writing. Yeah, exactly. Do whatever we want, but if you're sharing the writing with us, if you want this to be like something shared with others, like people pay for, be aware of where your readers or your audience could get tripped up with. And if you think they are going to be tripped up with, that's when we have to now be like, okay, how do I make this more, the things that are supposed to be understood, understandable? Because sometimes we do like keep things hidden purposely, right? I'm not talking about that. Someone's going to be like, oh, well, what if I purposely want to trick the readers? Yeah, obviously I'm not talking about that. That's not the gotcha you think it is. The stuff that we don't mean to be tripping up our audience or our readers. That's when we look back and we're like, okay, how can I make that clearer or more distinct? There's a few chapters you definitely won't share. There's a few scenes that are spicy. Yeah, see, and that's fine. I'm never over here like bashing you guys for things that are spicy. I'm not over here like, all like, oh no, like people who do spicy stuff is bad. I read spicy stuff. It's fine. I just get embarrassed reading it live on stream. And that's just my own personal preference, you know? But it's never bad if you guys do spicy content. It's just that's my boundary. I'm like, I don't want to read it out loud. And that we had to make that rule after somebody submitted, and that person wasn't bad. I wasn't over here like, oh, this horrible person for submitting spicy content. How did they not psychically know that I wouldn't want to do it? We learn a lot of things as we go on the stream. And that was something I realized as I was reading. I'm like, oh, I actually don't like this. Okay, we're gonna pivot. New rule. I don't like reading the stuff on stream. Barry got hot and bothered by the princess. Scenes essentially. That's funny. Oh my goodness. Let's go back here. I'm gonna take a sippy real quick because I've been talking for a hot minute. And now we're gonna get into the characters. But overall, this is still really strong. This is a lot of great information to have as the author. I think it's organized really well. I think a lot of the stuff is interesting. I think a lot of the stuff is cool. Again, I can't speak to like if something similar to Warhammer or not. I just don't know all those references. I think the scope of the realm and how you're planning things out, I think that's great. I think the only critique so far is like for the book itself, while it's good to have this timeline for the character, the book might not be able to easily cover the entire arc of the character, right? Some of the stuff might be from like Homecoming on for one book. You know, and that's just knowing the pacing of how books normally are. Hello, Penny, it's good to see you. So that was the first critique, and then the only other critique so far was if you are using a modern not patriarchy, that's the wrong word. Monarchy system that's similar to our world's monarchy system, people might get a little confused with why the elder male son marrying into Eros became king instead of ruling prince, and then his wife was queen. That could be a little thing people get confused over. And that just might be being like, oh yeah, in Eros, it's known as a modern patriarchy. Yeah, right? That just might be a thing of like being like, oh, in Eros, they don't call it king and queen. It's queen and her, you know, like main consort, right? You use a matriarchal monarchy system in your story a lot. Okay. Oh, no, that's Sir Maddie. yeah. And see, that's something you would then specify, like, it's a matriarchal monarchy system. And then people follow. So this is different to our current day monarchy. Just having to specify stuff like, he might not be the ruling king outside of name, right? It might be his wife, who's now queen, who's actually has the legal power instead of him, right? It might be the back and forth, just specifying that, just knowing that, or giving them different titles besides king and queen. Like it might be ruling queen and prince consort, something like that. Just look into it. For monarchy systems, there's actually a lot of cool stuff to look at if you guys ever get into it. There's a lot of cool stuff. And again, you don't even have to use monarchy stuff. You could give them any titles. You could be like, most powerful, badass, beloved by the gods, ruler of Eros, right? And then the secondary ruler of Eros is Edwin. But yeah, Edwin has a bastard son? That's crazy. There's drama there. But yeah, modern patriarchy. That's telling on me. I'm trying over here reaching for monarchy, and I'm like, patriarchy? No, wait. So characters, we have Delphina, stuck in a random realm, main character for 7 Kings War, meets Ren. I'm gonna guess that's the other Ren, King Rendalus the Great, in a dream realm and spirit realm. Might have a slight British sounding accent, like the wife in The Mummy and magic. Okay, so yeah, so this is different. Balin Morcar only serves as a bounty for Ren's first hunt. I'm guessing this is Ren that we're following in our story. There's 2 different Rens, and that's tripping me up right now. But as long as you, the author, know, then that's fine. Jezreen, knight that fights Ren in the final of the tournament. Let me get back up. Finale? Is this one? So I think that's still about our Ren. Gideon Hardrada, main character of 7 Kings War. Riven Clan Warden helps Delphina on her travels, was supposed to save or kill her. You use implication of it, like heavy emphasis on that last names are passed on by the girls more, or even the pantheon being fully led by goddesses. Okay. Ren is the main character. The full name is the old. Okay, so this is still. So Delphina is stuck in a random realm. Main character of 7 Kings War meets our Ren in a dream realm, spirit realm. So he's meeting somebody from the past, from the 7 Kings War. Okay. So only serves as a bounty for Ren's first hunt. Jezreen, knight that fights Ren in the final of the tournament. Gideon, Hardrada. Let's see. A Seven Kings War. Ravenclan Warden helps Delphina in her travels. Supposed to save her killer. Rendalis is the main character of Fallen Forgotten Prince. Gale Clan Warden, sent away as a child to become a warden, goes by Ren. Aleste is Ren's like a family by choice older sister figure. Okay. Gray, Gale Clan Warden, grew up with Prince Elric, Ren's mentor. Lair Calvain, King Elric's youngest child, Ren's mother, Caldor's lover. Alora Calvain, King Elric's third child, Ren's aunt, future queen of Eldoria. Caldor Wainridge, eldest son, the Wainridge family, Ren's father, future king of Eldoria. So yeah. Edwin Calvain, King Elric's second child, Ren's uncle, king of Eros, and he has magic. Alduin Calvain, King Elric's first child, Ren's uncle, died of an illness several years before Ren is born. He had magic. Talon is Ren's believed father. He died in battle, but not actually his biological father. Eric is Ren's grandfather. That's the one that sends him away. Rendalis Calvain. Oh, that's right. They even have the same last name. Oh, dear God. Same first and last name. So would he be Rendalis Calvain the first, and our Ren is Rendalis Calvain the second? Maybe that would help. Prince in general during Seven Kings War. Later becomes King of Eldoria. The man Ren is named after. So yeah, this is Rendalis Calvain the first. We follow the second. Alduin is a name of a boss in Skyrim. There's so many references here. There's a lot of stuff. And like, again, like, I think Roots knows more Skyrim. I don't know a lot of Skyrim. Would you like me to submit some character descriptions? Sure. Please feel free to see anything. We're just having reading times and going through some stuff for the Christmas Eve stream. I will say, if I do anything with spice, you prefer the feedback off stream, just so me and you don't die of embarrassment. Yeah, see, that's fair. That's fair. So yeah, let me wrap up the critiques here. I think the critiques were, again, this is really strong. I think this is actually really fantastic for plotting out your world, not just your book. You're actually plotting out several characters and things that are happening before and after your book. I think this is a really strong story Bible so far. So I don't want you to think that critique means that, like, oh, it's bad. No, I think this is really fucking strong, actually. This is really good. But I think the biggest critique is for, even though this is all happening chronologically and good to know, the book itself might have to home in on this age range. The magic could just be random, but don't say it could be either dominant or recessive. That's a little confusing. And then otherwise, I think it might just be good to know, like, specify. And again, this is your story Bible. I'm not saying edit the story Bible. I'm saying, like, in the story, Rendalis Calvain the first versus Rendalis Calvain the second or third, right? Who knows how many? This Rendalis Calvain could be like the 37th for all we know, right? And then our Rendalis Calvain is then the 38th, right? However many Rendalis Calvains there have been. But just specifying the title. But otherwise, I really like it. I think it's really, really strong. I think it has a lot of detail. And I think it's letting you have a lot of creative things, like the different clans all being different, having these creative little differences and making it a more lived-in world, a more expansive world, I think is really, really cool. So I think it's still really strong. But that is the critique for that story Bible. I think it's still really good. Who is... You dare not send spicy to Crypt. Yeah, like I said, I don't read any spicy on stream. It's just too embarrassing to read on stream. You can still submit it in the Discord in case anyone else wants to read it or critique it. I mentioned earlier, I'm like, oh, I wish the raccoons, you guys as raccoons, would critique each other's work more often. I keep saying, like, yeah, you guys can critique each other's work in the story submissions, and unless people are privately messaging, I'm not seeing it. You best not send the spice decrypted. You guys are fine. Again, I won't read it on stream, so there could just be like the little warning, like, has spice. Do not read on stream. That way I don't accidentally click on it. That's all I ask. That's it. You like keeping the wholesome appearance. Oh no. See, that's the thing. Like, even with me and then with Mash and stuff, you're like, oh yeah, everyone behave. I think if we ever got you off stream, I think you'd be a terrible influence. I'm calling it now. I think Penny's gonna be a terrible influence. You used to just use other characters' names as placeholders in some of your older stuff. Oh yeah? Yeah, that's absolutely valid. I sometimes don't even give them placeholder names. I have absolutely been guilty of, like, I've done pages and pages and pages of, like, planning out, like, chapters and scenes and stuff, so it's just pages of the rough draft, right, of the plot outline. And I didn't have the names for the characters yet, and one of them was the necromancer dad, right? And every time I got mad at him in a scene, I was like, and this, and the necromancer dad, who's a motherfucking bitch out, and can't do anything. He's such a lame character. He doesn't even have a name yet. I'm just gonna kill him off. And and I do that, and then he leaves the house and does all this stupid stuff. But I would. I just referred to them as like those like random titles, and they just got longer and longer with more insults the more I was mad at the character. Cryptid is not wholesome. She swears a lot. I don't swear a lot. But yeah, I do swear some. It has spice, only mentions paprika. I don't know if any of you guys, well, some of you guys are old enough, but to, the early days, before we even had AO3, like the early days, like fanfiction.net, right? And there would be stuff, because people of all age ranges were writing fanfics and stuff, right? And they'd be like, oh yeah, like, this one has a lemon. And it would be like two characters holding hands. Or warning, like, this one has a lemon, and it would be like a gratuitous sex scene, and someone like would request the author, like, hey, I think you should like insert a lemon or something, and then like the author's like, huh, that's really weird, and they didn't understand it, so they would just like write the next chapter, and the characters would just be in their kitchen, and they would have like a lemon in their kitchen. It was the Wild West back then, okay? It was crazy. So yeah, it has spice, only mentions paprika is absolutely something that would have happened in those old days on fanfiction.net. In your old mystery story, the main characters are named David and Alex Mason from Call of Duty. I mean, I do not want to seem too degenerate. Penny, I'm calling it. Penny's the worst of us. You on stream? I'm just a degenerate, or, I mean, I'm a cinnamon roll. Me off stream. And they did the devil's tango deliciously. Wait, what's the automat? What's the the relic, the automat got you. It held it for bullying. That's so funny. She just read a list of cuss words. It wasn't too bad. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, Relic! It keeps getting you. What are you doing? See, motherfucking blah blah blah. Not wholesome. I can be wholesome and still be an adult who swears. Yeah, you are a bully, Relic. You're bullying me right now. I'm gonna ban you. I'm kidding. Wholesome enough. The Forgotten Prince has a spice level somewhere between Vampire Diaries and Game of Thrones. Wait, that's a... Oh no, I didn't read either of those series, and I can still tell you that's a little bit of a... That's a wide gap. That's a wide gap. And honestly, the only times I've written spicy has been commissions. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? Hold on. Did you guys hear that? Commissions? Do you know what that means? If you just pay a certain amount of money, you too can get Penny VT to write whatever degenerate shit you want. Whatever filthy stuff you want, there's a price tag. That means it's possible. You just have to go to Penny. See, Penny, this is terrible info you've told us. Everyone's gonna take advantage of this now. So I had to remove a spicy scene in your third book, mostly because you got so flustered writing the mechanics of shape-shifting certain parts. That's so funny. You're either a wholesome cryptid hag or a dirty mouth welding swear thrower. I can be both. I have depth. I'm a character. I'm a fully fledged character, full 3D character. You can't be both cryptid. Yes, I can. You're not in charge of me. This is my stream. I can do whatever I want. Oh no. But those times have been very explicit. You meant see again. Nah, they can't come when they don't know what they're getting. All I'm hearing is there's a price tag. If there's a price tag, it's possible. If it's a price tag, it's possible. It means it's on the table. It's open for negotiations. It's not a hard no. I commissioned the most dirty, down-to-earth smut story you can write. I'm talking dirty, hot, unapologetic schmecks. You're welcome, thanks you. Slides. I'm just imagining Authorag like sliding over one doubloon and some crumpled Monopoly money being like, yes, please, give me the smut. Anything is possible when money is involved. And you're just going for the after stuff and had the princess go, sorry, I couldn't get a birthday. How did you nail every lesbian ever? How did you nail them perfectly as characters? Yeah, the reason why that spread out is because it was explicit as F and belonged on an 18+ website before being toned out. Hello, main, you came in at a very funny point in time. Oh my goodness. Cheered 100 bits. Thank you for the bits, Author Relic, after I just got finished making fun of Penny with you. Oh my goodness. But no, we love Penny. I love hanging out with Penny. I'm so glad they're here. Hopefully Penny doesn't mind me talking about their comms and trolling them like this. Am I next? You could be. Let's see. This is that. Did you have one? Creative one. I don't think creative one's in yet. And this one, I think, was by creative one. Let's see. I couldn't open decaffeinateds, and I don't think they're on right now. Another friend did worse? Penny, now you have to tell us, what did the other friend do? You made the mistake of sending them the goods and she ran with it? Wait, did she ran with it like she stole the content? Or she ran with it like she ran with the smut and like made it worse? Oh, you do story critiques? Cool. Yes, we do story critiques, we do plot critiques, we do intro critiques. It's and again, all the critiques are nice. We just offer a few little things, pointers to make it the strongest piece it could be. But it's never me. We're never making fun of anyone's work here. That's not what we're about. But we're all writers here. We're all like people who like stories. And I think sharing your stuff with other story people and hearing feedback and critique from other people who also like the art of story, it helps, right? It's good feedback. I did not yell at you, Relic. I just kept pointing out how often you used it. No, like you became known as the Smut Master Pet. Kenny, that's fucking hilarious. And you've only written like less than 5 pieces, mind you. That's a very specific way of saying 4. Like if someone's like, "Oh, you're my top 10 favorite artists," then you're like, "Oh, well, I'm not number 1. I'm like number 9." If someone's like, "You're my top 16th favorite writer," you're like, "Oh, well, okay, I'm your 15th or 16th favorite writer." You say, "You've written less than 5 smut pieces." That's a really interesting way to write 4. Oh my god. One of your mods keeps calling you out. Oh no, Chatty. This is why right now Roots is the only mod I have. I'm just scared of if I make anyone else a mod of them trolling me. Well, okay, fine, you got me, that's right. You had 27 quiets in the chapter you posted. You took 20 out. A critic complains about I'm a getter. Well, it depends on how long the chapter is. If the chapter's 1 page and you still have 7 quiets, that's still a lot. You know what I mean? Smut Master would make a rockin' shirt. That's absolutely true. I'm not dirty, I swear. Don't let him fool you. I read his smut. I'm scared if I say that. Does it sound like I'm saying something else? Does it sound bad? I don't know. This sounds like a trick. This sounds like a trick. Hold on. I'm restarting my lo-fi beats. I'm not falling for the tricks. Anyway, Relic is here. Take my diplomas. Thank you for the bits, Relic. And yes. I think the other people who submitted stuff aren't on currently, so we can just do this. I can then get out of that. Open here. It's going to be a little bit paler for a second. Why I loaded up. Okay, now it should be on dock mode, right? Yes. It's still in dock mode. Rubber baby, buggy bumpers. Does it sound like something else when I say it? Oh my god, I feel like this is a trick. I feel like I'm being trolled. Anyway, what is it? This is the copyright disclaimer. So author Relic is in chat. They are David William Connor. Cinder. Has been semi-edited for final publication. Please enjoy and share your thoughts. This is chapter 6. Okay. Hold on. I do have to cough. Let me mute the mic real quick. Hold on. Oh my god, my coughs are horrible. I'm so glad I can mute the mic. Hopefully you guys can't hear it. Cryptid reading FNAF lore, you see? Perhaps something dirty? I wasn't reading FNAF lore at this time. I have an account on Reddit. And my username there is like FNAF lore list, because I was gonna... When I've mentioned before on stream that I was really heavy into the Five Nights at Freddy lore, I was serious, because I was gonna make a website detailing all references of characters, and where they were in the games, in the... Oh, thank you for the subscriptions, Ashuna! Thank you so much! You like because you were watching a movie? Oh, Christmas movies are really nice. Was it a Christmas one? Bonnie and Chica fanfic? No, I don't read Five Nights at Freddy's fanfic. Where did you guys see anything FNAF related? Just over here? I don't see anything FNAF. Oh, okay, yeah. That's just my username. That's just my username on Reddit. I was posting theories and stuff in Five Nights at Freddy's community. In the oh my god, the game theory subreddit. No, it wasn't Christmas. It was the first Superman movie. Ooh, the new one? The new Superman movie that came out? That's nice. Was with the format, like none of the paragraphs are indented. Is that on purpose? I don't know if it's on purpose or not. It might just not be... Sometimes when people move things over in a Google Doc, sometimes the formatting gets a little bit funny. If you had to correct your mod a few times, it's emotional smut, like between a loving couple, but gay. I'm sorry, do you have to specify the gay part? Is it not obvious when you have two characters doing gay sex? Oh, that's completely different, of course, from two gay characters having straight sex. That heterosexual sex. Oh my goodness. That's so funny. Time to stalk Cryptid on Reddit. Something interesting or fun. It's boring. But yeah, that's what that was. If you guys go over here. I was like, why are you guys getting FNAF stuff? And I'm like, oh yeah, this was here. And I was going to have a website, and I was going to read everything, and then every time there was a character name or description, I was going to like file and categorize. I was going to make a categorized website for everything in FNAF. That it would be easier to reference stuff. It would be easier to be like, oh, there's another child with green eyes. When do we have characters who are mentioned with green eyes? And then you could go and like search in green eyes, and it would pull up every character mentioned in the books and in the games with green eyes, that we could cross-reference and like have a better idea of which character it might be. It was this whole project. I was like planning out the design of the website and everything too, and then at the end I was like, nah. Depression hit again. I lost all motivation. She was calling you out and making it sound like straight smut. How dare they look at your gay smut and think it was heterosexual. That's the worst insult. I hope you banned that mod. You were deep into the lore. You don't understand. I was having prophetic visions at night and waking up at 3 a.m. with new FNAF lore dropped straight into my brain and calling Roots at 3 a.m. to tell them crazy shit that I just understood in my dreams. And then they would be like awake like, oh, okay. And I'd be like, yeah. Good night, and then I'd hang up the phone and go back to sleep. They had to specify if socks are on or not. Is it too much if I say... No, it's probably too much. It's too much. It's too much. This isn't what this stream is about. I went, girl, they have your same parts. Both. It's gay smut. That's why I was like laughing. I'm like, oh yeah, one girl going down on another girl in a heterosexual way. Two girls grinding on each other in the most straight way possible. Woo, depression. Yeah, see, Azuna, you get it. Like, I had it all planned out, and I bought all the books that were currently out. I pre-ordered books before they were even out for Five Nights at Freddy's. That way I would have them as soon as possible, and I was... I was gonna make this compilation reference library for people who liked Five Nights at Freddy's lore to be able to easily access all character physical descriptions, all character names, all character like lore chapters, all animatronic. Like it was gonna be this whole library thing. Why? Because I probably have OCD and I like organizing shit. So that was a passion project for a hot minute. And so I made the whole Reddit account, FNAF Lore List, to start posting some of my theories at the time into the subreddit and be connecting with the community. And then I was gonna work on the website. Oh my god, hydrated. Okay, here's your sippy. Okay. Putting down my Gatorade now. Thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, I really like organizing things. I like things that don't make sense. I like working on them and making them make sense. Which is probably now realizing why I have a stream where I just do critiques and edits for you guys to help you guys realize issues and plot holes and stuff. Just to fix it and make it better. Oh dear god, man, streaming is better than fucking therapy, I swear. You just picture the 22 Jump Street realization scene. My last Spice scene, she went, now, it's It's gay futa. Anyway, Author Relic is here. And they submitted chapter 6 of Cinder, a Lawrence Grimes novel. And we're gonna... How many pages is this? It is 10 pages. I can't promise my voice will hold out for that long, so we'll get as far as we can. And, holy shit, you're right, what? It is... It's past midnight. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas to all my raccoons who... Yeah, you're on the East Coast. It's Christmas for you now. Honestly, your favorite part in your story is, as a whole, Barry's aunt and aunt-in-law wanted a baby. Barry's aunt looks at her brother-in-law and goes, "Found her donor." Oh no. That's ugly. It better hold up that long. Merry Christmas, everyone! Merry Christmas, all. Yes. Merry Christmas, all my raccoons who celebrate. It is past midnight. It is now. It's not really Christmas Day, is it? It's like super early Christmas morning. Ghost still destroyed our Christmas tree. It's an artificial tree we've used for years. And Ghost the cat, the kitten, has gotten about half the limbs off the tree. So we have to reassemble the tree and put those limbs back on it because he has destroyed it. Chapter 6. First day on the job. Let me start this. Morning in Cinder came with a strange kind of stillness, the sort that made sound itself seem unnecessary. Grimes woke to a line of light cutting across the blinds, thin, golden, almost surgical. Should this be the, what's it called? Where it's like the comma dot? Thin, golden, almost surgical. It painted the room in stripes. Clean wall, shadow, clean wall again. For a moment he stayed in bed, listening for something. Maybe a bird, a car, or a dog. But the silence held steady, absolute. He rose, the floorboards cool beneath his feet. See, I do like, so just going back, because you mentioned, like, oh, I plan on a lot of your quiets and silences. So this one was silence, but over here earlier you made sound itself seem obsolete. Rather than saying silence twice, you said sound, and then you said silence. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is still talking about the same thing, but it's a better variety. It flowed better. So I do like that. See, I can give you a compliment on your silences. Don't mess with me, I can give you compliments. He rose, the floorboards cool beneath his feet. The little kitchen smelled faintly of plaster and dust. The coffee pot on the counter looked like it hadn't been used in months. He rinsed it, filled it, let the first brew of the day hiss and click its way to life. The sound felt louder than it should have. Steam curled up against the window pane and condensed into thin, perfect beads. Outside, through the slats, sprinklers arced across the lawns in perfect rhythm. 1, 2, 3, pause, repeat. The water caught the morning sun and threw it into clean fragments across the street. Every house wore the same neat hedges, the same pale siding, and the same crisp mailbox, painted white. He leaned on the counter, watching. No one moved behind the curtains across the way, but he somehow felt watched all the same. Not in the sinister sense, just seen, as if the town had already memorized him. Coffee was bitter, but he drank it anyway. Across the street, a yellow school bus rolled to a stop. The doors hissed open. Children in identical red sweaters filed out, laughing and waving as if they were on cue. He caught one boy's eye, maybe 8 years old, who gave him a small, deliberate wave. Grimes lifted his hand automatically, and the boy smiled too widely before turning back to join the group. The bus doors closed, and the vehicle drifted away in a perfect, unhurried line down the street. So here, so the bus opens, children filed out. They leave the bus. They leave the bus, but it sounds like, morning. Wouldn't they be getting on the bus? Or is that part of the mystery? Is that part of the mystery? The school kids leaving a bus to go home? Rather than getting onto a school bus and going to school? That could be part of the mystery. That seems strange. That seems like, ooh. He stood there until the last of the sprinklers shut off, leaving behind damp grass that shouldn't have been that green in a desert town. A breeze came through the open window, cold and dry, carrying nothing. No smell of dust, no trace of life from the surrounding desert. So did it twice. Just clean air, stripped of anything familiar. He shut the window. The latch clicked. The sound echoed longer than it should have. For a long moment, he just looked at the view. Rows of houses, identical driveways, and a single newspaper resting dead center on every porch like a badge of order. The sky was faultless, too blue for comfort. Remember, it's a psychological horror novel. Can you trust what you're reading? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it wasn't a mistake, I'm like, that's interesting. It caught my eye. I'm like, wait, they're leaving. They're getting off the bus early in the morning. I'm like, oh, what does that mean? That's why I said, like, oh, if that's intentional, my interest is piqued. Like, oh, that's why I'm like, there's things that you can leave as mysteries, as little things that the readers are confused by, but it's a good confused. It catches the reader's attention if they pick up on it. And I'm like, oh, if that's a cool one. I'm interested by that. I really like that. He told himself it was good to start somewhere quiet. Maybe this was what he needed after Detroit. No sirens, no corners that smelled like rot and rain. Still, as he gathered his badge and coat from the table, he had the faint sense that the piece here didn't belong to him. It belonged to someone else. Something larger, carefully maintained. He just happened to be standing inside of it. He locked the door behind him, pocketed his cigarettes, and stepped into the morning sun. The world outside gleamed too perfectly. Even the street looked freshly washed. What are you doing in here? Get out of here. Get out of here, Arthur Relic. What are you doing here? Get that little thing out of here. That's right. See, I scared him away. I'm tough. Somewhere, a lawnmower started up in the distance, humming steady, predictable, as if right on schedule. He took a slow drag and exhaled into the empty air. It vanished faster than smoke should. The Cinder Police Department was a squat, brick building with a flagpole out front and a parking lot that could fit maybe 10 cars, 8 of which were already there. The flag above barely moved, stiff against the clear desert air. Grimes parked beside one of 2 identical black and white cruisers. Even the dust on their hoods looked evenly spread, as if they'd been cleaned and then left that way on purpose. The air smelled faintly of metal and sun-baked concrete. Inside, the station greeted him with the low buzz of fluorescent lights and the faint aroma of old coffee that had soaked into the walls. The floor tiles gleamed, scuffed just enough to look believable. A bulletin board near the door overflowed with flyers. Neighborhood Watch, Cinder Community Fair, Founders Day Parade, and a dozen other events promising civic joy. Someone at the front desk looked up immediately. "Morning, Detective Grimes." He paused, and still on the door. "Morning," he said slowly. He hadn't met her before. The woman smiled as if she had. "Chief's expecting you. He said you'd be by first thing." Grimes gave a polite nod and passed down a narrow hallway. The air conditioner rattled once, then went silent again. His footsteps sounded too loud against the floor. The main room opened up into a cluster of desks. 6 total, lined in 2 rows, all packed, all neatly stacked with paperwork. A coffee pot in the corner gurgled beside a corkboard filled with photographs of smiling officers at barbecues and award ceremonies. He caught a few faces that reappeared in multiple photos. Same people, different events, same smiles. I like that. From behind one of the desks came a voice, bright and earnest. "You must be Detective Grimes." He turned. A young woman stood there, clipboard in hand. Officer Ellen Rook. She had that new uniform crispness about her. Shirt pressed sharp, badge polished bright, brown hair tied back without a strand out of place. "Officer Rook," she said, almost saluting before catching herself. "Welcome aboard, sir." "Just Grimes is fine," he replied, offering a small nod. "We don't get many transfers," she said, leading him toward the locker room. "Chief said you came from Detroit. Must have been something else up there." "Different kind of quiet," he said. She smiled politely, jotting something on her clipboard. The tour began, brief, efficient. 2 patrol cars in the back garage, spotless enough to reflect the ceiling lights. A locker room that smelled faintly of bleach and metal. A filing room labeled in red marker. Archive, do not remove without authorization. He glanced at the door a second longer than he meant to. "Mostly old reports," Rook said quickly. "Chief likes to keep things organized." They passed another desk where a folder lay open. Federal correspondence stamped across the front in bold black. Should this have the little, not quotation marks, but like the singular one? Oh my god, it would really help if I knew words. Quotation marks are where it's like the double apostrophes, and I'm talking about just a single one on each side. Federal correspondence stamped across the front in bold black. I'm not entirely sure, but in my heart, I feel it. Before he could read any of it, Rook slid her clipboard over the page in one fluid motion. "We handle all external communications through Chief Black's office," she said with a practiced brightness. Grimes gave a faint nod, taking it in. The walls here were freshly painted, but not new. The kind of fresh that tried to hide years of scuff marks. A small clock above the doorway ticked just a hair too fast. But the place was immaculate, but something about it didn't breathe. Every pen had a holder. Every chair faced the same direction. Even the bulletin board pins were evenly spaced. "You'll get used to it," Rook said as they walked. Grimes glanced at her, not sure if it was meant as reassurance or a warning. The patrol car's interior still smelled faintly of vinyl and lemon cleaner. Grimes sat in the passenger seat, window cracked, and the desert air moving through like it didn't want to linger. Officer Rook drove with both hands on the wheel, posture straight as a ruler. The cruiser rolled down Cinder's main street, tires whispering against spotless asphalt. "You'll notice we keep things tidy here," Rook said, glancing over with a smile that was probably meant to be friendly. "I noticed," Grimes said. They passed a row of storefronts. Hardware store, grocery, post office, each with identical red and white awnings. "This is good." I like that passing mention. The glass windows reflected the sun so perfectly that he could barely see inside. A man sweeping the sidewalk outside the pharmacy looked up as they passed, gave a polite wave, and went back to sweeping the same stretch again and again. We've read some of Arthur Relick's previous works that he's already published, and sometimes there was the trend before of mentioning in detail like the signs and the recipes and a lot of details about each store that the character wasn't going into, that would come up later. And I was like, oh, well, if the character's not going into those stores now, it could just be mentioned in passing. This was a really great way. Just to briefly mention, oh yeah, these are the type of stores, the small town stores that we're passing. But the important thing is, hey, they have these identical red and white awnings. The glass reflected perfectly. It's still this uncanny valley, right? This has improved a lot. Like, and that's why I point those things out, because I hope, like, even if you don't improve it in the first work, because it was already published, it's something to keep in mind for the next work. This felt a lot more natural. This felt a lot more purposeful here. This felt more professional here. I'm like, oh, this is really good. Author Relic's just eating up the compliments. See, you gave me so much shit. You gave me so much shit. Being like, Cryptid's a big bad meanie who always pokes at my silences and my quiet and quietlies. Look at that. See, I can point things out. I can point out the good things. Town population steady around 3,000, Rook continued. Low crime, good schools. Most people work either for the plant or in maintenance. Everything runs pretty smoothly. Plant? He asked. She hesitated. Old mining complex. They call it a plant now. Mostly storage, as far as I know. The car eased through an intersection where the light flicked green just as they arrived. Across the street, two boys tossed a football back and forth. One dropped it, picked it up, and immediately started again, not a beat off. Grimes watched the rhythm of it, the unbroken patterns. Seems like everyone's on schedule. Rook laughed softly. That's Cinder for you. No one likes surprises. Next came the library, a squat, sandstone building half covered in vines. The front windows were open, curtains breathing faintly with the breeze. Claire Monroe runs it, Rook said. Knows more about this town's history than anyone. History worth knowing? Rook smiled, eyes still on the road. Depends who you ask. They passed Dawes Diner next. Chrome shining, parking lot full, every booth visible through the wide front windows. Waitress leaned over to pour coffee, laughing at something unheard. Grimes caught a sight of the same posters he'd seen at the station. Community Cleanup Day. Perfection is pride. When the car turned another block, he noticed how every house looked almost identical. Pastel siding, trimmed hedges, one flagpole apiece. The lawns glowed green against the yellow desert. He felt the same quiet from that morning. But now it felt thicker, heavier, like the air was watching back. The town began to thin, storefronts fading into wide lots and telephone poles. To the west, the desert opened, rolling out in shades of tan and rust. A single dirt road branched off from the pavement, leading toward the horizon. A crooked, no trespassing sign leaned beside it, half swallowed by sand. Same as what I was saying with Federal Communications or whatever it was. I would look into it because I'm not exactly sure, but in my little cryptid heart, I feel like it should have the little half quotation marks here to show that that's what the sign says. Grimes nodded toward it. What's down that way? Nothing, Rook said quickly. Old farmland, private property. Who owns it? No one. Not anymore. She shifted gears. We'll circle back toward Maine. The second one. Yeah, the author relic when you say, oh, this, and then you have the quotation marks, but it's like half a quotation mark. Because quotation mark has the two. I think when it's supposed to be like a reading label, it's just the one. So it's just one on either side. Same as... Or here, following them labeled in red marker, you have it in all caps. archived. Do not remove without authorization. And that's one thing, whatever way that you specify what labels are. So in this one, you do all caps to show that it's a label. Like that's a sign somebody's reading. It should probably be the same. So you could either do all caps for... Listen, wait, no, this is now possible. And what was it? It was the folder. Yeah, I was saying for this one, you could do either half quotation marks. I know I'm saying that the wrong thing, or all caps. I don't think you need both. I'm just saying be consistent. Like if the way that you write things is that they're all... No, not quotation marks. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Quotation marks means somebody's speaking, like somebody's reading that sign aloud. It's the thing that you wrote. Yeah, those ones. So yeah, I forget what those are called, but those ones, yeah. So that... This one shouldn't be italicized, because the other one wasn't. Hold on, that I don't lose my place. I want to see where else it was. Federal correspondence is the other one, where if you're going with the thing of like they're all caps, and then they have the not quotation marks, that's the other one that should have it. It should be all caps then, and have the marks on either side. It's just keeping those labels consistent. You can do whichever one you want, but it has to be consistent throughout the work whenever you do text like that. Where was I? Oh yeah. A crooked no trespassing sign leaned beside it, half swallowed by sand. That's the old farmland. And then she says, we'll circle back toward Maine. Her tone was casual, but something in the way she avoided looking at the road told him not to push. He turned his head and watched the landscape shrink in the mirror, the sign growing smaller, the dirt track swallowed by glare. Back toward town, everything came alive again. People mowing lawns, hanging laundry, waving as they passed. But even the motion felt choreographed, like the whole town had been told when to smile. Grimes rolled his window higher. The air that came in was clean, scentless. He couldn't shake the thought that Cinder wasn't a quiet town because nothing happened here. Well, it was quiet because something had made it that way. You italicize only when Barry is needing to think in first person. Yes, but keeping consistent. Good night, Ajuna. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Well, think in terms of like she's speaking it in her mind, right? Like she's having thoughts that we the readers are hearing it on. So yeah, so like italicizing some of her thoughts, but then not italicizing other of her thoughts would be inconsistent. That's what I say. Whatever shorthand you do, you then just have to be consistent with it. So if when you read signs, if the thing is that you put the signs in all italics, then every sign you read throughout the work should then be in italics. If it has the man, I'm forgetting the word for the not quotation marks. That's what then every sign should have, right? If it's bolded, then all of them should be bolded. Like, it's just being consistent. You're very consistent, usually. Is it colon? It might be colon, and that's why like the semicolon is the other. Man, I would really... Hold on. Sorry, Sir Arthur Relic. No, it's not that one. Colon is the two dots. Is it apostrophe? Yeah. Yeah, apostrophe. Okay. Oh, thank God. I finally figured out. Yeah, it's apostrophe. That's how I'm like, it's the quotation marks, but it's not the full quotation marks. It's apostrophe. If you do apostrophes for showing a sign, then just consistently every time you show the words for a sign or text or something, do an apostrophe. If you do it in a different sized font, then every time you read a sign, do it in a different sized font. You know, just consistently whatever shorthand you have for stuff like that, do it consistently. That way the readers don't get confused. Fuck, where was I? The air that came in was clean, scentless. You couldn't shake the thought that Cinder wasn't a quiet town because nothing happened here. It was quiet because something had made it that way. The bell above the door gave a cheerful little ding when Rook pushed it open. Warm air spilled out. The scent of beacon. Fucking bacon and beacon. Blah, 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 blah. Cryptid said a naughty word. Get ready, there's gonna be more of them as the night keeps going on. Hold on, I'm taking a sippy. See, Chatty Matt, it's not just your stuff I trip up over. Apparently, my freaking cryptid brain trips up over bacon and says beacon instead. You heard bacon, what you miss? We're reading stuff with Author Relic right now. They're entering a diner. The scent of bacon grease, coffee, and floor wax mingling together in a way that should have felt comforting. It did at first. I like that. The Dawes 24/7 diner looked like something built to be photographed. Chrome counters buffed to a mirror shine, checkerboard tile gleaming under soft yellow light, every stool polished enough to catch reflections. A row of sugar dispensers lined the counter like soldiers. A jukebox in the corner clicked and whirred before settling on a familiar tune. Van Halen's Jump. Best coffee in town, Rook said with that same bright tone as she led him to a booth. Cindy'll take care of you. Oh, is she important? Because this is Cinder. The town's called Cinder and she's Cindy. Are we supposed to make a connection here? Maybe not. Maybe it's just coincidence. Cindy Dawes appeared before he could answer. She was mid-30s, all warmth and motion. Light blue uniform, hair pinned tight, smile steady. Her eyes, though, flicked between them like she was memorizing faces. Detective Grimes, she said, already pouring coffee into his cup. Word travels fast in a small town. He raised an eyebrow. Guess so. To be fair, Barry says bitch sometimes as a verb. You're in good hands here, she said. Cinder's the best place to live. You'll see. The words came out smooth, practiced, like she said them 1,000 times before. Grimes offered a small half-smile. Everyone keeps telling me that. Cindy set down the pot, leaned on the counter with a polite grin. Cindy set down the pot, leaned on the counter with a polite grin. That feels a little funny. Cindy set down the pot and leaned on the counter with a polite grin. Because it's true. There was no pause between them. Just that thin line of insistence, the kind that doesn't invite discussion. Rook flipped through a menu, though she didn't seem to read it. I'll have the turkey club, she said automatically. Cindy nodded before Grimes could speak. And you, detective? Pie and coffee are the favorites today. I'll take the same, he said. Why not? As Cindy walked away, Grimes looked around the room. A young couple in the corner shared a milkshake. A man in coveralls read the paper, nodding along to the music. A waitress wiped the same section of counter again and again, even though it already gleamed. Everything was pleasant. Yet the longer he watched, the more he felt the rhythm of it. The same gestures repeating, the same smiles landing at the same beats. The coffee was strong, hotter than he expected. He blew on it, letting the steam fog the window beside him. Outside, sunlight hit the glass so hard the whole street looked bleached white. You like the job so far? Brooke asked. Hard to tell, he said. Haven't had to do anything yet. That's the best part, she replied with a small laugh. Chief says if we're busy, something's wrong. Cindy returned with 2 plates balanced on one arm, pie slices gleaming under perfect whipped cream spirals. Fresh baked this morning, she said. You won't find better anywhere in Nevada. But they didn't order pie slices. Grimes picked up his fork, took a bite. The crust was flawless. The filling tasted like sugar and cinnamon and something faintly chemical underneath. Maybe preservative. Maybe nothing at all. Across the room, Rook was already halfway through her sandwich, eating in neat mechanical bites. Wait, what? Yeah, she poured them coffee. Cindy returned with 2 plates balanced on one arm, pie slices gleaming under perfect whipped cream spirals. Halfway through her sandwich. Did she bring the sandwiches yet? When she gets read. She says to a little goddess, yeah, we'll just ignore that later on. Barry's bestie's like, I'll smack that goddess with a stick. That's funny, that's funny. But yeah, this is just little things, you're meant to question things. I don't know if that one's a purposeful mistake. That one felt like... Okay. This place, he said, glancing around, always this busy. Pretty much, she said. Folks like to be seen. He caught his reflection in the mirrored panel beside the booth. The 2 of them framed neatly between chrome edges, a perfect little picture of normal life. Behind them, a clock on the wall ticked steadily. When he looked again, the minute hand hadn't moved. The jukebox restarted the song. The same warbled intro, the same scrape at the first line of the chorus. Nobody noticed. Maybe like an extra line here? Like, across from him, Rook was already halfway through her sandwich, eating in neat mechanical bites. He didn't remember seeing Cindy drop off the food. Something like that. Just something off. Because that one was the first one. I'm like, wait, is that an error? Cindy passed again, topping off his coffee without being asked. You're settling in all right, detective? Trying to, he said. She smiled, that same bright, rehearsed smile. Give it time. Cinder's good at making folks feel at home. He nodded, but didn't look up. Outside the window, a delivery truck rolled past. White, unmarked, driver unseen. As it turned the corner, it left a thin trail of dust that settled almost instantly back into stillness. Rook crumpled her napkin, checking her watch. Chief will want you back soon. I'll grab the check. Cindy waved her off. On the house. First day perk. Grimes looked at her, trying to gauge whether she meant it kindly or because she'd been told to. Her smile didn't change either way. When they stepped outside, the doorbell dinged again, the same tone as when they'd entered. Bright, perfect, and strangely hollow. Hold on. The bell above the door. Okay. So to say the bell above the door, like it's an actual little bell, gave a little ding. But here's like the doorbell. I feel like a doorbell is different. It's like that little button you press, but like when they stepped outside, the bell above the door dinged again. That's what it means. Okay. The same tone as when they'd enter. Bright, perfect, and strangely hollow. That just might be a me thing. I might be focusing on that. Anyway. The afternoon sun had slid low enough to paint long... Are you guys hearing that? Maybe it's nothing. I thought I heard fireworks. Hope they were fireworks. The afternoon sun had slid low enough to paint long rectangles of light across the station's floor. Grimes followed Rook inside. The door closed behind them with a soft, hydraulic sigh. I know you don't believe in page breaks, but I wish you did. Okay. The building was quieter now, phone still, radios mumbling faint static from somewhere in the back. The hum of the air conditioner filled the silence like a held breath. Most of the desks were empty. Barry's bestie smells like a sailor. That's funny. A half-finished sandwich sat on one, a paper cup beside it. Someone had left a crossword open, pen laid neatly across the top. Everything looked paused midday, waiting for a cue to start again. Rook headed toward the back door with a stack of reports in her arms. Chief's at a council meeting, she said. You're free to poke around if you'd like. Sure, Grimes said. She disappeared down the hallway, her footsteps fading. He moved toward the row of filing cabinets along the far wall. Beige metal, polished smooth with age. Labels written in neat block letters. See that again. This is all capitalized. So like whatever method you choose, if it's just capitalized, if it's capitalized with apostrophes, if it's all italicized, whatever it is, just keep it consistent. Also remember you're not using Google Docs to publish, so the transfer of the chapter isn't perfect. Yeah, someone was asking earlier why isn't the paragraphs indented, and I'm like, oh, it might be the Google Docs thing when you transferred it over that can mess with stuff. You won't lie, you just got reminded of that just because Pentresses and Cherries started playing on your background playlist. The Piss a Love Song. That one's funny. So labels written in neat block letters. Page review. Okay. Incident reports, citations, personnel, missing persons. The last one caught his eye. Pulled open the drawer. I'm amazed the filing cabinets are not locked. Pulled open the drawer. Folders are arranged alphabetically. I think folders were arranged alphabetically. I think that's supposed to be were. He pulled open the drawer. Folders were arranged alphabetically, edges worn from years of handling, I think. So that's present tense. That felt a little weird. Each file bore the same red stamp in the corner. Closed. Relocated. Flipped one open. Inside, a single sheet of paper with a date. No narrative, no witness statements. I think that should be a semicolon. Just a small, bright yellow, smiley face sticker near the top corner. Nothing else. He opened another. Same thing. Another, identical, so it only has no date, no narrative, no witness. Are they just blank pages? Okay, no. Each folder had a name on the tab, but inside, only a date in that same cartoon face. He stood there a moment, trying to decide this was a joke or policy or something else entirely. Footsteps behind him. Something catch your eye, detective? Oh, something catch your eye, detective. Chief Stephen Black stood in the doorway. Tall, thick-shouldered, gray around the edges. He carried his authority the way other men carried sidearms. His face was pleasant enough, but the eyes, too clear, too steady. Yeah, so for Author Relic, just look at that one again. The folders are arranged alphabetically. I'm not quite sure that's right. Grimes held up one of the folders. Just getting a sense of things. These cases, they're all listed as relocated. That means moved away? Black walked in slowly, hands in his pockets. That's right. Folks come and go. Sometimes they don't leave an address. Paperwork stays simple that way. Looks like a lot of relocations, Grimes said. People like to move on, the chief replied, voice even. He reached for the folder, closed it gently, then set it back in the drawer. We like to handle those quietly, he added, tone soft as a warning. Don't make waves. Cinder runs better that way. Grimes studied him, the careful smile, the unblinking calm. The chief had the manner of a man who'd said that sentence more than once. Understood, Grimes said. Black nodded, almost approving. Good. You'll fit in fine here. People like stability. Where is better? For the yeah, folders were arranged alphabetically. He clapped a hand on Grimes' shoulder, not hard, but firm enough to remind him who owned the room, then turned for the door. Oh, he added without looking back. We keep the keys to that cabinet locked after hours. Just protocol. We keep the keys to that cabinet locked, so the key... He didn't have any keys. It was just unlocked. It was just open. Wait. The door swung shut behind him. Grimes stood there a moment longer, the fluorescent light humming overhead. He pulled another folder halfway open, saw the same yellow sticker staring up at him. He shut the drawer. At his desk, the clock ticked loudly, the only sound in the building. When he looked up at it again, the second hand hadn't moved. By the time Grimes stepped outside, the sun had dropped behind the rooftops. See, again, this would be... This is a break here. This is where a page break would be, or just some sort of spacing that just something. Like just some more spaces, just to let us know, like, hey, wait. So by the time Grimes stepped outside, the sun had dropped behind the rooftops, leaving the town rinsed in copper and violet. The air had cooled, still dry, but edged with that faint metallic chill that comes after a desert sunset. The lot behind the station was empty now except for a sedan, and the two cruisers lined side by side, their paint catching the last light. He paused a moment, glancing through the station window. Every desk clean, every chair tucked in. For a place full of people all day, it didn't look lived in at all. The drive back to Damon Street was uneventful. Street lights clicked on one by one, the same warm glow at perfect intervals. A single pedestrian crossed in front of him, an older man in a gray suit, smiling absently as if walking through a memory. When Grimes pulled into his driveway, the houses on either side already had their lights off, curtains drawn. Lawn sprinklers murmured faintly in the distance. The night felt rehearsed, everything exactly where it should be. He climbed the steps to his porch, sat down heavily, and lit a cigarette. The first drag hit sharply. He watched the smoke twist upward and vanish against the stars. Somewhere a dog barked once, short and far away, then stopped. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, feeling the weight of the day settle in his shoulders. His head still buzzed faintly with details. The empty files, the chief's smile, the smell of lemon cleaner that wouldn't leave his hands. Then he heard it, a small sound from beneath his truck. A dry shuffle, followed by a questioning mew. Grimes lowered the cigarette, squinting into the darkness beneath the chassis. Squinting into the darkness beneath the chassis. 2 eyes blinked back, small and pale in the porch light. A gray kitten crept out, fur dusted with sand, tail twitching low. It stopped halfway, as if deciding whether to bolt. "Hey there," Grimes said softly. He crouched, extending a hand. The kitten hesitated, then padded closer, nose twitching at his fingers. Its fur was coarse with grit, but warm beneath the dust. "You lost too?" he murmured. He stood and carried it inside, holding it gingerly against his chest. The house was dim and cool. He flipped on a single lamp by the kitchen sink. The little creature explored cautiously, small paws tapping against the linoleum, tail flicking as it inspected corners. Wait, now you can't just be given milk. Still fixing some things in the chapter, still floating here. Nice, nice. Yeah, again, this is just kind of relax and have me on your second and third monitors in the background. He watched the kitten Grimes poured a bit of milk into a chipped bowl he'd unpacked that morning. The kitten lapped it up greedily, then circled once and curled beside his boots. He watched it for a while, feeling something he hadn't felt since leaving Detroit. A simple, unguarded quiet that didn't demand anything from him. I don't know about having the quiet here. Maybe had like a simple, unguarded moment that didn't demand anything from him. Because you use quite a lot in the sense of, in this story, like the negative, artificial uneasiness of this city, right? Of Cinder. A lot of the quiets are on the bad spectrum to show like how unnatural everything is here. So I think then if this cat is a real cat, and I'm trusting reality here that this cat is real, you could tell me otherwise. I don't think the cat maybe represents everything wrong with Cinder, unless secretly it does. Right, in which case then yeah, you can keep the quiet. But if this is not connected to everything wrong and unnatural with Cinder, I think not associating the quiet with the cat would be better than a simple, unguarded moment that didn't demand anything from him. He watched the kitten finish the last of the milk, tiny pink tongue flicking against the bowl. Oh, well, the kitten lapped it up and then circled and curled beside his boots, but now the kitten's back to the bowl. Okay. When it looked up at him, whiskers glistening, he couldn't help but smile. The first real one all day. The cat is there to add some emotional arc to Grimes. Yeah, in that case, I wouldn't have the quiet be connected to the cat. Because the quiet's supposed to represent everything that's quiet is like kind of unnatural about Cinder. So unless something fucked up's gonna happen with the cat, and the cat's secretly like a fake cat controlled by robotics by the bourgeoisie and the government, then the quiet shouldn't be associated with the cat. I think a simple unguarded moment that didn't demand anything, or a simple unguarded piece that didn't demand it, like something else that's just not quiet for the cat, because you don't want to associate the cat with the quiet of Cinder, because the quiet is a really strong association you have. So you don't want to get your associations mixed up. It's on the tab next to your book. The first real one all day. I do like that. Well, he said softly, crouching down again. What am I supposed to call you? The kitten tilted its head, then answered with a small, uncertain mew, soft as a question. Grimes huffed with a soft laugh through his nose. Yeah, that's about as much help as I figured. He scooped her up, careful of her tiny ribs, and carried her to the kitchen table. She made a single half-hearted protest before curling immediately into a small gray circle on the wood, purring low and steady. She seemed so young. I wonder if there's other kittens out there. He leaned against the counter, cigarette in one hand, watching her breathe. You can't be smoking next to the kitten, Grimes. Oh my god. Where was I? The light from the lamp threw her shadow long against the table, thin as thread. He thought for a long moment about the drive, the town, the silence that clung to everything here. His eyes drifted to the glove box cassette sitting beside his keys, the worn case with Motley Crue scrawled across it in fading ink. Motley, he said at last. Yeah, Motley fits. The kitten didn't stir, only gave a soft sigh, and tucked her nose under her paw. Outside, the nearest street light flickered once, twice, and steadied. Grimes exhaled, the smoke curling through the lamplight. For the first time since arriving, he let himself almost relax. I do like that too. I like that. Let himself almost relax. And the first real one all day. I like those two. You get to see the stream again. Hi, Triangle. It's good to see you. yeah, as long as I stay streaming late enough, then you get to finally see it. That's funny. Ow, hold on, I'm stretching. So the model's gonna freak out for a quick second. So let's see here. I think it ends on a good point. I think that's a good ending. That feels pretty natural. What did I say earlier? I'm already forgetting it. I think the kitten's cute. Grimes is now going to immediately need to go out and get the litter box, the litter, the cat food, the water, the this, the that. Now you gotta schedule a thing with a vet. You gotta get it, like, see how old it is. Can it be spayed or neutered? Is it a girl or a boy? Oh god, there's so many things. When you just get a cat, when you just rescue an animal. Ask me how I know. I have too many fucking cats. So here you say it's... Here we don't know the gender of it. It's not. Here, he scooped her up, careful of her tiny ribs. Everything before this, we don't know the sex or the gender of the kitten. So it's described as the little creature, small paws, its fur, the kitten. The kitten finished the last of the milk. When it looked up at him, whiskers glistening, you can have the smile. So yeah, all this you've been not saying if it's a boy or girl. La criatura. The creature. Does that matter that much? It's just a little funny to suddenly switch into referring to it as her. If you didn't want him checking the sex or the gender of the cat, and we as the readers are just supposed to know it's a girl cat, just kind of from the beginning, use female pronouns, but from the beginning, like you did a while of doing non-gender specific, you're just calling it the creature, it's that you don't mention if it's a boy or girl cat at all. You're very careful of not mentioning it. And then without anything, it's suddenly then entirely, it's a girl cat. So either from the beginning, sprinkle in some female pronouns. So eventually it is revealed to just be a her. Okay, well, if it happens later, then I would say be careful here of then just continuing to refer to it without it being a her. Just keep doing like the kitten or this. Or have a little scene where it's like Grimes looks at the cat and it's cute, so he assumes it's a girl cat. Cute things are out to like the whole scene, like Grimes just assumes it's a girl cat and refers to it as her, like something like that. But having it multiple paragraphs not referencing it and keeping it gender neutral and just calling it because he doesn't know if the kitten's a boy or girl. And then randomly, without him checking it, suddenly the narrative switches to female pronouns for the kitten. It's a little bit funny, it's a little bit weird. So either use female pronouns for the whole thing, or if you're saying that the reveal is later that it's a girl cat, keep it like you did in this beginning here for a while. Just refer to it as a kitten and its, like just get rid of all the hers and she's. And or have a moment where Grimes just decides I'm gonna refer to her as a female cat. It's cute, it should be a girl. We do so again, like we adopted one of our cats is Luna. And she was a Trojan cat. So for anyone who doesn't know, that's when you rescue a stray and you think you're just welcoming in the one stray cat and you're going to adopt and take care of that one cat. And then it turns out she's actually pregnant. She was a pregnant stray. That's why it's like a Trojan horse. It's a Trojan cat. She had multitudes. She brought others into the keep. So she had kittens. Cat delivery system. Yeah, the cat delivery system needs to work a little less hard around me. Anyway, so she had kittens. She had 4 kittens. 2 of them went to family friends. The other 2 we kept. They were fucking cute. One of those was Ghost. And when all the kittens were born, it was 3 black kittens and 1 gray kitten who was Ghost. And they were all born on Halloween. So they were all Halloween kittens. Oh my god, they're so fucking cute. So the ones we kept were Ghost and Baba, who's short for Baba Yaga, just for anyone who's curious. But I was certain, when I was watching them interact and growing up a little bit before you took them to the vet to get them checked and stuff, I was certain, I was thinking the black cats were all probably boy cats. One of them, he was fluffier and he was little. I'm like, oh, that one could be a boy or a girl cat. Ghost, the gray kitten, I was almost certain was a girl cat. Looking at the cat, watching the cat interact, watching the cat behave, interacting with the other cats, how the mama cat acted with them, just all the different things, like, and the way that the meows worked, like the other cats were starting to, as they got older, they even now, like all the 3 black cats, their meows deepened. They have deeper meows. Ghost has, even compared to all of our girl cats, has this really high-pitched, squeaky little whiny cutesy meow compared to all of our other cats, compared to any cat I've owned over the years. Very high-pitched, just naturally seemed and acted more like the girl cats. And I know, like, cats do not adhere to gender stereotypes of human beings. I know that. Before anyone asks, like, oh no, that's not how cats work. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, there was the way that they were acting. There was the way the other cats were acting with it. Luna became aggressive to her children. They had to be separated because the mama cat was trying to kill her baby kittens. So they were separated. Luna then got very aggressive because she was pregnant, recovering from pregnancy, against any male cats. Even her own kittens was attacking them. She's now interacting more with the household cats, right? She still is aggressive towards males, but she's okay with the female cats, right? So she's interacting with our female cats and she's fine and hanging out and relaxed and chill with them. And then randomly she hangs out with Ghost, right? The one that I was like, oh, he acts, the way he acts with cats, it's more like a female cat. It's really weird. And she's fine with Ghost. Acts just like the other female cats, and we were like, oh, maybe she's doing good. And then she sees the other male cats, even her other male kids, like Baba Yaga, right? And starts hissing and spitting at them again, right? So she hates all boy cats except Ghost. She treats Ghost like a female cat, and the other cats kind of act Ghost like it's a female too. So it's really funny. He is just this naturally very feminine cat. He's really silly. What was I saying earlier, though? Baba Yaga needs a Baba is you collar. He was so close to being called Fluff. So all the cats get really cool names, right? We like giving our cats like cool badass names, and they were all Halloween kitties. So everyone of that litter, like one of them was Professor Bugs, right? Another one was Binks. We had Ghost because he was like the single gray white kitty out of the litter of all black cats, right? Luna is the mom, and then Baba was, if you looked apart the personalities of all the kittens, Baba was, and I mean this affectionately, I kept Baba. Baba's kind of become my cat. Baba was kind of the dumbest brick in a wall. If you look at a wall of bricks, Baba was the dumbest brick in the wall, okay? And it was a joke in the family after a while that he had fluff for brains. Just looking at you, and there's only like a loading screen happening behind those eyes. Just no thoughts. No thoughts. Head empty. Nothing no processing power behind that. The lights are on, but the room is empty, right? Like nothing behind that little baby kid's head. That brain, like, I think you could almost crack open the skull and you wouldn't see a brain back there. Like, we were worried. Dumbest little cat. No clue what was happening ever. And so we said, oh, he has Fluff for brains, right? And because that was the only cat we hadn't named. Everyone else had names except for the kitten that would become Baba Yaga. And so we were almost survival on negative 9,999. Just vibes. The vibes were confusion. Not even good vibes. Just anxiety and constantly being lost at everything. Dumb little cat. I loved him so much. I love a stupid boy cat. What was I saying? Anyway, so he was so close. We couldn't come up with any name that like fit him. Like we were very big on like a name that works, is right for the cat. And we kept struggling. Like all the other babies in the litter were named except for Baba. And he was so close to just being called Fluff because it was Fluff for brains. And I'm like, no, his sibling can't have something cool and badass like Ghost. And then he's just Fluff for brains. That's not fair. You can't have Professor Bugs and Binks and Ghost and then just Fluff for brains over here. Like, no, that's not fair. And so we struggled really hard because it was really coming up that this cat was gonna be named Fluff. It wasn't fair. And in the end, we were trying to think of others like simple names, and then we settled on Baba, short for Baba Yaga. So the cat responds to Baba, but he kind of needed that that simpler name. But it's short for Baba Yaga, and so we always say like, oh, he's gonna grow up one day, and be his little Baba Yaga self. And raise all the chickens and stuff, and he's gonna be a big strong Baba Yaga. It's gonna be his character arc. Golden Retriever the cat. Golden Retrievers are more active, right? They're more hyperactive. They're more like they're following you around. They're always excited. Baba's not quite like that. Baba is a little like rag doll with just nothing too much going up in there besides anxiety. Stress. He's calmed down a lot. He's just past 1 year old now. But yeah, he was an interesting cat. The only other cat I struggled to name was Mischief because she refused to respond to any. I was like, really, I actually wanted Mischief because she's a gray and white kitty. I wanted to name her Ghost, and she just like was like, nope, my name's not Ghost. And I was like, okay, shit. I struggled with for a couple weeks with her name. And then finally, in the end, she was just Mischief. And I'm like, do you like Mischief? And she perked up and she looked at me and I'm like, yep, your name is Mischief. And she responds to Mischief now. And I'm like, yep. Cats definitely have there's a right name for them. So Mischief and Baba. Baba were the hardest ones to name in our family. You had a dog named after Sweeney Todd? Oh, that's funny. That's cool. Frankenstein would have been cool as well. Yeah, but he wasn't. If you ever looked at him, you wouldn't ever think like Frank. If you looked at that little kid, you wouldn't think Frank. But Baba, you have those two little orbs looking at you. Just nothing happening, just frozen still, just looking at you, not a thought behind that head, and you're like, oh, Baba. There's a thing in that chapter that I had to take out after you read it, so that works. Cryptid hates my story. Too many quiets, too many its. Cat isn't a female till randomly burn it. Stop acting like I'm giving you such a hard critique. I just point out some stuff for you. Oh my goodness. But yeah, saying Baba is you, caller for Baba. If Baba could read, absolutely he would need it. He would forget his own name sometimes, I swear to God. But I think that's why I like him so much and why he kind of unofficially became my cat. I I love dumb boy cats so much. I love him so much. What part did you get rid of? That's Sir Chatty Matty. His skin is pale and his eye is odd? I'm not quite sure where you saw that. Huh. Cryptid never say nice things about my story, only the bad. It's literally critique, and I did tell you good things I liked. I literally told you things I liked on the last page, too. I told you throughout, and I told you 2 things on the last page. Sir Chatty Matty dies of critical criticism. You guys are all a bunch of babies. It's in the main editor for the book. The main edit for the book, not the Google Doc that I took stuff out of. The whole plant thing was scrapped. Got past your edits. Okay. Relic literally dying of criticism. You guys are silly. Oh, that was from the opening of Sweeney Todd, the musical. Okay. Hold on. What is it, Miss? It's Morelli's Miracle Elixir. That'll do the trick, sir. Miracle Elixir. I think I remember that. I don't know if that's in music. It's in the musical movie. But I don't know about the musical, like the play on stage. Attend the tale of Sweeney Todd. His skin was pale and his eye was odd. Okay. That's cool. See? Sometimes references just fly over my head sometimes. I do remember the Miracle Elixir if you saw the Johnny Depp movie with Sweeney Todd. But yeah, that is it. Thank you so much, Author Relic. Did I say thank you, Sir Chatty Matty? Thank you, Sir Chatty Matty, for submitting stuff earlier for critique and story time. Thank you, Author Relic, for submitting for story time. Who... Oh, I think the other 2 people weren't here today, right? Author Relic was a decaffeinated I haven't seen online yet. Creative one I think hasn't been online yet. What? Thank you so much for submitting earlier. We did do the story, this plotting lore for your story, and we gave that. That was super cool. And we didn't read Flash yet because he said that wasn't for critique. And then Penny. I don't know if Penny's still on yet. Sorry, it's been a minute. Got lots you can contribute. Hold on. Probably seen all the renditions of it available on YouTube. Cryptid, don't forget you have the master edit in your DMs with all 28 chapters. Thank you for reminding me. Cryptid did fucking forget. Oh, hi, Penny. Good. Okay. So they're sending miscellaneous character descriptions and a short scene. So we'll do this. And then if I go here, then I should... Sorry, it's going to be a little bit bright for a second because I had to open it in my Google Docs now. Because it will have the night mode, hopefully. There we go. Yay! You can do Flash for the next story. It's a short story under 1,000 words. You have 20 things in that universe at least. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of work. Okay, let's see here. This is 2 pages. Okay. This is from Penny VT in chat, just Penny. Also, if you guys watch the gaming streams, I also say Will. Fireworks are going off right now. Oh yeah, I thought I heard some earlier from me, and I'm like, those are fireworks, right? Not gunshots. I'm in Florida. We have to worry sometimes. Why does the relic get to share his entire story with the cryptid and I don't? It's just... I was just finding a good thing for it. There was, which one did you have, Kelly? Let's see here. Kelly, which one? Kelly After Dark. What does it say? You only... submitted the couple pages. Kelly, I'm looking through what you submitted earlier. Oh, wait. Wait, I don't remember this. Wait. Sorry. You guys see what I'm seeing? No, you guys aren't. Hold on. Because I'm streaming a different document. I thought we read Student Body Sonata, but why does this look different? But then also to answer it, Author Relic has submitted a couple times. Why is this so dark? That's light. Why is this dark? There's one Among Us in the chat. Everyone, vote Author Relic. But no, to answer it, Author Relic did have to submit just the couple pages at a time in the beginning, and they just became a frequent enough person, and I got the idea of like, oh, okay, this doesn't seem to generally be anything bad or anything uncomfy that I don't want to read on stream. So then Author Relic got permission to post longer things they asked in chat, and I gave them permission. And then whenever we had the free time and there weren't too many other people, then I read longer. They even submitted the first 5 chapters of their published work, and then just a stream when we didn't have a lot of other people submitting for story time, I'd read a chapter a stream, and we did that for like 5 or 6 streams that I was reading it. So you must build trust. Yeah, it's first you had to submit like 1 or 2 times just to make sure like, hey, this isn't randomly gonna be like a porn scene. Like nobody didn't read the rules and like randomly give me a porn scene to read, right? So like submit a time or 2, and then you just ask permission, like, hey, can I submit something longer? And then I'll look at you and be like, okay, yeah, you followed the rules once or twice, right? Yeah, go ahead, submit something longer. But that's taking the curtain off, behind, showing the workings behind the curtain. It's sometimes a little like bad to like just automatically be like, oh yeah, everyone send in everything right away. Then people will just be so rushing to submit stuff they don't necessarily read all the rules. And then I'll just be there and I might decide to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna read 17 chapters that somebody submitted over 17 streams, right? And then I get to chapter like 5 and it'll be like a gratuitous spicy scene or something, right? And I'll be like, wait, no, you didn't read the rules. So it's just like, hey, like, they have to read the rules, they have to just submit a few pages the first few times, right? That they follow the rules and it's not spicy or anything too bad. And then after they do that once or twice, I'm like, okay, this raccoon is a good raccoon, they followed the rules, now I'll trust them, they can send in a longer work, and I'll break it up over time, and I'll read the bigger sections. You have 0 corn scenes. Relic is exaggerating. Oh wait, hold on, I'm behind on stream. I'm behind on chat. I was just yapping. Don't listen to Callie. Callie, your chapter's like 45 pages long. That's fine. Relic is lying. You seen Relic vent? Callie, you best not do what you do with Scotty and post the same chapters 15 times just to reread. You think you've had 5 pages read one time? Yeah, and that's what I said, like, generally it's 3 pages. Sometimes people post a little bit more, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll read it like a little bit more. It's not like a hard rule. I'm not like whacking anybody with a hammer just because I like gave 4 or 5 pages. And that's the thing, like, as long as my voice is okay, I'll read more than 3 pages sometimes. Sometimes my voice isn't okay, and I'll have to stop. Callie defends himself in court. Objection! Go through my chats if you need me to for warning. You only sent in the same story 3 times. Yeah, that will really hold up in a court of law. Your spies tends to not be frequent. They do exist, but they aren't frequent. Like book 1 has 2 I can think of that fall under that. Beyond that, it's a bit more around the lines of she has no clothes on, but nothing spicy happens. Is it too late for me to post mine? No, go ahead. Like, Relic just posted theirs just before I started reading his, so please feel free. We'll see how long my voice goes for. Phoenix Wright OST starts playing. You use the mobile version of Google Docs and it doesn't format for PC for nothing. I'd like us to go through your story twice now. Okay, anyway, Penny has been very patient. Everyone focus story time. Penny's been very patient while I just had them on screen reading chat. Okay, we're gonna do story time for Penny, and then I'll see who else is in chat and who posted and submitted stuff. So this is miscellaneous descriptions plus a scene. She had her back against me and seemed to be lost in thought while looking at the turquoise water of the lake. From afar, her appearance seemed to be that of a woman in her 20s, tall and lean. Her hair was the color of chocolate and fell over her shoulders and back like syrup. She wore a white cape jacket, black leggings, and runner shoes. As is the case with most activewear, her tightly fitted clothing accentuated her curvy physique. Ooh, sassy. Eyes locked onto her, I began to walk toward her. Every fiber of my being felt completely reeled in by her presence. Unsurprisingly, the creaking of the floorboards made her notice me, quickly turning her head to see me. Our eyes met, and her steely stare held my entire body captive. Her eyes were like, I'm gonna get this wrong. Oh, citrine and lightning, beautiful and striking. Lost in them, I became sure that eyes like hers couldn't be those of a human. With some effort, I forced myself to stare away from them, focusing instead on her other features. She had 2 moles that stood out against her tan skin, one beneath her right eye and one slightly below her mouth. Her eyes were thin, yet delicate and alluring. Those very lips curved into a sneaky, unconscious smile as I stared at them. Closest to me was a young woman. She sat on one of the settees near the door. She wore a denim baker boy cap and plain overalls that matched it. Her frame was petite and slender, partly hidden by her oversized clothes. Beneath her cap, her hair was bobbed and bluntly rounded, with reddish ends that reminded me of embers burning on charred wood. Her hair contrasted her pale skin, drawing me to her face. She had a baby face, so I couldn't quite gauge her age. What is all that? Did you guys hear that? Something was falling. Hold on a second, my mom's gonna stare ominously at you while I look what that was, because that was in the living room. One moment, let's see what that is. Oh, that is you. Am I not seeing this right? Careful. You scared me. You're a scary tuna. Okay, I'm coming back. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it was just Luna. She just knocked stuff down. You got a distinct feeling of TMI from that snippet? From the writing snippet, or from me talking to my cat snippet? I was just talking to a cat. She's just a cute cat. I don't know what you heard that was TMI. TMI. I don't think anything was TMI. It's talking about the clothing. It's talking about the sexy ladies in the clothing. But I don't think anything was TMI. She was Asian, but her eyes took me by surprise. They were bright like mint leaves, with soft freckles underneath them. She puckered her lips as her sheathed katana bounced on and off her shoulder, hinting that she was bored. There's another one. A few people stood out within the room, and it was entirely for the wrong reasons. I like that line. One that immediately caught my attention was, unfortunately, a child. Couldn't imagine why someone her age would be a bardag. Hold on, wait, I'm focusing. A Bardugwitch participant. And it sickened me that she was already here. The girl had sat by herself on one of the room's numerous chairs. Her hands held a phone, earplugs connecting both her and the device. Her long ginger hair would sway with her as she bobbed her head and hummed. Her ankle-length jeans and burgundy pullover would almost make her look older if not for her childish face. Next to her, a wooden bow and 2 quivers full of arrows rested against a black polka dot backpack, with everything appearing to be hers. Don't worry about the pronunciation. Thank God you guys don't follow and listen to me yap for pronunciation. Otherwise, Sir Chatty Matty would have gone through my screen and strangled me earlier. Oh no. I'm taking in a sippy real quick. This is another one. But this one that we just read with the child one, I'm like, I really like this one. That sounds bad out of context. Wait. But a few people stood out within the room, and it was entirely for the wrong reasons. I like that. I'm like, ooh, that's a really fucking good sentence. I'm like, ooh, that catches interest. That for readers, that catches interest. One that immediately caught my attention was, unfortunately, a child. Again, same thing. I think these 2 sentences are like really strong openers. I'm like, this is good. And like you say this, I have a video of what food is on my YouTube. So yeah, this one, I think these are all like separate little snippets of the character describing different other characters they're interacting with. This third one here, I feel is like the strongest, where I'm like, oh, that's like some really fucking great lines in it. Hello, Lorenzo! Matt, you come back after a week and see that message. Are not the opening ones. It's not the opening ones, but it's the opening for seeing a new character. In this area that we're seeing this new character, a child character. So as far, it's not an opening for the book or the chapter as far as I'm aware, but it's an opening for the introduction of our main character meeting this character. And I'm like, that's really a good strong entrance. Glad you chose YouTube. My dumbass looked on Twitter. Is the messy writer you are sorry, focus. Whew, lock it. So the messy writer, you just write random scenes. Yeah, and this is really good to get an idea of the voice, to get an idea of the perspective you want to do, to try out different things. I like it. But yes, if you're looking for critique or feedback, this one is the strongest. You have some really nice, like, strong sentences here that are really interesting, that like grab the reader's attention right away. Feel for your eye. Wish I could have been here. I was kind of in a hospital, not the kind to treat you physically, more or less mentally. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lorenzo, but I'm glad you're here now. I hope you're feeling better. I hope everything's going in a better direction for you. And we're all happy to see you here. And you guys never have to feel bad about missing stuff out. Sometimes people, if they're gone for a while, they miss the stream, they say stuff like sorry, and I'm like, why are you sorry? Such a silly thing to be sorry about. So never be sorry about not being here. Always take care of yourselves first. Always take care of real life stuff first. But when you guys do have the time to show up here and hang out, I'm always happy to have you. Okay, so now we're reading the fourth scene here. Another standout was a man that leaned against one of the room's walls, arms crossed. He tapped one of his feet against the floor, drawing not only my attention but also the other participants. Still, no one seemed willing to reprimand him for the noise. No one seemed willing to reprimand him for the noise. There we go. His hulking body, coupled with his clothing, gave him a surprisingly eerie look. He was clad in full firefighter gear. That's interesting. His pants and jacket being both black with yellow reflective stripes. His face was largely obscured by a respirator mask. Only his eyes were somewhat visible behind the murky visor. Strapped to his waist, a holster belt held his sword close to him. His sword had an eye-catching white hilt, and its blade was surprisingly short. So for this one, I was like, oh, hey, da. And then it was like he was clad in full firefighter gear, and I'm like, oh wait, that is interesting. That is visually interesting. I think, not that you need critique. These are just short little snippets you did for stuff. But if you were gonna keep this entrance, I would have put some mention of the firefighter gear and the reflective stripes, and then the respirator mask. All this like noticeable stuff he's wearing. Right? This is attention grabbing. In the beginning, because that's like the stuff that's like, oh wait, that's interesting, right? That's the stuff. Be more like me and go, finally, I get to see some blue women. Oh my god. Jason, let's hear share. Krypton will need an exorcist to get rid of me. You guys are silly raccoons. But yeah, overall, I like a lot of these. I think this third one, the intro, is the strongest. This one though is like really close up because I really am like interested in the visual of this. I'm like, oh, that's cool. So these two are my favorites so far. Not that favorites really matter, but if you wanted to know, those two are my favorites. This looks like now this is a longer scene. Okay. A host of fireflies drifted by the river, their various colors reflected on the surface of the water. Alice walked ahead and sat by the bank. Mind starting a fire? Are we camping? Not quite. I flashed my torch around looking for firewood, but I had a hard time finding any. I suppose I'll go look for some twigs. She glanced at me and giggled. Right. Just a moment. She joined her hands, and red-hot blood started to ooze out of her hands. You don't need to say it twice. Unbothered by her own smoldering blood, she began to knead the thick substance as if it were dough. This is I'm like, this is interesting. Hold on. Slowly, she rubbed her hands together in patterns, shaping and flattening the blood before it fully congealed. She buried the lump of fairy iron into the ground to keep it upright. She dripped more blood atop the lump, piling it until she got the height she wanted. She then slid her hand across the makeshift bar to smooth the surface. Sparks flew into the air from the friction. Alice lifted the makeshift axe and motioned at me to give her some distance. I sat on the ground as she swung the axe a couple times. Seemingly content with the weight of the axe, Alice took out one of her knives and began to sharpen the edge of the tool. When finished, she grabbed the axe by its head and walked towards me. Here, she handed me the axe. Cutting a branch should be faster. That was fucking cool. I grabbed the handle, and it still felt warm. I walked to a nearby tree and chopped a few of its branches off. I gathered wood and carried it back to Alice, where I dropped them to the ground. I then crouched and started gathering a few nearby rocks so that I could arrange them in a crude circle. I stuck the branches into the soil, making them lean into each other. I stood back up, unsheathed Durinwin, and touched the wood with the tip of my sword. A single spark was all that was needed to set the wood ablaze. So, I sat back down opposite Alice. Why did you bring me here? Well, you wanted an answer. Oh. I immediately knew what she meant. She flashed me a shy smile. Don't look away now. Without warning, Alice stood up and began to take her clothes off. First her weapon sash, then her robes. Both slid off her body like hot butter. I instinctively tried not to stare at her, but my eyes were trapped the moment I caught a glimpse of her naked body. Her tan skin glistened like gold by the firelight. Her eyes met mine, and I averted them in panic. I want you to look at me. Her words were a soft-spoken demand, one that I complied to. I seeked her eyes again, and I saw that the citrine in them glowed faintly. You are not paying attention. There was a hint of frustration in her voice. She stepped into the bonfire. The flames coiled around her legs, but she stood unfazed. I immediately tried to get up and move her away, but she pressed me down on my shoulders, keeping me in place. Can you see it now? I'm not like you, Alice. Her words made me turn my attention back to her body. She'd asked me to look at her, but I'd failed to notice what Alice meant. Even if she looked more human than other fae, she was still a fae. Her body had the shape of a woman, but it lacked any sexual characteristics you'd expect from one. Instead, her skin broke at her joints, and orifices from where she could draw her blood were aplenty. I glanced back at Alice's face. I noticed that she had long averted her eyes from me. I already knew you weren't human, I blurted the obvious out. Still, she raised her voice just enough to interrupt me. Me being a fae is what makes it wrong. How would it even work? I shortened the distance between us. I don't see the problem. You're perfect. The words came out like a childish rebuttal. She gave me a shy smile. I am not perfect, but that is not the... My hand reached out and cradled her cheek. It was far warmer than any other person I'd ever touched. She grabbed a hold of my arm as if to fight my grasp, but she gave up immediately. Her eyes peered at me. I cannot deny that you are my treasure, or that I am your protector. I just do not know if these feelings are tainted. That escalated quickly. Don't worry, it's not so... Yeah, I kind of like looked ahead a little bit, and I'm like, oh, she's going to go into a fire. Okay. I think what this is really capturing, too, that I was really interested in, is it almost feels... Because I know that this is like the Alice in Wonderland theme stuff. It feels like the dream logic, right? It feels like that nightmare dream stuff. Of like somebody asking you, like, oh, go get firewood. And then you look around, there's no firewood. And then they're like, oh, just a moment. And then they're like bleeding and forming an axe from their blood. And you're like, well, and then it's just like perfectly logical. Like your dream self doesn't just act like it's normal. Then hands you the axe. And then you go and get the firewood. And then like it feels like that nonsense logic that happens in dream sequences, which is very in line for Alice in Wonderland stuff, right? Tries averting my gaze. Don't look, don't look, don't look. Huh. Gazes. Oh, she's gonna go into a fire. Cool, just witch burning. Yeah, witch burning's fine here. The spicy, not so much, but the witch burning's fine. Oh my god. Hold on, I'm stretching so the model's gonna freak out. Everyone, don't forget to stretch. But yeah, I love the vibe or the tone of the work, because it captures that dream nightmare feeling almost that I think works very, very well for an Alice in Wonderland inspired story. So I do love that a lot. Here, I would have at least one of these, because this is 3 lines of dialogue. So I might just at least specify one, whether or not it's Alice or Ellis asking. Because once you specify one, then you can kind of keep track of who said what. Burn the witch! My character Medea. So, how does that work if the witch controls fire? So you kind of want to explore a complex relationship between them. I kind of hate how interspecies relationships are just human plus human, or human plus human plus. Yeah, and she isn't quite human. You said she's a fae, and when you work with fae creatures, you can do a lot of like interesting stuff, right? And I love that. I love that it's Alice in Wonderland. I love the fae aspects mixed in with it. I think it's a really cool, unique voice and imagery that you use. So I'm a whole fan. I'm like, yeah, 100%. But for a critique, when you do have back and forth dialogue, at least mention occasionally who's speaking. You don't have to do it for every single one. That's not needed. But just once. Like if this was a mine starting a fire, she said, and then we would know like, oh, are we camping is from our character Ellis. And then the not quite is Alice again, right? Like just having like one tag for the first one, then readers can generally keep up. That's fine. That's just something to know in general when you do dialogue line after dialogue line after dialogue. Like when you have multiple dialogue lines, at least for the first one, or some of them add in that tag over who said it, and then readers can generally keep up. Then it's fine. And then these snippets, these are writing exercise snippet for how you're describing other characters that your main character is meeting. I would say for critique, the only other thing is there's sometimes a lot of emphasis on the clothes. Compared to more like interesting, the one where it's the firefighter stuff, right? The full firefighter gear. That's an interesting time to mention the clothes. That's cool, right? Like, yeah, definitely mention that one. What is it? Her ankle-length jeans and burgundy pullover would almost make her look older, if not for her childish face. I think that one's fine because, again, like, where it's the contrast of the clothes that look more mature, but she's got the baby face. What was it? She wore white cape jacket, black leggings, and runner shoes. Let's see. Activewear, partly hidden by oversized clothes. The cap, the denim Baker Boy cap, plain overalls. Oh, this one also has a baby face. Sorry, I'm just like reading through things really quick again. But yeah, I know this is just for the writing exercise, so. You're supposed to focus on Alice's clothes precisely because she's a fae, but is dressed fairly human. Yeah, and I feel like for Alice, if you're talking about for this scene, her removing her weapon sash, then her robes, I'm like, okay, that's right, because that's the big scene, right? The scene is her taking off the clothes to show that she's fae and she's not human. So I'm like, yeah, that scene's fine. So, which one of these ones was fae? The first description is Alice too. Okay. Most of them. Unconscious smile as I stared at them. Okay, so this one's Alice. She wore black leggings and runner shoes. So maybe we don't need to know like exactly everything, but just saying like, oh, she dressed in active wear, black leggings and runner shoes, and then go into more of the cool descriptions of her almost inhuman features. The only thing interesting about her outfit was the white cape jacket, right? This is a quite niche part of Twitch, huh? Yeah, but this is a reading and writing section of Twitch. People are submitting their stuff, and we give critique here. So, like, you can submit your stuff, and then there's never any harsh vibes, we're never hating on stuff, but it is just 1 or 2 pieces of critique to help bring your storytelling skills or your writing or your story to the next level that it could be. That's all it is. I hope you hang out. It's a nice calm vibe place. Nice calm vibes place where we sometimes talk about not very calm stuff like murder and thrillers and spooky witchy stuff, whatever your stories have, right? In the Village of Ryan do be like that. She's literally hot tanned Iron Fairy woman. Yes, we love it. We love it. Everyone's gonna goon over her in the future, we know. You love your furnace fae, girly? Oh no. Penny's revealing a lot about their type here, aren't they? Hides the bodies. Murder? What murder? Yeah, but not spicy peppers. The only thing I ask is no spicy smut stuff, just because it gets a little embarrassing to read it live on stream. You can still share it, just tag it that, hey, it's spicy stuff, not to read it on stream. And other people in the Discord can still read it and give you critique. It's just I won't read it live on stream. That's all. You remember dropping in for a peak stream like a while ago. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Crypticult. Yeah. Sometimes I do gaming with Penny, who's also in chat right now. We're actually reading their writing right now. I do gaming sometimes just because with writing and editing and doing critique, it's very brains on. Your brain's like working, right? My brain's going 100% focused, trying to think about this logically, to give critique, to give feedback, to point out the good, to point out things that could be improved, and use the words. It's a lot, right? And sometimes the brain don't want to do that. Sometimes thoughts are hard. So sometimes we have more casual gaming streams instead. That's all. And you want to share in DMs instead of the Discord for a reason? Sure. As long as it's the Discord DMs. Just let me know, and also know, like, hey, I don't always check the DMs a lot. Like, that's why, oh my god, Author Relic had to remind me. They sent me, like, 28 chapters in DMs, right? And I forgot about it. So they had to remind me just now. Sometimes you get kidnapped for peak, Sherpa style. Yeah, I definitely, Penny carries me. I'm over here like, oh shit, I died. And then Penny has to do that whole section of the map by themselves. Just to bring me back so I die again in the next thing from a stupid thing. Pro gamer move of sliding into DMs. No, it's just for story critique stuff. People sometimes want to submit things just for not everyone else to critique or see. They sometimes just want to submit things like that. Get to it, but I shall wait. You sent mine and yours in the Discord? Hold on. What was I saying? But yeah, for the critique, hold on, before we get sidetracked, I'm getting sidetracked reading the chat. So for Penny is the stuff on right now. Sometimes, yeah, the clothing descriptions sometimes feel a little off. I think they can be put in a little bit more naturally. That way it flows with the writing a bit more. Unless it's something like really, really outlandish, like this full firefighter gear on, right? That's the interesting thing about this scene. And I feel like that one could then be put closer to the beginning. That's somebody in the full firefighter gear tapping the feet against the floor, drawing everyone's attentions, right? Like that's the fucking cool. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually like really won over. I want to learn more about the firefighter gear person because that sounds like fucking cool. And then as far as the strongest writing, this intro, the first two like sentences, paragraphs, blah, 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 sentences, I'm like, these are fucking strong. I think I even said that when I first read that. I'm like, those were cool, those were badass. And then just the general vibe you have, I think the vibe, the mood you're going for with the Fae, with the Alice in Wonderland, with this dream nightmare almost feeling. I'm not saying this is a dream or nightmare sequence, but the vibe is similar to the reality and the logic that we as people experience when we're in a dream or in a nightmare. And I think that lends itself really well to this. And I'm like, whatever vibe you're going for, you are nailing it. You are capturing the vibe here. I like it. So yeah, that's my critique, is more naturally putting in the clothing descriptions and keeping in mind speaking tags. And some people get worried, they like try to like do it for every single line of dialogue. You don't have to do that. Just occasionally, just to let readers know who's starting the dialogue, and then we can generally keep up. That's my critique. Thank you so much, Penny. Sorry, I really love the Alice in Wonderland stuff. This absolutely shows my bias for what I like reading. Okay, what is this? Oh, something funny happened here. Okay. Personally, down at the Fireflies line, their various colors feels a bit stiff. Also, I didn't hear what the context is, but Fireflies have one color, right? Oh, let's go back. Let's go back. Hold on. Let me open up the Discord. Let me go back to here. What is it? Get rid of that, and then here. Sorry, I'm gonna open up my tabs. You guys can't see it in the OBS, but I'm opening up all my tabs. Okay, let's see here. You said a host of fireflies drifted by the river, their various colors reflected on the surface of the water. The rainbow butterflies? Yeah, this is an Alice in Wonderland themed one. So some of the, and it's also Fae, so it's fairy world, Alice in Wonderland themed stuff. And it's okay that you didn't like. There's not like a warning sign. We didn't expect you to come in and automatically know that. But yeah, so having things be off, be a little like whimsical or a little bit eerie or odd, is absolutely in line for this work. That's why even here, like, this is a scene of like she's bleeding out this ooze and makes a makeshift axe. Okay, like this is absolutely Alice in Wonderland crazy Fae world magic's logic here. That's at play. You're now nauseous from eating 2 extremely spicy chicken sandwiches. Oh my goodness. That's why we have a no spice roll. Yeah, Callie, there's a no spice roll here. Jeez. No spice roll. Come on. Can't believe you're breaking the rules like that while you're in my chat. That's crazy. Hysteria of colors? That could be. Chat, did I cook? I have no idea. It's up to Penny, right? This is Penny's work. But that could be really cool to describe. I'm not saying specifically for that scene, but yeah, having like cool descriptions like that in your back pocket, in your little writer toolbox, I think that is a cool description. Maybe not for here specifically, I don't know, but in general, I do like a hysteria of colors. I like that. That kind of slaps. But yeah, that was the critique for that. Who is next? That was Penny. Chatty Maddie has an outline for a future novella, but I feel like there was something from Callie. Callie, weren't you mentioning that I skipped something of yours, or there's something I'm behind on? The Student Body Sonata, is that it? Where does it say? Wait, now I'm not seeing anything. Let's go here. Go to docs. Student. Callie, where is it? Oh, the DMs. Okay. Let's see here. Music site. Do that. And then we go here. Please, no. Okay. Now I should be able to open a dark mode. Why does yours show like this? It looks like way darker than everyone else's. Are you not in Google Docs? Is that what's happening here? That's so funny. Yours always appears darker. Who's next on the chopping block? There's no chopping block. But yes, anyway, thank you so much, Penny. Wait. You said no corn, not no chicken. I could use the other word, but I'm being proper. Callie's such a good raccoon. Google Docs be like, yeah, this is just funny. It's only Callie's that's acting like this. So I don't think it's too bad for you guys. It looks a little dark, but I'm gonna be reading it anyway, so that's just my struggle, right? You guys are just having me on your second and third monitors listening. Walks over to the chopping block. Where's the execute? You have to raise your hand. You can't just talk out of turn, Sir Chatty Matty. You have to walk over to the chopping block and raise your hand and say, excuse me, where's the executioner? Jeez, Sir Chatty Matty, where are your manners? So we're starting with chapter 2. Starting with chapter 2, Callie? Oh. Who's writing at the dock? That wasn't me. Chapter 2. The content of the soul is revealed in the manner a person dies. Grandmother was the most impressive person she knew. She played the piano at a level Gawain had ever seen. Maybe that's supposed to be never seen, I think. Okay. Got me the second or third monitor. Dog, I got one monitor total. You're using your monitor space to watch me? What are you doing? You have better taste. The Green had never seen an escape for him. The sound of Bach. It's pronounced Bach, right? Fuck. A distraction from the sound of brittle bones struggling to move muscles like glass. I like that, brittle bones struggling. That's cool. She played in our large room where the whole town could hear her music from miles away using our dark wood sound amplifiers. This is not laughing at you. Oh, sorry, I'm just picturing this thing. Can you imagine? This is off topic. Can you guys imagine being a granny and you play horribly? You fucking suck at music. And you're like, I don't care. This sparks joy. I'm gonna make it everyone. Hold on, I have to zoom in. I'm gonna make it everyone else's problem. Just fucking blasting for miles. It says miles. Everyone in the whole town for miles can blasting shit. That's absolutely top tier troll content I would want to do as a grandma. Sorry, that was my little soapbox. That was my little soapbox. I'm going back. Sorry, Callie. I'm just gonna get rid of the picture. It inspired my brain so much. Hold on, we're focusing. Everyone lock in. This monitor don't me. Okay, so she played in our large room where the whole town could hear her music from miles away using our dark wood sound amplifiers. She played to remind everyone of the reason they all used to play, and the reason she wants Gawain to do the same. I'd like to die listening to you on the piano, said Grandma. She expected too much of him. How could someone so weak make any sound at all on such a demanding instrument? Because if I die with your sparkle in my eyes, perhaps you too could see that you shine bright. He couldn't play games with the other children without his ankles twisting, his knees collapsing during a game of outrun, his wrist screaming at him to let the ghost take him as he pulled himself out from the decaying maze of prickly, dead thorn bushes. Grandmother got up from her bench. She's quick both with her fingers on the piano and on her feet. That's a benefit of the House of Bellowjaw. We grow old with our dreams to keep us young, get sick with our loved ones to keep us healthy, and suffer wounds by ourselves to be reminded by our family that we aren't alone. We are never forgotten. One just as a little note here, I'm wondering, I could be wrong because it is almost 2 a.m. now. I feel like sometimes it might be shifting tenses. sometimes it seems almost past tense. And other times it seems present tense. Yeah, see, grandmother was the most impressive person she knew. She played current. She wants current to say. I don't know, it could just be me, it could just be my brain struggling with it, so I'm not gonna say it as a hard critique yet. I'm saying I'm saying that there might be sometimes going into past, present, and future tense a little bit. We are never forgotten. My little one, the world forgot why we need performers. I'm sorry you have to carry that weight. His grandmother came from a time that considered sound the gift of movement. They thought it to be a sign of general wealth and well-being. Now they've pivoted their worship to an earth blessed by apparitions. The buildings are made of it. Our now sacred flowers grow from it, and because of it, children have new games to play. Outrun, the game teetering on terrifying and exhilarating. A game Gawain can't play because the others worry for his life. I need you to sacrifice what's left of your childhood for this. It's not just my dream, Gawain. A peek out of their only window and he could see the other children play with their ghosts. His grandmother owned mazes of stone walls and metal gates. They got a little exercise when one of the phantoms made an attempt at possession, or burning, slicing, or suffocation. It was only House of Embercage that could play without worry, which made the game a bit less fun for them. I like that. Corin walked up from behind Gawain. You're lucky, Gawain. My mother owns the most elaborate mazes in town. I used to play here too. Granted, I wasn't as sick, and the ghosts were faster back then. The ghost blessing the earth not only helps grow more unique flowers, it also makes life safer for us. It also makes Outrun a bore, said Gawain. Corwin laid her hand on his back. His hair turned red. His back. Hold on, sorry, just looking at something real quick. Yeah, so you talk of Gawain, who seems to be our main character, as he, so referring to him, but then sometimes it's also, that's the benefit of the House of Bellajaw, we grow old from our dreams to keep us young. Get our loved ones to keep us healthy. So that's speaking from his perspective. So yeah, there's on and off again, just know what tense and what perspective you're writing from. Is this Gawain using our, I, me type things, or is this talking about Gawain and saying he, him? So just know what perspective you're wanting and know what tense you want to write in. But hey, if this is an early draft, that's fine. That happens, right? Nobody ever writes perfectly. It's just then looking back and then realizing, oh, hey, wait, I had to look for that, and then going in and editing it and fixing it. But yeah, I really like the only House of Embercage that could play without worry, which made the game a bit less fun for them. I like that line. His hair turned red. If you want, I'll invite Belfry, and he'll protect you from the ghost with his charms. They get faster when they're chasing something they care about, don't they? Corinne took a piece of jewelry from her neck. This is a compass Belfry made for me. It's capable of slowing down, fast-forwarding, and reversing the blade, blaze, and blare of resonance. I can never get it to work, but maybe you can, said Corinne. ghosts of our town lost a bit of their life force with every blessing and possession. Here, I'll even give you the cane I used to get around. You'll make more use of it than I can. A cane? Belfry was a talented spiritist and metal worker. He sold products made of whatever material Ghost held most precious. They'd possess the charm instead of the person wearing it. He always wore a bell made of so many different metals that no ghost could resist him. Corinne made the call to Belfry's graveyard, where he started his business of burying and resurrecting. He'll be here right away, Gawain, said Corinne. I want the whole room spotless, Gawain shouted. House of Embercage prefers a clean room. Wait. I thought this was like a little kid. And wasn't this Bellowjaw? Is this the House of Bellowjaw or House of Embercage? Or is House of Embercage about Belfry? House of Embercage might be about Belfry. Shadows grabbed brooms and dusters and mops and buckets. It was a room that could accommodate the town in its entirety. That is a big room. The room had spiderwebs and dust on every shelf. Paint on the walls had chipped and cracked, but it was quick work for the House of Bellowjaw. Belfry's Embercage. Okay. So maybe like even just rephrase it like Belfry was from House of Embercage. They preferred clean rooms. Something like that just to make space. Because at first I was like, wait a second. I thought we were talking about Gawain. Dust rose into the air, into the mouths of banshees. Paint was replaced with a more robust, vivid, and popping color, an almost crimson peak. And spiders no more made a home in our corners and shelves. Yeah, see, our corners and shelves. Of course, the shadows had more reason to clean the room than for a child. A man covered in dirt arrived just as they finished. Hello, Uni. Good to see you. Welcome in. We're doing story time and critique right now, just for anyone who's new in here. So I read works that people submit in the Discord, and then we give some. We don't overwhelm anyone with critiques, but we did like a few critiques on like some things that we noticed to help make it a stronger piece. Osric, I thought you'd never make it back from the lab, said Corinne as she embraced her partner. Osric took in the scent of flowers in her hair. You always smell like Sleeperwell, said Corinne's father, Osric. That's his father. So is Corinne his mom? His hands back, his hair turned red. Yeah, my mother, and it's talking about her grandma. Okay, so yeah, at first I was wondering if Corinne was like an aunt or something. But Corinne, I think, is his mother. Fifth hour streaming. We're almost at 4.5 hours. So from this, I originally thought Corinne was like an aunt to say that his grandmother was her mother. It is Corwin. Okay, I was saying it closer earlier. I thought it was Corinne. Corwin. You had to resort to poems instead. Hey, poems are really hard for some people, right? I had a while of a spooky poetry when I was younger. But I definitely feel like I can do rhyming pretty well, but overall, like making like really emotional poems, I'm not the best at. I can just do like spooky little creepy poems, and like, hey, they're spooky, and that's it. Like I don't really do in-depth poems. So poetry is its own like thing. You did poem better than story. Yeah. Some people do story better than poem. It just depends. So I feel like if the character refers to the grandmother as grandmother, if Corwin is his mother, then maybe they should be referred to as their mother. Sort of reflects the current state of our generation's sad and depressive poems. Yeah. You wrote poetry first and then novels. Very cool. So Gawain's father is Osric. Osric is Corwin's partner. So I feel like Corwin's the mom or stepmother or something. It's not the only flower to leave us exhausted, she responded. My daughter wouldn't be the Fir Gorta. She is if I fell so easily to exhaustion, he said. And our son, so different from her. Corwin's eyes lost a bit of their shine with his every mention. She turned around and walked towards the window next to me. You do not speak of their relationship, Osric demanded. To Mother, Osric had appeared in front of her in an instant. I apologize. Their love was strange to most, but the house of Bellajaw was familiar to lovers who needed each other to be vulnerable to feel strong. They had a weakness for each other, and that weakness helped Osric open up when his love life was at risk. Nell became more independent ever since she took in more students. She became distant. I'm not quite sure who Nell is. Wait, this is a new person. She became distant, as if she no longer wanted him. All she ever needed was to be at a piano and a student to teach. Gawain heard the story of this conflict one too many times. These names are cool. Corwin likens Osric to a mosaic, a beautiful display of colored glass. She knew Nell had broken him, and Corwin would return the favor. Corwin, I need one of your shadows to bless this flower for me. Most of them experience the same reactions as the others, but I've made adjustments to this one. Perhaps this will be different. A ragged shadow returned to Corwin and threw a high chin away from him. The shadows don't listen to commands from House of Shamblefoot. Even if I made the request, it originally came from you, said Osric. Then we'll wait for Belfry. I saw him turn around and head this way. He should be here, responded Corwin. Osric turned from Mother. So yeah, Corwin is the mother. Okay. Sorry, we finally got there. I think that's the first, like, clear thing of, like, that Corwin is our character's mother. Okay. Naming schemes are funny because of how easy it is to add mystique to them. Yeah, like naming or not naming character, like doing certain things can confuse purposely the readers on what relations there are. Yeah, in this one, I'm not sure if it was purposeful. Corwin is just a sick name, like sick in the cool way. Yeah, it is pretty cool. Shall make sure tense and perspective are consistent. Nice. Bellajaw, so could you tell us, Kelly, are we... Corwin is the mother of Gawain, right? Am I understanding that correctly? It's just we're on the second page and it's... No, wait. We're on the third page. And now it's being mentioned. So I'm like pretty sure Corwen is male name, I thought. I mean, I think you can mess it up. It sounds, Corwen is the mom. Yes. Okay. I think if you wanted notes on it, I think that could be a little... Well, this is chapter 2. It might have been made more sense in chapter 1. Alright, so I will give you that. It might have made more sense in chapter 1 that Corwen was the mom. So that could just be my misunderstanding of it. But it is a little interesting that grandmother's referred to as grandmother. I don't even think we actually know her name, but grandmother's referred to grandmother. But the mom is referred to by her name. And the dad's referred to by his name. It's a gender neutral name. Hey, yeah, and it sounds cool either way, so like it's all good. It means leather. Huh. Beloja is the house with the most potential, if only because they're considered the most unfortunate. I like that line. I like that. Shamblefoot is ranked second in terms of riches, and the first is Embercage. Most potential, Shamblefoot is the 1%, Embercage is the 0.1%. Okay. Speaking of Embercage, a howl at the ivory door. Belfry, yelled Gawain. He ran up to him and gave him a hug. He rarely laughed, but always wore a grin. One of the things that made him so cool was that he had hair that changed styles depending on his mood. We're talking about Gawain? Gawain's hair changed earlier. Since he was in the House of Embercage... Okay, no, this is talking about Belfry. He aged faster and died younger. He only ever went out when he was in his mid-20s. Belfry had a skewed sense of fashion for this reason, but always made room for people during days of celebration. He knew Gawain turned 15 today. When he looked me in the eyes, his hairstyle went from a fun, curly fringe to a more professional undercut. So yes, he's just mixing it up a little bit. A look Gawain only saw put on when he was at his father's grave. His father's life. Oh, okay. Belfry's grave. Okay, Belfry's father's grave. Okay. Corwen. His tether to this world is weak. He can't play, said Belfry. What did he mean? Gawain had always been weak. Really? My mother asked with heavy breath, as if the ceiling had collapsed on her. But to someone who had grown used to the sound of her grief, this was feigning. Seeing, hearing her grief, it's more like the whole of the sea burning in your lungs, all the earth refusing to touch your feet. When Gawain sees her grief, he chokes. His body gets a little lighter and he panics. He doesn't want to take it in. So it's... oh wait, Male Face. I think her name used to be Fiona for Phoenix. I don't remember that bit of lore. This is a feigning, correct? I'm probably missing context. Yeah, I'm wondering a little bit about this because it's saying this is someone who'd grown used to the sound of her grief. This was a feigning, so this is like fake. That's what I'm taking. Like this is a fake out. But then saying it's acting here, like seeing her grief, he chokes and his body gets a little lighter and he panics. He doesn't want to take it in. So this sounds like he really is panicking. So hold on, let me look it up, feigning. Yeah, pretend to be affected by it. She's faking. She's faking grief. He'll be removing Belfry's father because he technically doesn't have one. Oh my god. A feign. I think I could work. Sometimes we can play with language a bit. And this is like a fantasy. We're playing with things like ghost and magic and breaking laws of realities here. So I feel like this could work. I'm just confused by it sounds like she's faking her grief. And Gawain is used to her grief. This is her faking it, but he's still reacting as if it's real. Oh, your sister called you? Was it for good news? Belfry, could you have one of your ghosts bless this flower? Maybe Osric found a cure. Mother took the ghost bell from Osric and knelt down to meet Belfry. I like the names of the flowers. This is a ghost bell. And then earlier, you always smell like Sleeper Well. Ghost Bell and Sleeper Well. I'm like, I like those names. Yeah, see, Token did the same thing with dwarves by changing it to dwarves with the V-E-S. Yeah, we can play with language a bit in a fantasy magical ghost magic setting. Just want to say Merry Christmas and talk about a few things about immigration. Oh yeah, because you're going to move over to her, right? That's exciting. Oh. Hello, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to Cryptic Cult. I hope you have fun. Let's look it up. Let's see. Yeah, so again, this is an AI overview. Oh wait, can you guys even see this? Hold on. Don't always trust. Oh wait, what is this? What am I need my. Don't always trust an AI overview. Sometimes it's full of bullshit. But yeah, J.R.R. popularized, effectively invented the widespread use of dwarves, V-E-S, as the plural of dwarf. It was initially a grammatical error he maintained for stylistic reasons. He deliberately used dwarves, V-E-S, like elves, V-E-S, to sound archaic and distinct from the standard, which was dwarfs, which was just dwarf with an S. Dwarfs is the proper English plural, but remember, he was making up his own languages and translations and stuff in his lore. And so yeah, he deliberately chose V-E-S to kind of go with that. He was a scholar of Old English. Dwarfs was correct in modern English. V-E-S mirrored older patterns, like elf to elves, and sounded better for his noble ancient race. So yeah, he did that. Gotta get this back. Okay. A lot of everything in Alice in Wonderland, that author made up a lot of words. Some of which we kept that are now real words. Future tells, giggle spells, secret tellers, seeker wells. You have more. Those are cute. I like those. His editor kept changing it to dwarfs, and he had to argue for that. Dwarf comes from Old Norse. Jeez, I'm not gonna say that right. The plural was the Wurgur. Noble ancient race of blackout drunks. Yeah. So funny. Again, we can for when you're doing fantasy, when you're doing magic-y stuff, when you're doing that, we can bend it a little bit. So I don't mind feigning, especially since it's pretty clear to understand. Like, oh, she's faking it. She's faking this grief. I think that works. I think that's a good vibe. I'm just a little bit confused why, if Gawain can tell that she's faking, why he's acting real. Why he's acting like really upset by it. So Mother took the ghost bell from Osric. And that's not what it. So he's now referring to Crowyn as Mother, but now referring to his father as Osric in the same sentence. Mother took the ghost bell from Osric and knelt down to meet Belfry. Okay, make sure to cover your ears. She always comes out screeching. Belfry took off his instrument and shook it. I call forth the banshee Isabel. Use invented names for certain races like gods. Yeah. And they all have different powers and looks that you have to keep track of, and it gets overwhelming. I bet it's really hard. Out from the bell came a banshee, jaw out of place, body covered in wounds. It screamed as it flew towards him and suctioned the air in front of him as if to consume Gawain's entire being. But before it could reach him, Belfry grabbed its tail. That's interesting. So a banshee seems important here, but I feel like earlier there were banshees just cleaning and sucking up dust, right? Yeah, dust rose into the air into the mouths of banshees. So I'm just like, okay, these are just like generic background Isabelle, because she's in a bell. Callie. That's a funny pun. I'm sorry for disturbing you, Isabelle, but we need you for this. Belfry gave him a strange look. Stranger than the winds his face made in reaction to the sound of this ghost screaming. Because his ears weren't covered and the screaming didn't bother him. I knew something is wrong. You two know about this. Belfry rung the bell again and the ghost returned to it. Not only that, but the ghost went straight for him. You've addicted him to flowers. What is wrong with you two? Why would you do this to family? Yes, the ghost would prefer a sick boy afflicted with the symptoms of experimental medicine. Dying before he ever learned to scream, before he could ever grasp the afterjoy of fear. Whoa, wait, what is happening? Blood came out of Osric's ears. As a Fir Gorta, his senses were especially sensitive. The scream must have disabled his hearing. Mother doubted he could hear her next words. Because only family can save us from this plague. As for what they knew about, no one else was supposed to know. But Gawain told him. I volunteered to be exposed to a potent strain of the plague of Howling Red. Plague of Howling Red. I like the name, the Plague of Howling Red. I like that name. I'm behind in chat. Let's see here. Isabelle has history with Gawain. With this 15-year-old? Oh, damn, okay. Poor dear little Isabelle is caught in a living hell. It's cleaning and yard work, not building a citadel. I like I think some of your names are really, really cool. The Plague of the Howling, the flower names, the Plague of Howling Red. I like the names. I think they have a certain vibe that helps the story. Sometimes reading, I am confused, and that's not always a bad thing. Sometimes there are parts where we want readers to be confused and like interested to learn more, and that's fine. And normally as readers we can tell that when an author purposefully is like hiding something that we're like interested and we're going to learn more later. Sometimes though it feels like both. It feels like it's a mismatch of that sometimes and of like just being confused. I do get confused. Like again with the Corwin, it took me a while to realize that was his mom. I am confused sometimes of like why sometimes she's Corwin and sometimes she's mother. Why sometimes Osric is Osric and sometimes he's dad or father. There's just I feel like if it was just a little bit more consistent, then I'd be like, oh, okay, then I would get the relationships. Want readers to ask questions as long as the question is not what the fuck. So no, sometimes even a what the fuck can be really good, especially if it's like a really like sudden intense like what's going on. Penny's had that, right? Like when the Alice started like pouring blood out of her hands to form an axe, right? I was like, what the fuck? But that was a really cool way. I was like, yeah, like what the I was interested. I was like peeked up. I was like awake. I was like, hey, what is going on here? That's interesting. This is cool. What the fuck is happening here? I think that was like a cool way. This one, sometimes I am getting a little just confused. And I feel like you want readers confused in an interested way, like their interest is piqued, not just confused to be confused. That was what the fuck, not what the fuck. Yeah, and that's not saying it's bad. I'm just saying like that might just need more clarity. Some of that clarity might have even come from chapter 1, because right now we're reading chapter 2. Yeah. So I feel like maybe this is just to do that editing pass to even out the perspective, to be consistent in perspective in the how Gawain refers to characters, how we're referring to Gawain, if we're Gawain or if Gawain's like he, him, stuff like that. And then maybe we could do a second pass and then be like, okay, now that we have those little confusions out of the way, then we can go through and figure out the bigger confusions and make it a little bit more like coherent. Ember Cage. Yeah, like even there was even earlier where I wasn't. Well, let me see if I can find it. That way, I'm not like just. I'm not just making shit up. Hold on. I want the whole room spotless, Gawain shouted. House of Embercage prefers a clean room. And at first I was like, wait, I'm confused. I thought they were... What house are they? Bellowjaw. Their house Bellowjaw. I'm like, wait, House of Embercage prefers a clean room. And then I like realized, I'm like, oh, Belfry is probably House of Embercage. Okay. So I feel like even just mentioning here, Belfry was part of Embercage. They preferred their rooms clean. So that would then make more sense of like who's it referring to. Old English names are just a gold mine of names to choose from. Yeah. Definitely depending on your work. Like if you're doing something like futuristic and sci-fi, that's sometimes like a different tone. Even sometimes modern stuff is a different tone. Just knowing your genre, knowing your niche. And again, you can break the rules of your genre, right? Just as long as you're purposely breaking it. But yeah, I feel like the naming here is strong. I feel like this setting, there's a lot of stuff here with the ghost and the banshees and kids playing and doing this curse. And they've exposed him to this howling red plague. I think there's like cool, interesting stuff here that I as a reader am like, that is interesting. That is cool. That sounds cool. I want to learn more about that. It just sometimes gets hard to understand the cool stuff. There's a lot of confusion or lack of clarity that's sometimes like hiding the cool stuff that I'm learning about. So those are my main two critiques, like the perspective and the tenses. And I think if you clear that up, and you're more consistent in your naming conventions, I think that will clear up a lot of the confusion. And then you could go through and do another round of edits later, right? And just like reword stuff to make things make a little bit more sense. I think those are my only critiques here. But as far as like interest, this is interesting. This is cool. I do like it. So yeah, thank you so much, Callie. I'm glad we got to read this. I'm sorry if I was late with yours. Sometimes I even asked after stream, like, oh, did I get everyone's? Am I behind anyone's? And normally people just tell me like, oh yeah, you're all cut up, and I'm like, sweet. But stuff like today, like, right, we're not going. Let me get back here. Right, we're not doing decaffeinateds. We're not doing creative ones because they're not in stream right now, right? And so I had skipped that, and then later on, people might mention like, oh, creative one might be like, oh, why didn't you read my thing? And I'm like, I don't know, why didn't I? I thought I was all caught up. It's just because they might not have been here. So sometimes I get behind on stuff. So thank you for mentioning it to me. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'm glad we got to read it today. Is there? Let's see. We did Penny. There's an outline for a future novella from Chatty Matty, and somebody did. It's just S. Okay. There's a poem, and then there's an outline. I think, is the poem shorter? Because my voice is kind of reaching its limit now. We're almost at 5 hours. Okay, the poem's short, so we'll do that one real quick. This is from S in the Discord. I'm not quite sure who they are here in the chat. Let's do here, here, here. Google Docs. This is called Across the Tides. Google Doc is Upon the Tides. The poem is Across the Tides. Yeah, he was still here. Yeah, is the person who put the poem here? I don't want to give them critique if they're not here. It sure ain't me, Triangle. I'll give them a minute. It's from somebody just who starts with a S. Okay. Starlix, is it you? Starlix, is it you? Who did the poem? Hold on, I'm taking a sippy. Oh, I gotta hydrate. It's me. Okay, good. I always just want to make sure before I give critique that the person's actually here. Because otherwise they would miss out on all the critique, you know? That's always sad. You never want to miss out on your critique. Okay, everyone, tune in. Lock in. Story time. We're having a poem. This is our first poem in at least a while. So this is exciting. Across the tides. The cog of time turns cruel, lifting the floodgates to a tide of memories. Those tides were so often warm, brimming with captured glimmers of the 12 o'clock sun, the golden hour. But this elusive majesty could not withstand the cruel erosions of time. The falling sun with the tide does stray, its gradual fall reluctantly caressing the holding arches of the bridge, sinking, shrinking to your faraway world. The gentle waters with fainting glistens. What the fuck was that? Did you guys hear that? I think our Alexa just fucking terrified me. Holy background music. Sorry, our device that's always watching and listening to us suddenly spoke up in a dark room next to me when there's nobody there. That's not creepy at all. To your faraway world, the gentle waters with fainting glistens now wander back to sea. But how could one not reminisce? How could one hope to recollect such wonders? To live without lamenting greatness far past, and yearn to see it reflected in the future. To twist and shatter that cursed clock, to wind its spiteful hands back. Oh, but alas, as time does trickle on like the waters under the bridge, so should I, and so will we. For the sun again will surely rise. We'll share its rays. I'll seek your gaze, golden in its guise. We'll meet each other, or dear yet another, just like once upon the tides. This is perfect music for this. Hey, that's nice. I just got scared by my own Alexa devices earlier. Oh, I'm glad the music matches though. Literally, my heart stopped. Archaic word for cold. What was Angel Fall. Colding, you said it's an archaic word for cold. Let's look it up. It's Middle English. It's also referred to as surname. Yes, it's Middle English, huh? The gentle waters with fainting glistens. Not quite sure if that one works as well. Unless it's also the older English. Yeah, the cooling off and losing passion. Parallel between bridge and relationship. Yeah, I got the parallel. I was just like, oh, I haven't seen a colding before. I thought I would see cooling normally. So yeah, I'm not doubting you. I was just like, hey, fun fact, we all got to learn a new thing today. Saw this in one stream. Someone typed Spy Corn streamer read it, then You're buying corn. Fucking bet. That's why if you guys ever hear me say, like, oh, our Destiny did that, it's so that way we don't say the name. We don't say Alexa. We call her Destiny when we're talking about her. We don't want to activate her. So we call her Destiny, like, oh, the Destiny just did this, or oh yeah, the Destiny fucking went off again. Like, why is she doing that? She whom should not be named. Exactly. So yeah, in our household, her non-sleeper agent activation name is Destiny. You have a friend, Destiny. Oh, spelled that way? Spelled uniquely? Oh no. With fainting. So yeah, I like Colding is cool. I'm not quite sure. The Gentle Waters with fainting glistens. Fainting sounds like, oh, like when you faint, like you are fainting, you are passing out. You know, like when temporary pass, like, ah, I'm gonna faint. Ah, like that one. With fainting glistens. That one sounds a little funny to me. I'm gonna lock in. I'm grinding like a salt grinder. I'm focused like a magician. Mid hocus pocus. I'm locked in like a bank robber that didn't have an escape plan and got locked in the vault. I'm hyperfixated like a pixelated pixie on a static image processor. I'm a mama. Guys, can you tell Callie's locked in? Feel like I took this somewhere else? What do you mean? So not too... Every time I talk about it, she disappears. It's usually like, it was faded. If you're talking about the stream, no. It was just... There's just something funny with the Destiny. And sometimes I get distracted a lot. If anyone's new here in stream, one of the big things is I can absolutely be sidetracked. Oh, sometimes we have multiple hours of writing and chatting. That's just me exclusively chatting because I got too distracted to write. Like, you've seen fainting used for light. Do you mean fading light? Fainting light. Let's find out if we're... Feeling lightheaded. Lights going out before a real faint. It's frequent or severe. A faint light? Yeah, faint light is a dim or weak light, but fainting... You are no longer in pain? I guess that's good, Callie. It is a fainting light. It is? That's so interesting. I haven't heard of it that way before. Feeling lightheaded. Feeling lightheaded glistens. Let's find out. Fainting. We're all learning something new here today. This is really cool. Fainting usually means a brief loss of consciousness. That's how I'm thinking, like a blackout. So that's how I'm taking it. To give you guys perspective, that's how I'm taking it. I'm like, oh, like passing out. The Gentle Waters with I'm passing out glistens. That's why I'm like, oh, I'm not quite sure that works. I can... Common causes, what to do first. I'm thinking like fading light. Or a faint light. As in like it's a very weak light. Wait, did I... Light meaning? Yeah, it means a dim, weak, barely perceptible. So I'm thinking like faint means weak. Fainting means you're like losing consciousness. Faint smell? Yeah. It's very weak. It's very dim. It's barely there. Like a light becoming faint. Verbifying faint. Well, the problem is that there's already a verb for that, which is fainting, which is you just lost consciousness. you had a fainting spell. So the problem with verbifying something that's already a verb, it's already a verb. It's already there. Search fainting meaning. That I don't know what to tell you, dude. That's what I'm doing. They're fine. Lose consciousness. Like when you faint. Oh, you're right. There is an archaic one. That is grow weak or feeble. So it's still like fainting, with glowing feeble glistens. Yeah, it still doesn't quite work even with the archaic one. Yeah, the fires were fainting. The fires were declining. So like even like gentle waters with declining glistens. It's not quite working here. Just that one. Yeah, a fainting light that's an expression, but you can't just take the light out of it. Let's see if we can find a replacement. Yeah, so that's the only one. Like, those were the old two. I was like kind of stuck on the colding and the fainting. The colding, I definitely got, and that one was the archaic one. And I even without that, I still got it. It's supposed to be like the cool arches of the bridge. Like, I still got that one. This one, what was the tricky one. But otherwise, I thought it was cool. A golden hour. They're so often warm, brimming with captured glimmers of the 12 o'clock sun of a golden hour. I'm gonna assume these two are different times. Because the 12 o'clock, the noon sun, is in golden hour. But I'm guessing this is different times. Those tides are so often warm, brimming with captured glimmers of the 12 o'clock sun, comma, of a golden hour. So like those are different times. So I think that's fine. That's fine. Such that lamenting greatness far past, and you're to see reflected in the future. I think everything else was really good. I liked it. I liked the vibes. Share its rays. I'll seek your gaze, golden in its guise. I like that. We'll meet each other. Or dear, yet another, just like once upon the tides. And it ends right there. Across the tides, once upon the tides. I like it. I like it. Yeah. It's just one of the things, right? That's why we share things, because sometimes we can't. When we're writing stuff, we can't catch all this stuff. That feels a little wonky. So I think that one's fine. This one was the one where it's like, yeah, just look into it. But yeah, thank you so much for submitting. I feel... Oh yeah, for anyone, it was interesting, because I know this is another thing too. You are using like old language, so just for everyone joining listening. Yeah, having this little line right here turns it from cursed to... In my head, I always read as cursed. This cursed tide, this cursed clock. And that is like another way to do it. So if anyone's ever wondered that, why do some people say cursed and why do some people say cursed, there is a way to actually have that difference physically on text. So some people would say, if this wasn't the line here, they would say cursed clock. With the line, they would say the cursed clock. I use old words too, in some places like dialogue for some characters. Yeah. Especially if it fits the vibe. I like it. I definitely like it fits the vibe. I think it's really cool because, again, this is about time passing by. This is covering a lot of time. And clocks and symbols. So I do think like the having the older archaic words here and there and older ways of saying stuff absolutely works. This was just the main guy. Yeah, that was like a cool detail to sound more archaic. That you mentioned that. Yeah, so that's just for anyone who's ever like curious about that. Like, oh, why did Curtis say cursed instead? That's why it had the line right there. Fun little details. We learned a lot today. We got to learn about colding, and I got to learn about fainting lights. I did not know that was a particular phrase we could use. So thank you so much, Starlits. I guess that's how you say it. That was a very cool one to read. I liked it. Let's see here. Is anyone... Chatty Matty has a new one. Okay. Visit site. And then we can close it because this is all Okay, brightness. And then we can open my Google Docs. And okay, yeah, and then snipe mode still. Ah, everything looks wonky because I was moving things around. We get multiple submissions per stream? Yeah. Some streams have, when there weren't a lot of people, have just been Author Relic, right? Author Relic submitted stuff. Other people too. Some people, it's just been like, especially when I was just starting, it was only like one person who was submitting stuff for story time. So if they had something else, I was like, yeah, go ahead. Just know, so if we have a lot of people, there was streams where like we had a couple, especially like a lot of new people, we had a lot of people submitting, and I knew that I wouldn't have time to get to everyone, so I was like, okay, we're gonna do everyone's first submission, and then if there's time, I'll start going through the second submissions. So that's just something that depends on the stream length and how my voice is doing. We might not get to secondary submissions until everyone's first submission is covered, because if somebody's here, then I want to make sure that they get their story time and their critique done. Yeah, Kelly, where Kelly, where have you been? Oh my goodness. It's the series name takes place before the stuff with Barry. Okay. Princess. Fuck, you're gonna make me say that, aren't you? Hold on. Okay, yes, okay. We're gonna learn a lot of things today. Pronunciation. We're gonna be learning Pleiades. There we fucking go. Because I'm like, I know how to say this. I know it. So my dyslexia happens in weird, funny ways, where as long as I don't look at some words, I can say them normally, but then as soon as I see them spelled out in front of me, if they're spelled a different way than how I would say it, it instantly short-circuits my brain, and I instantly forget. I'm like, how the fuck do I say that? And then sometimes it's even the thing where I had to look away from the writing for a while in order to remember how to pronounce it. This one, as soon as I saw the pronounce, I'm like, oh yeah, it's Pleiades. Okay. I've just been. These means seven sister after a constellation. Good naming choice. Tormenting Cryptid today. Also, the act names are placeholders. Okay, so this is like a story outline. Okay. And the act names are placeholders. Soldier Poet King. Off of that trending TikTok audio. Does anyone remember that? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just my rot. So it'll probably be this one, and then it's almost 3 in the morning. So this one, and then I think I'll end stream because I'm tired. You don't have TikTok? Good. You don't need it. So Princess Pleiades, the Regalia Knight, Act 1. And then the act names are just temporary, but this one is Soldier Poet King. We have the prologue. Set after Lamentation's throne, Maya discusses which sister was located, only to find out from Amphitrite. It was Merope. Maya insists on going where Merope is, but Amphitrite insists her mother stay due to her elderly age. That Trinity witches were spotted where Merope was found. Probably said half that shit wrong. God damn it, I swear to God. I'm literate. I know you guys can't tell from streaming sometimes, but I swear to God, I know English. Have a good sleep, Starlets. Thank you so much for joining us. Is it Merope? Merope? Fuck it. What? Merope?
Merope. Merope.
Merope? You say it like Merope? 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 Wait, so Chatty, about you say Merope?
Miro.
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 Miro. Miro.
Miro.
It feels like the P should be almost silent. Miro.
Miro.
Miro. Miro. I feel like I'm putting too much emphasis on the P, but Miro. Miro. Merry Christmas. Oh wait, fuck, it's Greek, that's why? Merope. So if it was Greek, it's Merope. Just like Calliope. It's Merope. And then some people say it should be Merope rhyming with elope. Okay, so there is a well, be careful, Reddit ain't the best place. Oh no. It's pronounced Merope, rhyming with therapy. Though some variations exist like Merope or Merope. So the Greek origin suggest a pronounced final E. Merope. Merope, okay. What else is it? So we have Pleiades, Merope. I guess that's Maya. Well, maybe not. Who knows? I don't know anything anymore, so who the fuck knows? Maya, okay. I'm gonna ban Sir Chatty Matty, make me learn all these things at 3 a.m. Amphitrite?
Amphitrite.
Amphitrite, okay. Gonna submit chapter 3 for the next time, and hopefully chapter 4 should be done. That's exciting, Watt. I'm really excited. It's like Maya, yep. Amphitrite, okay. Okay, we learned words. We're never learning again. Happy holiday break times. Thank you, Creative One. Oh, wait, Creative One, you... I think we were looking for you earlier, because I was like, oh, we could do story time for a Creative One if they're in, and I don't think you were here yet, so we skipped over yours until teaching cryptid at 3 a.m. Yeah, that's why you're gonna get banned. It's gonna be part of the rules from now on. No teaching cryptid new things and making her brain work. Oh, I come back. We're never going to learn again. Yeah, of course, that's when I get people trying my stream. Hold on, I'm taking a sippy. Learning in the AM is wonderful. What? I'm gonna ban you too. Maya discusses which sister was located, only to find out Amphitrite. Fuck. Amphitrite. It was Merope. Cryptid the brain. I got no brains. All these fancy term and word. I'm tame here, to be fair. I talked about orgies in one stream. We mostly talk in my streams when it's my stories about a lot of like horrific murders and psychological trauma for our characters, and like horrific things we can do to them to make it like worse. And cannibalism. That's the stuff we talk about. Didn't know we had so many scholar. Yeah. That's it. If scholars' brains are on after a certain time, you guys are gonna get brained. You guys are gonna get smacked by the banhammer until the brain no work. I loved learning at 3 a.m. specifically because that was clocked as my best inspiration time of a 24-hour day. Get the fuck out of here. All these fuckers with their brains on at 3 a.m. I'm banning you all. So Maya insists on going where Merope is. But then Amphitrite insists her mother So Maya is the mother. Amphitrite insists her mother stay due to her elderly age. That Trinity witches were spotted where Merope was found. I'm gonna guess Trinity witches are bad. Well, speaking of horrific murder, that is a good portion of chapter 3. Ooh, goody. Yeah, we like a lot of murder in our stories. You're being adorable again? I hate it. Who's being adorable? Who's being adorable? Creative one? I don't know. Chapter 1. Merope, Pleiades. Merope, Pleiades. Dear fucking God. Wakes from a strange sleep with foggy, dream-like memories. She finds herself in a strange, tropical jungle and begins exploring. Merope notices an emerald-peaked mountain in the distance and a village nearby as some of her memories become clearer. She approaches the village, greeted by a gold sylvan calling himself Excalibur Lumina. I was so close to saying Lumnia, like Nunya business, except it was Lumnia, and I'm like, nope. Lumina. Ooh woo. Creative is always adorbs. Cryptid is more elegant but adorable sometimes. Callie, are you like never on? When the fuck am I elegant? It's a perpetual curse. Like I touched a blessed teddy bear when I was small. I owned a downy bear for so long. So, Lumina. Soon, his brother Clarent arrives. One person's named Excalibur, the other brother's named Clarent. That's fucking unfair. There's obviously a favorite child here, I'm just saying. Telling the village their father is dead at the hands of a Trinity witch. Oh shit, okay. Excalibur. Thurian vibes. Yeah, okay, so. And I also got that there was an emerald-peaked mountains, and I kind of got Wizard of Oz, that there's like an emerald city, except there's an emerald mountain. She approaches the village, so in the village, there's Excalibur. He says hi. His brother arrives. I'm guessing he's also in the village. Telling the village, their father is dead at the hands of a Trinity witch. Like, Clarent, why didn't you save him? Clarent, what were you doing? Hey, Excalibur. Hey, Clarent. Do you see what I mean? There's one child here who's definitely preferred. Merope decides to help in exchange for a ride back to Exia, citing her status as an heir of House Pleiades. Okay, so she hasn't completely forgotten. She doesn't have amnesia. Excalibur gladly accepts, but Clarent is suspicious. Clarent, shut the fuck up. Clarent, you didn't do shit. Your dad is dead because you didn't do shit, Clarent. Clarent, I witnessed a murder. Couldn't stop it. I'm so sorry. I submitted this. I'm so sorry. Okay, it's Chatty Matty is joking with me. I'm like, don't let me be like poking fun at someone who's new to the stream and not used to my humor. I want to make sure everyone has a good time and that they don't have their feelings hurt. Dude is sus out of the gate. Hell yeah. To be fair, if I had a sibling named Excalibur and I was just fucking Clarent, I would be sus all the time. I would be waiting for any moment to be evil. I would be waiting for my chance to start my villain arc any moment. Imagine being named Clarent while your sibling is Excalibur. That's why, oh my god, I haven't even read the other chapters, I don't need to. That's why he let the dad die. That's why he let the dad die. The dad's the one who named him. He's like, Dad, no, I'm sorry, I could stop the murder, but you decided to name me Clarent. And my brother Excalibur. I'm sorry, Pops, I ain't doing shit to save you. Excalibur the Great versus Clarent the Great. It's Clarent, guys. Great. Clarent, you can do it. Who's your father? Oh, you know, Excalibur. This is a cool conversation. Yeah, I absolutely not getting any further than chapter 1. I think Clarent let the dad die. Because the dad obviously had a golden child named Excalibur. Excalibur's definitely the favorite child. And the dad named the second, like, backup kid Clarent. He's like, yeah, I ain't saving Pops. They could take out Pops whenever. I thought you said Clarence and immediately thought of 8 Mile. It's like being named Dinkus. That was the big thing for me and Roots. Me and Roots are siblings in real life. My name in real life translates to long-haired fairy. And when Mama Cryptid was naming the real name of Roots, Mama Cryptid was stressed out because she was like, I can't have one kid's name mean long-haired fairy and the other kid's name mean dirt, right? That's not fair. So they have to both be like nice names, and both the meanings of the names have to be good. So in the end, mine means long-haired fairy, and Roots' name means Silver Hill of the Dancing Fairies. So we're both named after fairies. But it was very obvious, like, nope, I can't name one after fairies and name the other one like rock, dirt, stick. They both had to have equally cool name meanings, otherwise these kids are gonna hate each other. It was a whole thing when Mama Cryptid was getting ready to name baby Roots. Mariah P. Excalibur. Clarent. You're right. It's not even just the family, it's everyone else in this cool fantasy land. Mariah P. Excalibur. And Clarent. I just wanted one kid, this other bugger popped out. It's like when you have two sons, and then you look, it's like the Doofenshmirtz origin story. The first son is named Only Son, and then the other kid's fucking Doofenshmirtz. You're like, here's the older brother's named Only Son, because he doesn't want to recognize Doofenshmirtz as also his son. Oh my god. I was a toddler, and I was eating a Hershey's. Mom just called me Chocolatey Clarent. Man, if I didn't control myself, something would have spilled out of my nose. Oh no! My name means maintainer to the right path, technically. Oh, that's really cool. Rock is such a great character. Well, we know who wasn't planned. Yeah, we know who the least favorite child is. Take a guess, everybody. So, Chatty Matty, you're laughing so hard you're crying. You think the name Jacob sounds better? Oh my god, please give Clarent a chance. Jacob would be fucking better. Please, his name is Clarent. Anything is better. You could just name this fucker John. Oh my god. John Smith McGee. Like, please, anything is better than Clarent. Anyway. Okay, we're Clarent got his revenge. The dad is dead. No, Cryptid, you got the charcoal, you were on the naughty list. An instructional book, needed erasers, and a mixed media sketchbook. I don't remember telling you that I'm gonna start drawing. That's super cool. I'm coming more often with a drink. That's nice. I was thinking in the future how I did the 30 days of rough draft outlining live on stream here. I want to do 30 days of drawing practice. I think that would be really good. Everyone, we have cool names. One guy, my name's Jeff. Jeff would be better than Clarent, please. So Chatty Matty, what did Clarent do? Really, that any of us wouldn't have also done in his situation. Dad, it's either Broken Condom 43 or Clarent. She went with Clarent. So chapter 2. We're continuing with the tragedy of Clarent finally entering his villain arc and getting rid of that deadbeat dad. Mariape and Excalibur venture into the woods, and Mariape learns she's on Yaruta. Even the planet's named cooler. You're on fucking planet Yaruta with your brother Excalibur and this new person Mariape, and you're fucking Clarent. Clarent has no bitches. There's nobody in this village. They're in a village. Nobody in this village is fucking with Clarent. In a world ravaged by the sinkholes of the depraved, one Clarent rose, and no one cared. How'd you get with these Arthurian names and then Clarent? It's like pointing to a Clarent. Which character's thrown under the bus with the name? The author. So Chatty Patty's the dad here, and he also has a favorite child. He has a favorite character child. The favorite character child is Excalibur. It's like, oh yeah, I also need another character in this fucking book. I guess Clarent. Clarent is the sword. Hold on. Chatty Matty, I need you to pay so much fucking attention right now. Sir Chatty Matty, Sir Chatty Matty. I need to select my model. Sir Chatty Matty. I need you to focus. I need you to be real with me real quick. We're gonna have a serious talk. I'm gonna cough real quick, so I'm gonna... I need you to answer honestly, Sir Chatty Matty. Okay, did you name a cool character Excalibur after Excalibur? And then did you then name his brother, Excalibur, your character's younger brother, his brother, a tool? You literally called him a tool! The sword, the tool, Excalibur. You named him a tool. Both of these fuckers are tools. They're both swords. Is that what you did? You named him a tool. It's Excalibur and this other fucking tool. Is that what you did? Sir Chatty Matty, you were just as toxic as this dead dad. You were just as toxic. It all came from a Arthurian myth with the swords. But to be fair, yeah, but one of them is named Excalibur. And the other one's some other fucking sword. One of them's Excalibur, Sir Chatty Matty. The other one's someone fucking else's sword. Now Dad called him a tool first. Sir Chatty Matty, it was like a defense. Oh no, it's okay. He's named after a sword that's used later in Arthurian myth. And I'm like, you named him a tool. You called him a tool. Please, Claire. I feel so fucking bad for Clarent. Clarent should murder all these bitches and hoes. Oh my god. Man, I wonder how the dad died. The dad died at the hands of a Trinity witch. But man, if I was Clarent, I would be like, yeah, by the way, my new name, my stage name is Trinity Witch. I killed him. He's the least favorite. Just call one of them X and the other California. Oh my god. To be fair, I don't think, with Elon Musk's naming trends, I don't think you can call a kid X. He might send you a cease and desist. Because that's the fucking naming trend he does with his kids. Oh my god. Okay, we're focused. Everyone lock in. Everyone lock in. She's on Yaruta. Excalibur explains that the Civil War civil war on Exia scattered the Trinity witches, and that some fled to Yaruta to hide. Some? How many Trinity witches are there? There's only 3, right? My name used to be High Caliber. He's my son. His name is D-Stats. Oh my god. How many Trinity witches are there? Is there not just 3? As they talk, they're attacked by a human with red hair. The human uses her wielding. It's a combination of fluorokinesis, pyrokinesis, and cytokinesis. So, kinesis over like flowers and vines and stuff. Fire kinesis. Is that like ice? Oh, I think I spelled it wrong. This is about plant cells dividing. No. It's just about cells dividing. That's a power? This is about plant cells splitting during division and forming new cells. Is that her power? Fire, plants, and cells? We'll just make her fucking superpowered. Just make her God. What the fuck? A boy named Sue. A boy named Sue. Tell me what's a boy to do. Got the name on the superpower wiki. Johnny Clarence. Oop, my cash. Why do you even need to have the other powers where you control, like, cells? Why do you have 3 different powers? Oh, is it because is Trinity Witches not there's 3 pitches? There's not 3 bitches. There's 3 witches. There's multiple of them, but they control 3 powers? Clarence Sue, and he sues his father for the name. Okay, so are they Trinity Witches because they have 3 powers? So hers is fluorokinesis, pyrokinesis, and cytokinesis. Basically. Okay. Forcing Mariah to use her own wielding photokinesis. The fight ends in a draw? How does the fight end in a draw? She's got 1 power. This bitch has 3. This bitch is 3 times the bitch Mariah is. What do you mean? Fight ends in a draw, the human identifying herself as Morgan, Furch, Mirden, and Fleas. I probably said that wrong. Chatty Maddie, you're not allowed to give submissions this early in the morning anymore. I had to keep fucking morning sit. Mirden. It's pronounced roughly as Mirthin. With a soft like the th. Like in the. Mirthin. Thin. Rhyming with worthin or birthing. Mirthin. Think of like mercury, followed by thin. Mirthin. Mariah is stronger than she looks. As Morgan, Furch, Mirthin, and Fleas. It's a fight scene. Chapter 3. Mariah and Excalibur discuss the Civil War. Mariah recounting how her and 5 of her older sisters chose to protect the people of Exia and were forced to flee in stasis pods after the war became too much. You gave up. You quit. Excalibur tells her that the Civil War happened 90 years ago? Bitch, you fucking late. You late to this party. With Clarence, some very Arthurian, which is funny. So this is Superman logic. Like she landed on this planet And yeah, her Civil War stuff happened 90 years ago. Excalibur, good on you for knowing your history and timelines. If somebody asked me what happened last week, I wouldn't be able to tell them. Excalibur knows shit that happened 90 years ago. Off his planet. He's known history off his planet for 90 years ago. Find out. I'm going where Mariah is, but her mother stayed due to her elderly age. The Trinity witches were spotted. So these ones are still somewhere, and they're now looking for their missing sisters. Excalibur, the history buff. Basically, he's a fucking nerd. That's another reason. This is why Claire doesn't fucking like you. You got the jock name, but you're a goddamn nerd. So Mariah has a flashback to the Civil War. Her and her sister, fuck you, are fighting a Trinity witch named Typhon, where Mariah is overpowered and sent into a lake. She is rescued by Maya, who, with Mariah and fuck you's name, help, forces Typhon to flee. Mariah looks at Excalibur, hoping she can at least protect him and his village from the witches. So as she wakes up, the flashback is forces Typhon to flee. She wakes up. Mariah looks at Excalibur, hoping she can at least protect him and his village from the witches. I'm quite loopy and very much wish to consume the purple, blue, and black book next to me with the handsome man on it who looks like he could rip me to shreds with the wave of his hand. Yes, she wakes up. Okay. Callie, you got a very particular taste. Okay, so she wakes up. She's now hoping. So for her, it happened yesterday. She just woke up from all the Civil War bullshit. And she's like, okay, well, I'm around these new bitches now, and Excalibur and fucking Clarent, and I guess I'll protect them because of Excalibur, but not because of Clarent. Where the fuck did Clarent go? We saw him in chapter 1. We're 4 chapters in. We're starting chapter 5. Where's Clarent? I'm worried about our boy. Maya hoo, Maya hee, Maya ha, Maya ha. She likes Excalibur. Yeah, because who could look someone fucking named Clarent? You guys gonna go out there fucking date a Clarent? That's what I was saying earlier. I think I forgot to say it. I'm like, you know Clarent's getting no bitches in this village. He's getting no bitches. Every single person there who lives there has their neighbor or the person in the neighborhood who's Excalibur and Clarent. None of those girls are gonna date a Clarent. That's just fucking cruel. Their parents are fucking horrible. Their parents are the real villains here, not these triple witches, not these Trinity witches. Fuck this shit. Poor Clarent. Where is he? Where's our boy? He didn't do anything wrong. If he killed his father deserved it. Mariah wakes up after 90 years. This gold guy is hot. His brother sucks. I heard Callie in a semi-stern and surprised voice and thought I was gonna receive a scolding. No. I don't scold you guys on stream. You guys had to pay for that if you want the Dami Mommy voice. Neighborhood watchers out for Clarent day 1 when he was a fucking baby. He was a fucking toddler wandering around. These guys already hated him. The what? Nothing. Don't worry about it, Uni. Nothing. I was not looking forward to it. None of you assume that just because you know what, I can't defend myself. You guys are funny. You still there. There's things happening. I don't care about these things. I care about poor Clarent. Mariah and Excalibur come across a small lake with an islet. Wisps appear, and soon their source appears. Fuck you, demigoddess of witchcraft and instinct. Fuck you tells Mariah to trust her heart. Trust your heart, and that to defeat Morgan, she'll need to use her wielding as the Trinity witches would. 3 times badder. Mariah refuses, stating her disgust of the Trinity Witches. Amira, or sorry, no, that's fuck you, disappears with a warning. Refuse to learn and lose all you hope to achieve. Claritin. I almost choked away on spit reading Claritin. Hold on, let me take a fucking drink. Hold on. Goddamn Claritin. Okay, so come back. Has Mariah sent like a letter to her family, like, "Hey, bitches, I'm still alive 90 years later"? Did she send a letter or anything? Does she miss her parents? Anything happening? I mean, or is she just like, "Oh, Excalibur's hot, and that other dude's here too"? Whatever. Mariah spars with Excalibur, discussing Morgan. Excalibur says he agrees with the fuck you name, but using the enemy's weapons against them is the best course. Mariah says that kind of thinking gets people killed. Excalibur asks her if she's just afraid, managing to beat her in the sparring match. Mariah can't answer. Mariah, this is a war. Your people are facing fucking genocide. Get with the program. Well, under so much regret, I must clear my mind of sin. Yeah, Kelly, you go do that. You go do that, and then... Sorry, no, I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be good. I'm not using the Dami Mommy sexy voice now. It's fine. Her mom and dad died. I thought... Maya was her mom. Right. I should write my sisters. Should. But nah. Maya's her sister. One of her sisters. Okay. And this sister's now fucking old. Sam for Tridi says the mother, which is Maya, is elderly. So all her other sisters are old as fuck now. And Mariah P's over here living her best, still forever young, hot summertime with Excalibur. Okay. But yeah, Mariah P, get with the program. Chapter 7. Mariah P and Excalibur are separated. Mariah P is attacked by Clarent? Clarent! I'm fucking betrayed? What? No, honestly, if Clarent attacked her, she deserved it. Quickly, Clarent gets the upper hand and says House Pleiades can't be trusted. That's right, he right. Despite her efforts, Mariah P can't gain an advantage. Even with her powers, Mariah P soon suspects Morgan and Clarent are working together. Yes! In a final burst of light, Mariah P flees, realizing that one bitch might be right. Maya is the only one who didn't take a nap, basically. You age if you don't take a nap? No. You stay young if you take a nap? Oh, holy shit, I should be napping more often. I should be napping all the goddamn time. No, honestly, Clarent is right. I think the true hero here is Clarent. No, Clarent never betrayed. Don't get that word out of your mouth. Get it out of your mouth, creative one. Spit it out. Clarent is the right one. Mariah P's a bitch. I think Clarent is right. Where's these House Pleiades bitches? They weren't over here helping them before. So Act 2, One Woman Army. Chapter 8. Mariah P ponders on the island, wondering what to do. Flashes of her past haunt her, particularly one where she used her power like the witches, having used her wielding to photo port her daggers midair and accidentally killing her best friend. Well, okay, get good. Oh, thank you so much. What's happening here? Hold on. 100. Have I been bad? Probably. Humans generally are. Hold on. I had to rearrange my stuff now. No! Fuck! Everything's wrong. No, come here. Come here. Come here. Please, no. Fuck. My documents, no! My monitors! Get rid of that. The Regalia Knight. You have it, Betsy. You caused this. Photoport is basically teleportation via light. Zoomed. Well, okay. So her problem here is that she needs to get good. Skill issue. Soon, wisps appear around her, and Mag the fucking bitch, primordial goddess of magic and children, appears. Oh my god. Magtharana, yeah. Primordial goddess of magic and children appears. Chapter 9. Mariape and Magtharana talk. Magtharana tells Mariape that wielding is about intent, which means she intended to kill her best friend, because she's a horrible person. And her intent in the past was to protect, making her better than the Trinity. She still killed somebody. Do you think that would ever hold up in a court of law? If your intent was good, is it okay to kill people accidentally? You don't get charged with accidental manslaughter as long as your intentions were pure. That makes you better than all the other people who did accidental manslaughter. Mariape still hesitates, not wanting to compromise herself. Claire, it's a start yet. Wanted poster. I'm shaking from the sugar and caffeine. She is such a skill issue that a primordial went, you need help. Depends on place, they're on property. Some of fair game with laws on it. Chapter 10. Morgan and a group of witches attack the village. So yeah, there's multiple. There's more than just the 3 witches. Morgan and a group of witches attack the village. Good. What did that village ever do for them? Probably nothing. Mariape and Excalibur fight back, but Morgan ultimately overpowers them when Mariape refuses to use her wielding like the witches. Excalibur and Mariape flee. What about everyone else in the village? Excalibur, what about your neighbors? What about Jimmy down the street? What about Old Man Jenkins? Like, come on. Excalibur, did you just leave everybody? He did not just leave everybody there. Group of witches? A coven? Oh, maybe they do use coven. I don't know. Actually, accidental manslaughter is like redundant because manslaughter is already defined as accidental. Gets banned. Excalibur, my neighbors could die. Dude, I never like that anyway. Oh no. Oh no. Did I get placed in a holding trash can? Break free. Come on, my little raccoon creative one. Break free. Get out of the trash can. I believe in you. Yeah, it's a coven. Basically an army coven. Excalibur and Mariape discuss how to get the village back. Why? Excalibur doesn't give a shit about those people. Mariape suspects Clarent is working with Morgan. Excalibur explained that his father, Caliburn, chose him to become king, and Clarent had always resented this. Yeah. How do we know Excalibur's good to be king? Is he a good leader? Obviously not. He left the village. Huh? Fucking weak-ass king. Mariape speculates Morgan might have tempted Clarent with the throne. The throne of just a village? It's just a village, dude. Do villages even have kings? It's just one village. The two reached the lake with the islet, a plan forming in Moriopi's mind. So many Callies, I'm honored to be part of this story. Where's that Callie? Excalibur, that one. I'm another raccoon tattling on the fleeing raccoon. Oh no. Get him. Shoot him. What? Nothing. Chapter 12. Moriopi is haunted by more memories. She remembers a discussion with her adopted sister. Oh god, that's also adopted sisters. Fuck. This rainbow tree is gonna be fucking bullshit. Proxima Bellatrix, who taught her how to use her wielding like the Trinity Witches. Then she remembers her fight with Maiden Phobos, a high-ranking Trinity Witch, and how that fight led to the death of her best friend, Cori. That's Persephone. That's Persephone, before she becomes a badass. Moriopi, you killed Persephone? I hope her and Hades fucking get your ass. I'm gonna fucking get you, Moriopi. I'm gonna fucking get you. Morgan, the throne will be yours. Clarence, it's just a village. Morgan, with a monarchy, evidently. Didn't get to shoot gum. That's okay, creative one. Right? It's hard for raccoons to use weaponry sometimes. You need more training. That's all. It's okay. It's okay. Gold star for effort. So Nova, hello. It's good to see you. Chat. It takes a village. Yeah, I think this is the original name for the person who becomes Persephone. Oh, thank you so much. Welcome to Cryptic Cult. I hope you have fun. Oh my god, the little Cult of the Lamb ones are super cute. Those are cute ones. So in a fit of refusal, Moriopi lashes out at the tree on the islet, her wielding managing to alter it to have color-changing leaves. Moriopi starts to rethink her position. Okay. Is Excalibur just like next to her, just watching her, be like, okay, she's having her moment. Yeah, you name a lot of your characters after Greek myth figures. Yeah, Moriopi is unredeemable now. She killed Persephone. She's unredeemable. This is the villain of the story. So is Excalibur just sitting here, just wondering like what the hell's going on? It's like, okay, I'm just gonna let her have her moment. It's fine. Moriopi seeks help from that one bitch, hoping to learn how to use the Trinity Witch's wielding to her benefit. That bitch appears and they discuss each of the witch's abilities. Multi-wielding, teleportation, construct conjuration, transmutation, elemental physiology. Amira begins teaching Moriopi how to use them, Moriopi failing with using elemental physiology. So anyone can do these? If the witches can do it and Moriopi, no, because you just have to learn it. Is it not even like a cool thing? Like, what? He's nearby. Objection! What are you objecting to, Creative One? As long as they're a wielder. Yeah, so any wielder could then be a multi-wielding. They could just choose to be like, nope, I'm gonna get 3 powers. That seems a little OP. Chapter 14. Moriopi and that bitch spar. Moriopi quickly learning to wield more than just her photokinesis. Moriopi learns to wield electrokinesis, magnetokinesis, pyrokinesis, upgrading her wielding to heliokinesis. During the sparring match, Moriopi manages to master teleportation, construct conjuration, and This is a lot. Being overruled? You weren't overruled. As she pictures Cori on her mind, Moriopi manages to beat that one bitch. No, don't be picturing baby Persephone in your mind that you just slaughtered. You killed her with friendly fire in a war, and now you're picturing her and you're like, yeah, now I'm a badass. Now I won't kill my friends. Thanks for the lesson, Persephone. This time I won't murder my allies. Okay. Act 3, Avalon. Chapter 15. Moriape and Excalibur begin recruiting others across Yaruta to aid them. These include Galentine, Durandal, and Aaron. I thought it said Aaron Dwight. Okay, it's Aaron Dite. Aaron Dite's fine. I thought it was Aaron Dwight, and I was like, that's almost as bad as Clarent. I love magnetokinesis. I would love to be able to manipulate Magneto. There is a certain person on the X-Men team who would also love to be able to manipulate Magneto. Just saying. Moriape, I won't kill my allies. Nearly kills the demi-goddess. Aaron Yeager. They struggle to come up with a name for their group. Murder Hobos. After Moriape. Until Moriape suggests the Regalia Knights. Citing the name of the planet means Regalia. I mean, if the shoe fits. Does it actually? Naruto? Oh, what do we have here? Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Cryptic Cult. Oh, if Callie's here, I know you're worth the follow, so here it comes. That's very kind of you. It's an invented term. Is it an invented term? I feel like I've heard it before. Oh, thank you guys for our goal of 90 followers. That's crazy. Hey, right on Christmas. That's fantastic. You're loopy like a cookie, wild, never mild, and if you don't think I'm crazy, pick my brain, it'll get spooky. Callie's getting very, very tight. Is it in Legend of I completely Okay, so I was thinking of something else then. I was thinking probably Naruto. Okay. So yeah. I don't know. I got those two mixed then. So yeah. A Christmas miracle. Invented terms that sound familiar. Fuck with my brain. Neology is a great Christmas miracle. I mean Garuda? Maybe I was getting it mixed with Garuda. Maybe that's what it was reminding me of. Yaruta instead of Garuda. Callie is insanity turned poetic. Amped up to the max setting and dialed in to write things down. That's right, Callie. Keep writing things down. Keep working on your writing. No excuses. So, you're to aid them. Citing the planet means Regalia. Chapter 16. Clarent and Morgan discover their location, forcing them to flee, attacking as the knights flee. They flee to the Emerald Peak Mountain, barely losing the witches and Clarent. I still think Clarent's the real hero here. Everyone's about to die, so I'm gonna pass out. Night, everyone, and Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, what? Have a good night! Oh, you're saying the authority and who is awesome to follow? Awesome. Guys, let's start a cult. Holy F, I feel weird. I'm taking my meds. Guys, let's start a cult. Neologism and neology is the term for original word makers. Very cool. We're learning a lot of things today. It's banned. We're not learning any more things after 3 a.m. I said that earlier. No more learning new things. I'm trying to do world building and doing a timeline, but I keep getting burned out and then having to take long breaks because your brain keeps melting. Oh no, Supernova. Yeah, it's really, especially if you're doing like a very wide scope. Sometimes it's better just to hone in on like if the stories just fall. Sometimes you can have a world that's covering like several wars over all these centuries, and that gets really convoluted and too much. Sometimes it's better just be like, nope, my story is gonna follow this one war. I'm just gonna focus in on these couple of years here. I'm not worried about anything before that or after that unless it's relevant. And that's all, all your brain needs to focus on. Clarence just routing traders. Yep. 99. Oh, good night. And yes, if you didn't know, then I taught you at your time zone. Good old Clarence is now canon decrypted lore. Clarence the hero here. Moriope asked the group about Morgan and Clarence and why the witches are on a planet just being settled. I'm pretty sure Callie's cut-off sentence would have continued with an with the word after stream. Well, I had to sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Get Zoom tight. No, let's start a cult. Thank you for the blessing. And again, maybe Scotty makes him behave that way and it doesn't happen outside Scotty's stream. Yeah, but it's let's start a cult because it's cryptic cult. He said let's start a cult. Yeah, so let's start a cult when it makes sense, but let's start a cult does make sense. So at least I think that's what they were saying. Let's start a cult. Scotty does not make you behave in any way, he makes you misbehave. Oh my goodness, I know people like that. Oh, I love it here. Again, we're very calm, happy vibes. We're just very calm, happy vibes about the crazy things writers write about, which is murder and traitors and witches and destruction and yeah. But we're very nice here, I swear. This is, since we do have some new people in here, this is a story outline by Sir Chatty Matty here in stream, and we're just reading through it. And at the end of it, I swear to God, I'll actually lock in and focus, and then I'll give critique. Right now, we're just kind of having a blast going back and forth. The word stream after it's smut sometimes. We don't do too much sexy stuff here for submissions. The only real rule is no spicy stuff. And a dude that Dad didn't like. Did realize this as a rule was. Yeah, we don't do too much spicy things here just because I get a little embarrassed reading it on stream here. That's all. It's not anything bad. It's not anything taboo. It's just that I don't like reading it on stream. So for submissions for storytime critique, I just ask no spicy stuff. So anyway, where were we? Moriope asked the group about Morgan and Clarence and why the witches are on a planet just being settled. Excalibur explains what happened since the Civil War. That was 90 years ago. That Morgan is a Trinity witch that learned from Maiden Phobos, Mother Artemisia, and Crone Clotho. So Maiden, Mother, Crone. So the three witches. Moriope recognizes the names as the highest ranking Trinity witches. The biggest, baddest bitches there ever were. Excalibur says that the witches scattered after their defeat at Maya's hand. Morgan fleeing here to Yaruta, seeking revenge on House Pleiades, which she used to stoke Clarion. She's fleeing here to Yaruta. She wants revenge on House Pleiades, but Moriope's House Pleiades, she only just got here 90 years after the war. How has she been having revenge on House Pleiades the 90 years that Moriope wasn't here? More leapy also means more sleepy. Can I share? Okay, wait, I'm a cryptid hat. Can I share an OC lore that would probably turn heads? I don't see why not. Again, that we just say no like bad slurs or anything here, no overly spicy content, that kind of stuff. But otherwise, yeah, please feel free. You can share it here in the chat if it's short. If it's longer, it's in the Discord under story submissions. Morgan is gathering an army basically for 90 years. 90 years she's gathering an army. That's dedicated. But she's used to stoke Clarent on. Chapter 18. As night falls, Mariape looks up to the sky, having memories of her family before the Civil War. When Excalibur sees her, she tells him about her trauma. She still has not messaged her family. She tells him about her trauma, how the Civil War started because of Queen Pleonone's death, how Maya and Proxima turned on each other, how Mariape and 5 of her other sisters had to protect the people from the war, and how they were forced to flee Exia in stasis pods, leaving everyone behind. You and Excalibur are meant for each other. Excalibur hugs her, letting her cuddle him. He promises to bring Mariape to Exia after they deal with Morgan and Clarent, Mariape holding him to it. Family drama. Chapter 19. Mariape secretly goes back to the lake. She's sneaking out, using her wielding to conjure a new gold sword and armor for both her and Excalibur. Yeah, who needs blacksmiths anymore? You can just magic your way into it. Then ties her hair back and carves the name Nimue into the tree, a name she vows to carry until House Pleiades is safe again. Nimue. I think that's how you say it. I think that's another sword name. Not anything like that, just more like, huh? I have a Santa Claus OC a Santa Claus OC who is having an affair with a gangster boss and a mafia boss who are boyfriends engaged now. Okay, wait. Santa Claus OC is having an affair with a gangster and a mafia boss. So having an affair with both of them. They're cheating on both of them. And the mafia boss and the gangster boss are boyfriends engaged now. So they left the Santa Claus OC and are engaged now. Asuka's dude is bored of living so long and kind of wants more of a thrill. So if I'm getting it right, so the mafia boss and the gangster boss left the Santa Claus and now they're boyfriends and engaged now. Or are all 3 of them boyfriends and engaged now? Lady Lake in Arthurian myth. Okay, she's the Lady Lake. Nimue. They made a TV show about that, and then they stopped it after 1 season, even though it wasn't fucking done yet. It wasn't good, but still. Sorry, anyway, focusing. Mariape, you can't be carving stuff into a tree. It's hurting the tree. So do they know? Do the people in this world, do these characters know about Arthurian legend? And that's why she chose that name to kind of match Excalibur? Or are these original in their universe? Is this original to them? Wait, I read that this will make you go, huh, and guarded myself, so I didn't, huh, and then immediately forgot about my guard and went, huh. Anyway, guys, I require rest. Yeah, if you need to go to sleep, Callie, please feel free. Again, you guys are never forced to be here. Take care of your real life stuff first. But I always enjoy it whenever you guys do have the free time to hang out with me. But yeah, take care of you. Get some sleep. Get some good sleep. Have a good one, Callie. Thank you so much. And take care of you. It's more like it's names they happen to use. Okay. So yeah, so for her, she's not purposely doing it because they know it's from Arthurian legend. So why is she choosing a new name? Why is she choosing a new name? Mariape and Excalibur launched their attack, luring Clarent and Morgan just threw a pair of pants in defiance. Were you in the pants, Callie? Her logic is change my name, protect my house. Yeah, see what I mean? Like it's not quite logicking. I think if there was a time to change her name, let's see here. Well, I'll look back on it later. But that seems like a funny place for her to decide to change her name. Mariape and Excalibur launched their attack, luring Clarent and Morgan to the newly named Mount Caelum. Clarent and Excalibur duel fiercely. Clarent clearly having the upper hand. Yeah, because he should have been king. Anyway, Maripe fights Morgan using all her new powers, surprising Morgan. Fearing losing, Morgan uses her powers to teleport them to the lake. And she's now the leader of the lake. Morgan quickly gains the upper hand, knocking Maripe into the lake. As she sinks, Maripe remembers her fight with Typhon and how she needed help back then. Refusing to lose, Maripe manages to return to the surface with her heliokinesis. Morgan angrily lashes out, saying she lost many sisters and brothers in arms because of House Pleiades. Maripe uses her full might and overpowers Morgan, telling her the sins of the past don't equate to making a future destroyed. Okay. As Morgan is about to lash out, she's killed by Magtharana, who declares the human Trinity Witch a disgusting spawn of Hexana. I almost feel bad for these witches. Later, Maripe reunites with the battered Excalibur, who declares her Nimue, the Regalia Knight, founder of the Regalia Knights. Yeah, she was already the founder of the Regalia Knights. She's the one who came up with the name. In chapter 15. It's not a new title. Excalibur, you're calling her something she already was. So Excalibur knows her new name. I wonder if... Let me see here. Remember, because it's associated with the Lady of the Lake, she does have... I'm just scrolling back real quick. Failing, Maripe spar, upgrading her wielding. As she pictures Corey on her mind, Maripe manages to beat Amira. I'm wondering here, maybe after she beats Amira and she's mastered all of this, maybe that would be a good play. I don't know. The Nimue thing, I get the reference, it just feels a little forced. Epilogue. Maripe returns to Exia, hoping to reunite with Maya. However, she's met by the now Queen Thalassa, who tells Maripe she's too late. Maya passed away not too long ago. See, you took too long because you were hanging out with your new boy toy Excalibur. Maripe grieves, but brokers a deal with her great niece. Maripe's Regalia Knights will train Maya's Zodiac Guard. How does her great niece know she's any good? Maripe just shows up and is like, yeah, I have knights, by the way. By the way, my knights are better than your guard. I'm going to train your guard. You wouldn't just give them unlimited access straight off the bat from this great aunt. You'd be like, okay, great aunt, like, that's nice, let's see if you guys are actually good.
You could.
Oh, wait. Sorry, commercial ads for my lo-fi beats. No fight for witches. Give it back. There we go. Doing over. They didn't leave Santa and not all engaged, more like the mafia boss and gangster boss are engaged with each other and are with Santa Claus as an affair, because Santa Claus is married to Mrs. Claus, which they only accepted because Santa asked and gangster boss went, "Hey, free favor." I'm still a little confused, but okay. You might be right. Thalassa, what could go wrong? Auntie Maripe's only been missing for 90 years. Who knows if she's any fucking good? That's actually really sad thing. Sad ending. Honestly, when it started, I almost thought, since she's like waking up from a strange sleep, she has foggy dreamlike memories. I almost thought it would be a case of amnesia. And if it was amnesia, I could be like, oh, maybe she just decides to name herself like Nimue in reference to match Excalibur. And then as she's going through all of this and fighting the witches and remembering stuff and reminiscing and gaining new powers, she's remembering stuff. And then she's like, oh, I'm actually Mariah P. Pleiades. That's why these witches are attacking us. Because I'm part of the Pleiades. But if it's not that, I'm like, that it feels a little forced just to, like, do all these other big things. Get these new powers, fight all these other people. Treat that as normal. Sneak out one night and make a new matching outfit for you and your boyfriend. And decide that's the moment where you're going to change your name. That seems like a little weird thing. All this, what could go wrong? Oh, nothing. Except everything can go wrong. I have a turtle. Nice. Kelly, aren't you supposed to be asleep? Your current OC is a tad on the unusual side. She's an actual game character. She was in a game similar to Mortal Kombat, but always sentient though never in control of her own actions. That's horrifying. Either the computer or the player always controlled her actions, until she is accidentally included in a hero summoning. She vanished from all media worldwide, appearing in a forest where there are no life bars. Death is permanent, and oh yeah, biology is a thing. Ooh, that seems interesting. Maybe she lies about her name off the bat, but then reveals the truth to Excalibur later. Yeah, that would work. That would work. I like that better. That makes sense. Like, it's the double identity of Nimue, and she's actually Mariah P. That would make sense. I like that better. I think that flows better. Oh, should go back to lurking and write myself. Got distracted. That's the big thing with the stream. We distract ourselves very easily. So yeah, my first critique is just reworking that naming mechanic if you wanted to keep it, which it sounds like you already figured out, like, oh yeah, she's gonna lie about her name until she reveals it to Excalibur later. So that, I think that works a little bit more natural. That feels less forced. And then 2, yeah, but still, that poor Clarent. He even gets defeated off screen because we follow Mariah P's fight. And then later on, Mariah P just reunites with Excalibur after he's already won. So we don't even see the ending of the fight with Excalibur and Clarent. Like, Clarent just is defeated off screen. Oh, poor Clarent. I think that's the other problem too. I was kind of joking about it in the beginning, but overall, I'm like, man, Clarent and the witches almost seem more likable than Mariah P and Excalibur and the other main characters here. I'm like almost more naturally rooting. I'm like, this seems so extra, especially the bit of like the witch is like upset, like, yeah, like the House Pleiades killed so many of my house sisters and my brothers in arms and all these people I knew and cherished. You guys murdered them. Like, all this horrific stuff. And then, like, this other person comes up and, like, calls her, like, a wretch and like, a disgusting spawn of Ixana. And I'm like, damn, like, she did... That seems cold. We're not talking about what? I think that's a justified reaction. What? Why are you calling her a disgusting spawn of Ixana? She... What? Use post chapter 3 today, in which she is taught how to eat and drink for the first time. Oh, very cool. See, I almost feel like, oh, Clarent and some of the enemies are almost, through this plotting so far, aren't quite the bad guys. If you want them to be less likable, maybe you do have to, like, really focus in on how horrible they are. Like, maybe the witches are sacrificing people, maybe they're kicking puppies, maybe they're don't have friends or loved ones and she's absolutely lying. I think right now it almost seems like there was a civil war, which means that the witches were also citizens of Exia. So there's just a civil war. What caused the civil war? Because the witches were over here like, hey, we would like to unionize. And then everyone else was like, no. And then a civil war happened. I'd be like, yeah, I'd be on the witches' side. Or was the Civil War like the witches were like, hey, we should be able to eat kittens and puppies and human babies, and everyone else was like, no. Then I could be like, oh yeah, the Civil War and the witches were obviously in the wrong here. Like, I think it kind of depends on what the Civil War was about. Maybe using Mariah P's memories to help that a bit too. Yeah, so Mariah P's memories of the Civil War and the fighting and how horrific maybe these witches were. Maybe they were using like absolute war crime fighting techniques that everyone else wasn't using. When the witches are fighting them now on Yaruta, right, they're like fighting dirty. Like they are willing to like kill everyone in the village. They're like, if we can't win the village, we will kill everyone in the village. Like we will burn it down if we can't rule it. And like Excalibur's like, oh shit, okay, like they have to flee. Like if they're supposed to be unlikable villains, I think they should be a little bit more extreme in how evil they are to actually make them less likable. Because right now, like naturally, just reading the series of events, Mariah is actually kind of a little bit unlikable. And Clarence and the witches, you can kind of, without that backstory, without seeing how terrible they are, I'm like, no, like Mariah and the witches are kind of more. Clarence and the witches are more likable. So yeah, the Mariah P's memories making them horrible, their current actions against Yaruta being horrible, and maybe even just something to kind of point from the beginning that Clarence is a little evil. He's a little paranoid. He's a little quick to anger. He might even start accusing her of being not just being suspicious, but saying that maybe she's a liar, maybe she's working with the witches, maybe she's a traitor, maybe something like just make him more unlikable, maybe just make him more argument, like have him have some negative traits. That way, like we're like, oh, okay, these are the bad people, then we're less likely to root for them over Mariah B. Yeah, I agree. Nice. It's always good when I can actually offer advice that's good. Right with the just absolute bullshit. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes I offer things and people are like, no. And I'm like, oh, my bad. Sorry. Just throw it into the dumpster. It's all good. But otherwise, I think you have very clear and thorough planning for what character is where and who does what. I think this is really good. I think this is really well thought out. I think this is a really strong, what'd you call it? Like, plot outline. I think it's really good. And it's a lot easier to make those changes and edits now when it's just a plot outline rather than when you've written the whole book. And then you had to go back and change things. So yeah, doing like a plot outline like this saves you guys so much effort when you guys do have to make edits. It helps so much. I'm realizing that even with my own writing. But otherwise, thank you so much, Sir Chatty Matty, for submitting that for critique. That was really good. Otherwise, it is past 4 a.m. here. We've been streaming for 6.5 hours. And it is Christmas Day for this local cryptid. We've got a few outlines need edits. Dear God, so do I. Good night. But yeah, thank you guys for being such wonderful raccoons and hanging out with this cryptid. I enjoyed it. I hope it was a good Christmas Eve stream that's shifted into a Christmas Day stream, right? That's kind of crazy. Yeah, and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to all who celebrate it. Happy holidays to everyone who doesn't. And otherwise, I hope you raccoons have a great day and you guys get to hang out, have some good food, have some good vibes. You can stay all bundled up in warm clothes if it's chilly where you are. And yeah, thank you so much. Have a good one. Goodbye.